Israelis are dominating the airspace. They have the state-of-the-line aircraft like J-35, F-16. On the other side, Iranians don't have that capability. Their air force is very weak, very vintage. So they are relying upon the missile capability. So the point is that when you are engaging the targets, let's say talk about Israel, they are primarily engaging the military target, but there is always chance of collateral damage. And in fact, they had given forewarning to all the residents of Tehran that they should move out because it is very difficult to have very pinpoint strikes and collateral damage is possible. On the other side, Iran is targeting deliberately the residential areas to cause the fear of psychosis among the Israeli public because Israel is very, very sensitive to the casualties, and that is one thing that they cannot accept. So there are two sides have different, strategies, different doctrines, and different way of prosecuting the war. People.
Right, Major General, many thanks for joining us with your insights. On one hand, Ayatollah Al-Khamenei has now claimed that there are back-channel talks with the United States. But on the other hand, it is contradicting its own statement because the Iranian foreign minister has clearly said that there won't be any nuclear talks if Israel continues to be on the offensive. But viewers, Ayatollah Al-Khamenei's statement comes as Israel continues its offensive, targeting nuclear sites across Iran and military infrastructures. The top commanders of the IRGC of various units are also being eliminated with each passing day. Today we saw how the Quds faction's weapons unit chief was also eliminated in one of the airstrikes while he was traveling in a vehicle. We'll have to wait and watch how the situation pans out in West Asia. But let's switch our focus to International Yoga Day because it made its mark once again, this time at the multinational military exercise Conquest in Mongolia, where the Indian Army led a unique celebration of unity and well-being. Take a look.
The Indian contingent took the lead in commemorating International Yoga Day at the ongoing Conquest exercise. They brought together troops from across the globe for a rejuvenating session of yoga. Amid Mongolia's natural landscape, soldiers embraced the ancient Indian practice. Yoga is known for its benefits to physical health, mental clarity, and emotional balance. From stretching poses to mindful breathing, the session reflected yoga's growing global resonance. It showcased yoga's power to foster discipline, peace, cooperation, values central to every military force. The joint yoga celebration are being seen as a powerful reminder that even amidst military drills, nation can come together, not just in strategy, but in spirituality.
With that, viewers, it's time for a quick break. On the other side, we'll tell you more about Operation Sindhu, where in the latest, a flight with 290 Indian students has arrived and landed in the national capital. Stay tuned for more on that.
This week on Get Me Right, is G7 dead? With its decisions having no impact, dwindling economic clout, and the rise of the global south, is the club of the rich seven becoming just a talk shop? And then we take a look at the impact on India's energy security of the intensifying Middle East conflict, with almost half of India's oil and gas needs coming in through the Strait of Hormuz. What happens in case of disruptions? Finally, is setting up of campuses by foreign universities in India a good strategy to improve overall standards of college degrees in the country? Join me this Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
Seen what it takes to report from the front lines. Accuracy, urgency, courage and responsibility. At Republic School of Journalism, you will be trained for that reality. It's not theory, it's a live learning inside a working newsroom from day one. If you want to report the truth when it matters the most, RSJ is where you begin. Courses begin on June 30th. Apply now.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
مجتمع هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کرد. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیرکل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی، به خبرگزاری صدا گفت.
India's energy story is evolving cleaner, smarter, and with a vision beyond borders. At the heart of this transformation is the Adani power plant in Godda, Jharkhand, a symbol of innovation and regional development. This ultra supercritical thermal power plant has 2 units, each producing 800 megawatts, totaling 1,600 megawatts of reliable, high quality and competitively priced power.
Adani Power Godda operates 2 into 800 megawatt ultra supercritical power plants at Godda. The plant, ultra supercritical plant are designed for high efficiency so that coal required for the operation of the plant is reduced and economical power will be generated. The efficiency of the ultra supercritical plant is high compared to subcritical plant and the supercritical plant. The efficiency of the plant is around 42% compared to normal subcritical plant of 38%.
The first unit started commercial operations in April 2023, followed by the second in June 2023. What sets Godda apart is its pioneering role as India's first transnational power plant, built primarily to supply electricity to Bangladesh under a 25-year power purchase agreement. The plant is designed to run on imported coal, and its water comes directly from the Ganga River via a 96-kilometer pipeline. Environmental safeguards are integral, from FGD and SCR emission control systems to a zero-discharge water policy. Fly ash is 100% recycled, supplied to cement industries, ensuring no waste is left behind. This is not just a plant, it is a leap towards a cleaner, sustainable future.
Our plant is designed zero liquid discharge plant. We have rainwater harvesting facility. We collect all the rainwater inside the plant and collect in our rainwater harvesting facility, and that water we use for horticulture. This plant is a highly efficient plant. This APL Godda, this stands as a benchmark by combining world-class efficiency, cutting-edge technology, and deep-rooted community development.
Beyond power generation, the heart of Adani's approach lies in inclusive development. At the core of this mission is the belief that true progress empowers people. Adani Power Godda's community engagement is guided by this philosophy to create long-term value through education, health, livelihood, and environmental initiatives. These efforts are led by the Adani Foundation, the CSR arm of the Adani Group, actively working across 5,000 villages in India. In education, the Gyanoday Smart Class program is transforming 338 government schools, benefiting over 90,000 students.
अडानी फाउंडेशन के द्वारा जो स्मार्ट क्लास दिया गया है यहाँ पे, उससे बच्चे बहुत प्रभावित हुए हैं। उससे इसके माध्यम से जैसे है कि हम लोग क्या करते हैं, बस हम लोग किताब से पढ़ाते हैं, वो बच्चे देख नहीं पाते हैं। यदि हम ब्लैक बोर्ड पे लिखेंगे तो हमारी बस ये लिखावट राइटिंग देखेंगे, और ये स्मार्ट क्लास आने की वजह से क्या होता है कि बच्चे दृश्य श्रव्य दोनों के माध्यम से बच्चे ज़्यादा सीख पाते हैं। और स्मार्ट क्लास आने से ये भी हुआ है कि एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलम जैसे बच्चे उससे गाना वगैरह सुन सकते हैं, सीख सकते हैं, देख के डांस वगैरह भी कला का भी विकास हो रहा है।
A new high school building at Motia village offers 6 classrooms, clean drinking water and toilet facilities, uplifting 3,500 children in surrounding villages.
अडानी के द्वारा विद्यालय में बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो है मदद मिलते रहती है बीच बीच में, और जैसे यहाँ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के जो है दिक्कत नहीं होती है। विद्यालय में रनिंग वाटर लगा हुआ है, और विद्यालय में इधर नवोदय का स्पेशल कोचिंग जो है चलाया गया था, जो काफ़ी अच्छा है, और यहाँ आसपास के बच्चों को भी काफ़ी उससे बेनिफिट मिली है। और इस बार जो है 2025 में हमारे विद्यालय से एक स्टूडेंट नवोदय में भी सेलेक्ट हुआ है, तो जो काफ़ी सराहनीय चीज़ है अडानी के द्वारा।
Multiple Anganwadi centers have been renovated across villages, complete with learning materials, uniforms and play equipment. With new facilities and digital classrooms, students look happier. Learning is no longer a challenge, it is an opportunity, and it is opening doors to a brighter future. Healthcare, once distant, is now reaching 137 villages thanks to 2 mobile medical vans delivering free primary care and medicines to over 80,000 patients.
हम लोग गांव-गांव जाके एक हेल्थ कैंप लगाते हैं जिसमें कि जो व्यक्ति हॉस्पिटल नहीं पहुंच पाते हैं उनके लिए सुविधा उपलब्ध कराना और उनका ट्रीटमेंट देना, और अगर वो कोई अगर ज़्यादा दिक्कत होती है तो उनको हम लोग व्यवस्था करके अडानी के थ्रू एम्बुलेंस जो आती है उसमें हम लोग शिफ्ट करके और रेफ़र बना के ज़िला अस्पताल भेजते हैं। हम लोग जब गांव में जाते हैं तो उसमें हम लोगों का मेन मकसद ये होता है कि उन व्यक्तियों को सुविधा उपलब्ध हो जिन व्यक्तियों के पास मजबूरियां होती हैं, पैसों की कमी होती है, तो उनको ये थोड़ा सा सहारा मिलता है।
At the Motia Primary Health Center, specialized health camps are held regularly across key medical disciplines, providing essential care to thousands in the region.
अडानी के आने के बाद 7 साल से हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि जब से अडानी 7 साल से स्वास्थ्य विभाग में यहाँ की जनता मरीज को दवा हर एक शुक्रवार को मिलता है, और बहुत ऐसे यहाँ गरीब गुरुआ हैं जो कि नहीं इलाज कर पाते थे, और वह हर शुक्रवार को ये आते हैं और यहाँ की जनता को फ़ायदा मिलता है।
Cattle treatment camps are ensuring livestock health, treating 1,500 plus cattle annually and protecting rural income. And in a bid for a greener tomorrow, 94,000 saplings have been planted by 2,500 farmers across 110 villages. Clean water and sanitation have brought a wave of change. More than 150 hand pumps are installed or repaired each year, benefiting over 10,000 families. Community wells and bathrooms built or renovated across 20 villages are transforming hygiene and daily life. In livelihood support, farmers are embracing change. Mushroom cultivation, vermicomposting, with over 340 vermi beds distributed to 400 plus farmers, sustainable farming is taking root.
यहाँ पर पहले मशरूम के लिए अडानी फाउंडेशन से हम लोग प्रशिक्षण दिया गया था। उसके बाद हम लोग सभी दीदी मिल के सोचे विचारे कि बैठे क्या करेंगे। उसके बाद हम लोग खेती करने लगे। उसके बाद हम लोग सभी दीदी मिलकर उपजाने लगे। उसके बाद इससे हमको फ़ायदा हुआ, खाने पीने के लिए फिर शरीर में पौष्टिक मिला। उसके बाद जो बचत हुआ बाज़ार में, मार्केट में, यहीं से बेचते थे।
यहाँ पर आसपास में करीबन अडानी फाउंडेशन की तरफ से 60 से 70 पाउंड मिला है, जिससे कि किसानों को बहुत फ़ायदा हुआ है। मुझे भी 1 पाउंड है, जिससे मैं उसमें अभी मछली पालन कर रहा हूँ। उससे जिस खेत में हम लोगों को एक फसल उपजाना मुश्किल था, उस खेत में अभी हम 2 फसल उपजा पा रहे हैं।
This is not just development. It is dignity. It is health. It is opportunity. At the heart of the Goda Power Project are the people, the lifeblood of the plant and its surrounding communities. Beyond the megawatts generated, it is the human stories that illuminate the true impact. Local workers find new careers with skill-building programs designed to create lasting employment beyond the plant's operations.
जब से अडानी पावर प्लांट यहाँ पे इस्टेब्लिश हुआ, तो उसके बाद से यहाँ के लोगों के लिए इन्होंने काफ़ी सारे ऐसे प्रोजेक्ट्स चालू किए जिससे कि इनको काफ़ी लाभ हुआ। इस लाभ के अंतर्गत यहाँ के जितने भी यंग जनरेशन है उनको सबसे पहले यहाँ स्किल की ट्रेनिंग दी जाती है। स्किल्स में काफ़ी ऐसे सारे ट्रेड्स हैं जिनमें कि इनको गुणवत्तापूर्ण शिक्षा दे करके इंडस्ट्री की जो आजकल के रिक्वायरमेंट है, जो डिमांड है, उस चीज़ को यहाँ पे पूरा किया जा रहा है।
From technicians to safety officers, the project is a gateway for youth and women alike, providing stable incomes and vocational training. Women in nearby villages have stepped into roles once rare in the energy sector, becoming technicians, engineers, and administrators, breaking barriers and empowering future generations. The project has introduced new irrigation schemes and soil enrichment programs, helping improve crop yields. Community initiatives in education and health, supported by the project's CSR programs, have further strengthened the social fabric, making the region more resilient.
मैं यहाँ का रैयत हूँ और जो है सो ज़मीन जाने के कारण यहाँ पे हमारी ज्वाइनिंग हुई है। विगत 15 से 17 सालों से मैं बाहर में काम करता था, जिसके कारण मुझे पारिवारिक अव्यवस्था का सामना करना पड़ता था और अडानी के आने के बाद जब मेरी ज्वाइनिंग यहाँ पे हुई तो मैं अपने घर परिवार को भी देख पाता हूँ और अडानी में भी अपना पूर्ण एफर्ट लगा सकता हूँ।
The Godda power plant is a beacon of cleaner energy, reducing reliance on coal imports and fossil fuels, while dramatically cutting greenhouse gas emissions. Through advanced technology and stringent environmental controls, the plant has minimized air and water pollution, protecting local ecosystems and improving public health.
We are maintaining all pollution control standard. We are using highly efficient ESP. That is controlling emission of particulate that is less than 25 mg, and we are using FGD for SOx control and SCR for NOx control, and we are maintaining this SOx and NOx below 100 ppm.
The Godda power plant contributes to India's commitment under the Paris Agreement, helping reduce carbon intensity and supporting the transition to a low-carbon economy.
मेरा नाम मंटू पासवान हुआ। मैं 5 साल के दरमियान में 9 प्रदूषण गंदा पानी देखे हैं और 9 धुआं देखे हैं। तो ये लोग जो गलत अफवाह फैलाते हैं बिल्कुल निराधार है। ये किसी प्रकार का कंपनी से शिकायत नहीं हुआ है और नो प्रदूषण, उसके लिए गाछ वृक्ष लगाया गया है प्रदूषण के लिए। और ये जो है लोग अफवाह फैलाते हैं कि प्रदूषण कंपनी करती है, गंदा हवा है, गंदा पानी निकलता है, तो धुआं गंदा निकलता है। ये सब गलत अफवाह है।
The surrounding areas have seen new afforestation drives, planting thousands of trees to restore biodiversity and create green buffers around the plant. Water conservation is prioritized with modern cooling techniques and rainwater harvesting, ensuring responsible usage in this water-sensitive region. By integrating renewable energy components and planning future expansions aligned with green policies, Godda is more than a power station. It is a model for sustainable development. It reflects India's commitment to responsible development, where environmental care, community upliftment, and operational excellence go hand in hand. It's a model of how industrial progress can align with social and ecological responsibility. The power generated here fuels more than grids. It empowers lives, sustains communities, and nurtures the promise of a greener tomorrow.
जामुल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। तिमिल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च.
אם מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיקוך בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית בטיח
לא תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות, לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח, כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
In the escalating Iran-Israel conflict of June 2025, Israel has launched Operation Rising Lion, targeting Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. The operation included precise strikes that eliminated 11 senior Iranian generals, including IRGC commander and the chief of staff as well, accused of orchestrating terrorism in the country and destabilizing the region as well. Israel's attack hit key nuclear sites like Natanz and Arak, aiming to curb Iran's nuclear ambitions. Iran retaliated with missile barrages, killing civilians and damaging Israeli infrastructure. The conflict has claimed over 600 lives in Iran and dozens in Israel, raising fears of a broader war in the region. Have a look.
هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کردند. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی، به خبرگزاری صدا
120 नागरिक मारे गए हैं। इजराइल के वित्त मंत्री बेजल स्मोट्रिच ने कहा कि ईरानी हमलों से हुए नुकसान के कारण लगभग 3000 इजरायलियों को निकाला गया है।
Now, a flight with 290 Indian students, mostly from Jammu and Kashmir, arrived in the national capital after Iran lifted its airspace restrictions as part of India's Operation Sindhu. Now, in a special gesture, Iran has allowed 3 evacuation flights to use its airspace to bring back home these 1,000 Indians. Watch this.
Today we saw that another batch of students of India, Bharat, that was stranded in Iran came back. Right now you're just witnessing that how most of these students who belong from Kashmir are being put in buses, and you are seeing that how officials from the Ministry of Home Affairs and other form of the union government are making sure that all the students over here who have just returned back to their motherland are being put in buses from where they're going to be sent back. So what we are going to be doing is, we have already had a word with the students, and I would just request my video journalist to just show the visuals of these buses where the students are being put. In fact, I would urge my video journalist to show the visuals of some more students being put over here. These are some of the students, who are over here. They are going to be put in buses. In fact, we'll try having a word with them. How does it feel to be coming back to your motherland?
Oh, it's very good, and हमें एम्बेसी ने बहुत ज़्यादा हेल्प की, उन्होंने इवैक्यूएट करने में बहुत ज़्यादा।
आप कश्मीर के कौन से भाग के, आपका नाम?
मेरा नाम साविस जमुल है और मैं जम्मू में किश्तवाड़ से हूँ।
So yes, you are seeing that how now students are being put in buses. It's a happy situation for people coming over here, the students coming over here. From here, most of these students are going to be now taken back to Kashmir, where most of these students belong to. But yes, along with the students, there were also some people who had gone to pilgrimage, most of the people from western Uttar Pradesh. So yes, we've also had a word with them, and as I said, it's a happy situation where at least most of the students who were stranded in Iran, that is right now being torn in war, are being brought back. And you are witnessing that how there is a lot of hustle and bustle, a lot of excitement, a lot of enthusiasm. And I would just request the video journalist to show the visuals over here. A lot of enthusiasm as the students are being welcomed over here in the motherland. And it is not only the students who are being welcomed, but there are also a lot of people who had gone for pilgrimage. They are also being welcomed of finally returning from Iran, a war-torn country right now, being coming back to the motherland.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
बिबल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबा केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
مجتمع هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کرد. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی به خبرگزاری صدا
This week on Get Me Right is G7 dead. With its decisions having no impact, dwindling economic clout, and the rise of the global south, is the club of the rich seven becoming just a talk shop? And then we take a look at the impact on India's energy security of the intensifying Middle East conflict, with almost half of India's oil and gas needs coming in through the Strait of Hormuz. What happens in case of disruptions? Finally, is setting up of campuses by foreign universities in India a good strategy to improve overall standards of college degrees in the country? Join me this Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very
good afternoon. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story that we are tracking is the DGCA asking Air India to remove officials related to crew rostering. This after the Ahmedabad air crash that killed 241 people on board. All the details on that big story and much more is coming up ahead. Here are the headlines first. Israel has launched multiple missile attacks on Iran, targeting more military bases after Tehran ruled out nuclear talks at the United Nations. Israel eliminated Iranian Quds force commander Behnam Shahriyari, responsible for supplying arms to Iranian-backed terrorist groups, including Hezbollah.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Donald Trump says his intel chief Tulsi Gabbard is wrong about Iran's nuclear program. DGCA issues a note against Air India team and calls for their immediate removal or for repeated violations. Flight with 290 Indian students arrives in Delhi after Iran lifted its airspace restrictions as part of India's Operation Sindhu.
Let this Yoga Day mark the beginning of Yoga for Humanity 2.0, जहां योग विश्व को टकराव से सहयोग और तनाव से समाधान की ओर ले जाए.
And on 11th International Day of Yoga, Prime Minister Modi emphasizes on yoga for global peace. And the big story we are tracking at the top of 2 is DGCA issuing a note against Air India rostering teams and orders their removal for repeated violations. Now, the note mentions internal disciplinary proceedings must be initiated against these officials without delay, and the outcome of such proceedings shall be reported to this office within 10 days from the date of issue of this letter. So DGCA asking Air India to remove officials, and this is so Air India is facing now DGCA action over crew safety violations. Let's get more details. Our colleague Riyanka is now joining us for more details. Riyanka, now the DGCA action finally on Air India over crew safety violations in the aftermath of the Ahmedabad crash. What is the note that the DGCA has given says?
Well, see, there is a heavy scrutiny when it comes to Air India now after the tragic crash in Ahmedabad. And what we see that the Air India has received a note from the side of the DGC. It's an order which has now gone ahead and asked Air India to remove 3 of its crew members or officials. And this is in non-compliance of regulations as well as violations of several of their mandatory orders. Now, what it says that there is a responsibility of operational lapses that has been seen, and these three crew members they have to undergo an internal disciplinary proceedings against them within within 10 days. A report has to be submitted. Now, what exactly were these lapses? There has been an unauthorized and non-complaint crew pairings which was done by these 3 members, violation of mandatory licensing and recency norms, systemic failures in scheduling protocol and oversight. So these are the people, the 3 people, the officials of Air India who were responsible for scheduling of the crew members, and there have been violations which have been found out by the DGCA, which is why the DGCA has ordered removal of these 3 without any delay and a response from the Air India side within 10 days.
Right, Riyanka, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. And so the DGCA has issued a show cause notice to Air India, but a reaction is also coming from Air India. So DGCA has issued show cause notice to Air India, and so basically the India Civil Aviation Regulator pulling up Air India for serious and repeated violations of crew safety and ordering the removal of 3 senior officials, as our reporter was telling us. All right, let's get back to Riyanka. Riyanka, now Air India has issued a statement as well. But talking about these violations, the crew safety violations do also make our viewers understand how important are these rosters and how are they actually related to the safety when we talk about the safety of the aircraft and how are these rostering officials playing a role?
Well, it clearly says that there has been a systemic failure in scheduling, protocol and oversight, violation of mandatory licensing and norms, unauthorized and non-compliant crew pairings. Now, this is something that Air India the DGCA sees becoming a violation from the side of Air India's senior officials who have gone ahead and made such an important move, which is at this point in time a violation of the regulations. Now, there has been a response that has come in from the side of Air India. Air India has very clearly said that we acknowledge the regulator's directive. As I read the statement, they said that we have implemented the order. In the interim, the company's Chief Operations Officer will provide direct oversight to the Integrated Operations Control Center. Air India is committed to ensuring that there is total adherence to safety protocol and standard practices. This has been the response from the side of Air India spokesperson, who has very clearly said that the order from the side of the DGCA has been taken into accordance and has been implemented hereafter.
So what our reporter has confirmed, that Air India has also issued a statement. It says, we acknowledge the regulator's directive and we have implemented the order. And in the interim, the company's Chief Operations Officer will provide direct oversight to the Integrated Operations Control Center, that is IOCC. And Air India is committed to ensuring that there is total adherence to safety protocols and standard practices. All right, let's move on in the bulletin now. International Yoga Day made its mark once again, and this time at the multinational military exercise Conquest that was held in Mongolia, where the Indian Army led a unique celebration of unity and well-being. Here's a quick report.
The Indian contingent took the lead in commemorating International Yoga Day at the ongoing Conquest exercise. They brought together troops from across the globe for a rejuvenating session of yoga. Amid Mongolia's natural landscape, soldiers embraced the ancient Indian practice. Yoga is known for its benefits to physical health, mental clarity and emotional balance. From stretching poses to mindful breathing, the session reflected yoga's growing global resonance. It showcased yoga's power to foster discipline, peace, cooperation, values central to every military force. The joint yoga celebration are being seen as a powerful reminder that even amidst military drills, nation can come together, not just in strategy, but in spirituality.
And the big international focus we are tracking, the Israeli Defense Forces has announced that the Behnam Shahriyari, who's the commander of the Iranian Quds Forces Unit 190, responsible for weapons transfers, was killed in an airstrike by the Israeli fighter jets while traveling in western Iran, over 1,000 kilometers from Israel. Now, this operation, guided by Israeli intelligence, targeted Shahriyari for his key role in supplying arms to Iranian-backed terrorist groups, including Hezbollah, Hamas and the Houthis. These weapons, including missiles and rockets, have been used against Israel during ongoing conflict. So big success there for the Israeli Defense Forces, because they are confirming And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in related to the Israel-Iran conflict, and that is Israeli air forces have intercepted 2 Iranian drones in the Arawa city following allegations that were activated regarding the intrusion of a hostile aircraft. Israeli Air Force shot down 2 unmanned aerial vehicles that were launched from Iran towards the Israeli territory. So strikes continuing in from both sides. And those are visuals you can see.
בסדר גמור, אני מבצע, קיבלתי תוצאה חיובית. נכנס לביצוע. מבצע. מטרה הופלה. בסדר גמור, אני מבצע. יש פיצוץ.
So the conflict between Israel and Iran has been intensifying, with both countries engaging in a series of military strikes as well as cyber attacks and covert operations. Now, Israel has targeted Iranian military installations, nuclear facilities and key infrastructure, while Iran has also responded with rocket attacks and also drone strikes against the Israeli territory. The conflict has significant global implications due to the involvement of major world powers. The United States, which is a key ally of Israel, has been drawn into the conflict, while Iran has received support from Russia and China. Now, this has led to a complex web of alliances and rivalries that could potentially escalate the conflict. While the escalation sees no end in sight, Republic TV is the only channel reporting from Tel Aviv in Israel, from the areas that have suffered extensive damage. Here is what Republic reporter Nick saw on Ground Zero. Take a look.
Here is the downtown of Tel Aviv area, one of the main business centers of Israel. And you can see how extensive is the damage just from one ballistic missile that Iran sends towards this residential and business area. Tens of thousands of people are working here every day, and those offices, skyscrapers, were the target of the Iranian missile. And also the residential buildings here, some of them completely destroyed, some of them can fall any moment. That's why we can't go closer, because it's really dangerous. Parts of the buildings still are falling, and those buildings are not safe. People are evacuated from all of this area, and here the security forces continue to work and to understand how extensive is the damage from the Iranian ballistic missile. It was a illegal missile that was fired from Iran. It had a cluster munition on the ballistic missile, meaning that from one rocket, many smaller rockets were fired, and they are in the radius of all of this area fell, and they can explode any moment. If children or people touch them, they can explode, and this is illegal. But still, Iran doing that because they are trying to terrorize the people of Israel. Iran thinks that if the Israeli people will be terrorized enough, it will lead to a pressure on the Israeli government to stop their war, to stop their effort to destroy the nuclear capabilities, the nuclear weapons of the Iranian regime, with which they are threatening for many years to destroy the Jewish land. Although this is one of the main areas of Israel, one of the main roads, but still it is closed because of Iranian ballistic missile, and all those skyscrapers can fall, they are unstable. We still see how parts of those skyscrapers are falling on the road, people can't go there. Everybody evacuated. And also we have here underground metro, and this metro saved the lives of many Israelis that heard the alerts and they escaped here. They escaped here and it saved their lives. You can see this metro station underground saved the lives of many Israelis, because Israelis used to this kind of reality when barrages of rockets are fired at them for decades, and it was just one of those barrages. And Iran illegally tried with cluster munition to kill as much as possible Israelis.
Now, Iran has launched several missile barrages against Israel, targeting residential areas and causing significant damage and casualties. Now, according to reports, Iranian attacks have struck multiple urban areas in Israel, including Tel Aviv, Bat Yam, Tamra, as well as Haifa. And in one such incident, an Iranian missile struck a residential building in Israel, injuring at least 14 people. Here is the ground report from the exact location where the Iranian missile hit the residential areas in Israel. Take a look.
Those buildings maybe can collapse, and those buildings are not military targets whatsoever. You can understand that here it's a residential area. People are living here, and all of them were targets because the shock wave just of one ballistic missile is for hundreds of meters of radius. And also Iran using cluster munition on their missiles, a munition which is illegal. Iran using missiles with illegal munition because they are trying to kill as much as possible Israelis. And you can see here how extensive is the damage, and this rocket fell into a lot of smaller rockets, and all of those rockets can explode any moment and can bring more damage. This is one of the reasons why all of this area is closed, and you can see how many buildings were impacted and damaged just from one rocket. And it shows you once again that Iran for 1 week targeting civilians and civilian areas, residential areas, downtowns, business centers, public places, places where there are no military targets whatsoever, but yet this is the targets of the Iranian missiles. And this is another war crime that you can witness yourself here behind me. You can see that Iran trying to terrorize regular Israelis. Here on the other side also all the shops are damaged, devastated by the shock wave. The shock wave is going through windows, through walls, through buildings. Nothing stops this shock wave. Most of them are young people from all over Israel and the world, and you can see that some of them are trying to save some of the stuff from their homes. They could come inside, take the things, but it's really dangerous because the buildings are not stable and they can collapse, but yet the authorities authorizing them with some protection to go inside for a short moments and to take the stuff. You can see how dangerous is that. And also there are some signs saying that do not enter, danger building. And there are a lot of people here are looking that nobody will enter without a permission. There are a lot of security. And you can see here how extensive is the damage. All those buildings, each of them, each apartment, each building has its own story. In one of those apartments actually was living a family member of the former Prime Minister of Israel, Yair Lapid. and the current leader of the opposition of Israel. She was living here, the granddaughter of the opposition leader, and it just shows you that it touches everyone in Israel, the war. It is a small country and everybody knows someone who was a casualty or suffered from those attacks. And here you have flags of Israel anywhere where there is those distractions, and here it says, we are with you, with love, with heart. We are here with you 24/7. The municipality of Tel Aviv, and there is the telephone number of the municipality. People can call there and get any help that they need. Just look, what a distraction from one missile. All those buildings that you see around me are not safe anymore. They were destroyed. Even here behind me there is a metro station that is constructed, and it also can collapse all this ground. So all of this place is not safe at all. And still I can hear some stuff are falling from the buildings. And those are the targets of the Iranians. They are targeting civilian places because they are trying to terrorize Israelis and tourists. And this is the result of this terror regime of Iran. Nikol Yochin, Tel Aviv, Israel. Nikol Yochin, Tel Aviv, Israel.
से जाएगा सोई थी ना मोरा आगे जाएगी ताकि कोन लावते मा मन केंते करजे डर लागिला झे पे खाली झे पिला मन
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए, और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
אם מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיקוך בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך...
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה. אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת. כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית בטיח
לא תסרוני חיליותיי, שיביתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות, לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח. כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
אז לא בא לי להיפרד, אבל מגיע לנשמה הטובה שלך לנוח. אני מרגישה שחלק ממני חזר, עם צלקת וחוסר שלא ייעלם לעולם. יאיה, אתה...
למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת.
In this cabinet, and not only in this cabinet.
We gave you through
I said.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH।
مجتمع هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کرد. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی به خبرگزاری صدا
Positive Influencer Show with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Over the next half an hour, we'll give you a dose of positivity from our positive influencers. Let's get started. He served the nation only for a few months, but his sacrifice shook the enemy and inspired the whole generation. And today, Captain Yashika Tyagi shares powerful insight on Captain Saurabh Kalia. Watch this.
हिमाचल की खूबसूरत वादियां आज कुछ उदास हैं। फौजी बेटे की छुट्टी जो खत्म हो गई। कैप्टन सौरभ कालिया छुट्टी के बाद अपनी यूनिट वापस जा रहे थे। भाई गाड़ी में सामान रखते हुए बोला, नौटी जल्दी करो, बस का टाइम हो गया। नम आंखों से पिता ने कंधा थपथपाया। पल्लू से आंसू पोंछते हुए मां ने गले से चिपटा लिया। मन ही मन ढेर सारे आशीर्वाद दे दिए। हे भगवान, मेरे बच्चे की रक्षा करना। उस दिन किसे पता था 23 साल का ये नौजवान, जिसकी फौजी नौकरी सिर्फ 5-6 महीने की हुई थी, आज अमर होने की डगर पे निकल पड़ा। कारगिल की लड़ाई का पहला अमर शहीद कैप्टन सौरभ कालिया, 4 जाट रेजिमेंट। जय हिंद। मैं कैप्टन याशिका हटवाल त्यागी हूं, कारगिल वॉर वेटरन और मिलिट्री इंस्पायर्ड लीडरशिप कोच। शौर्य टेल्स में मेरी कोशिश रहती है कि आपके लिए ऐसी अमर कहानियां लेकर आऊं जिन्हें सुनना और सुनाना दोनों में ही गर्व है। आज भी मुझे वो दिन याद है जब पालमपुर हिमाचल से छुट्टी से लौटते पर लेह में मेरी मुलाकात कैप्टन सौरभ कालिया से हुई। ऑफिसर्स मेस में खाना खाते हुए हमने खूब सारी बातें करी और फिर वो अपनी यूनिट ज्वाइन करने आगे चले गए और मैं अपनी यूनिट। इतना खुशनुमा माहौल था कि कहीं से भनक नहीं लग रही थी कि आगे आने वाला समय कितना भयानक होने वाला है। मई 1999 के महीने में इंटेलिजेंस रिपोर्ट्स आने लगी कि कारगिल और द्रास की ऊंची पहाड़ियों पर कुछ संदिग्ध मूवमेंट नोटिस हो रहा है। सौरभ कालिया को यह टास्क मिला कि सैनिकों की एक छोटी सी टुकड़ी के साथ काकसर सेक्टर में जमीनी हकीकत का पता करें। उस दिन मौसम बहुत खराब होने लगा। तेज बर्फीली हवाएं, बारिश और स्लीट की वजह से कुछ दिखाई नहीं दे रहा था। अगले दिन यानी 15 मई को सौरभ 5 बहादुर जवानों की पेट्रोलिंग पार्टी के साथ निकल पड़े। इन 5 जाट बलवानों के नाम थे सिपाही अर्जुन राम, सिपाही भंवरलाल बगारिया, सिपाही भीकाराम, सिपाही मूलाराम, सिपाही नरेश सिंह। कठिन चढ़ाई और नुकीली पहाड़ियों पे दुश्मन की टोह लेते हुए दिन के तकरीबन 3:30 बज गए थे कि एकाएक उन पर चारों ओर से गोलियां बरसने लगी। दे वर एम्बुश्ड। तुरंत चट्टानों की आड़ लेते हुए सौरभ और उनकी पेट्रोलिंग पार्टी ने जवाबी फायर किया और रेडियो सेट से अपनी यूनिट हेडक्वार्टर्स को खबर करी कि दुश्मन की नफरी हमसे बहुत ज्यादा है। दोनों ओर से फायरिंग हो रही है। तकरीबन 16,000 फीट के एल्टीट्यूड पे साए साए करती बर्फीली हवा, कहीं कोई पेड़ नहीं। चट्टान का सहारा लेते हुए ये टुकड़ी ऊपर बैठे हुए दुश्मन के टारगेट पर थी। धीरे धीरे एम्युनिशन, गोलियां खत्म होने लगी, बंदूकें खामोश होने लगी। दुश्मन के साथ हैंड टू हैंड फाइट यानी गुत्थम गुत्था की लड़ाई में जाट बलवानों ने दुश्मन का कड़ा मुकाबला किया, पर दुश्मन की गिनती बहुत ज्यादा थी। ये पाकिस्तानी भेड़िए हमारे शेरों पर कूद पड़े और आखिरकार इस टुकड़ी को बंदी बना लिया, यानी प्रिजनर ऑफ वॉर बना लिया। दुश्मन की टुकड़ी ने उन्हें जिंदा इसलिए पकड़ा जिससे वो इंडियन आर्मी के बारे में सटीक इंफॉर्मेशन हासिल कर सकें। कहां कितनी फौज है, हमारे हेडक्वार्टर्स कहां कहां हैं, हमारी पोस्ट्स की लोकेशन क्या है, वगैरह वगैरह। 1999 में मई जून के 22 दिनों तक हर दिन, हर घंटा, हर मिनट सौरभ और 5 जाट बलवान बिना हिम्मत खोए पाकिस्तानियों की अमानवीय यातना झेलते रहे। दुश्मन सवाल पूछता रहा, टॉर्चर करता गया, लेकिन इन हिंदुस्तानियों की हिम्मत को डिगा ना सका। एक सैनिकों की टुकड़ी सौरभ और उनके जवानों को ढूंढने निकल पड़ी, लेकिन दुश्मन के एम्बुश का शिकार हो गई। उनके पार्थिव शरीर 57 दिनों के बाद हमें मिल सके। जेनीवा कन्वेंशन के मुताबिक प्रिजनर्स ऑफ वॉर को टॉर्चर नहीं किया जा सकता, लेकिन ये पाकिस्तानी हैवान शैतान को पूज कर आए थे। एक एक कर सौरभ के नाखून उखाड़ दिए। जब वो कुछ न बोले तो कान में गरम रॉड डाल दी। हिंदुस्तानी सैनिकों के शरीर को जगह जगह सिगरेट से जलाया गया। राइफल के बट से मार मार कर दांत और हड्डियां तोड़ दी। हर रात शून्य से गिरते पारे में उन्हें आसमान के नीचे खुले में छोड़ दिया जाता और फिर सुबह से फिर टॉर्चर शुरू। कैसे रहे होंगे वो 22 दिन और वो 22 रातें? वो बहादुर योद्धा जिन्होंने फौज की कोई इंफॉर्मेशन इसके बावजूद भी दुश्मन को नहीं दी। दुश्मन ने एक एक कर उनकी आंखें पहले तो फोड़ दी और फिर नोच कर बाहर निकाल दी। प्राइवेट पार्ट्स को काट दिया, पर जाट रेजिमेंट के एक भी फौलादी सैनिक की हिम्मत को तोड़ नहीं पाए। थमती सांसों में भी गुरूर देखकर पाकिस्तान फ्रस्ट्रेट हो गया और आखिर में गोली से इन शेरों का शरीर छलनी कर दिया। ये है लोहे से बना भारतीय सेना के सैनिक। उनके पोस्टमार्टम की रिपोर्ट आज भी इंटरनेट पे अवेलेबल है। जब तक थी सांस लड़े वो, फिर अपनी जान लुटा दी। तुम भूल न जाओ उनको, इसलिए कही ये कहानी। जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी जरा याद करो कुर्बानी। सौरभ कालिया और जाट रेजिमेंट के बहादुर 5 सैनिकों ने देश को चेतावनी दे दी कि दुश्मन हमारी दहलीज पर आ चुका है। इंडियन आर्मी ने ऑपरेशन विजय लॉन्च किया, जिसका मकसद था देश में घुस आए दुश्मन को उखाड़ फेंकना। 3 महीने तक चले इस युद्ध में आर्टिलरी गन्स की उगलती आग, एयरफोर्स के बॉम्बार्डमेंट और इन्फेंट्री के जवानों की हिम्मत के आगे दुश्मन के हौसले पस्त हो गए। पाकिस्तान की नॉर्दर्न लाइट इन्फेंट्री ने घुटने टेक दिए। मुझे गर्व है कि मैंने इस युद्ध को करीब से देखा, महसूस किया और बहादुरी शब्द के असली मायने को पहचाना। अगर आप इमेजिन कर सकते हैं तो करिए। काकसर की पहाड़ियों में गूंजती सौरभ कालिया की चीखों को इमेजिन करिए और इज्जत करिए एक सैनिक की, उसकी शहादत की, उसके परिवार की, जिन्होंने तिरंगे की शान के लिए और देशवासियों के लिए अपना सबसे प्यारा सदस्य दांव पर लगा दिया। अगर आप बन सकते हैं तो ऐसे काबिल नागरिक बनिए जिनके दिल में देश के लिए प्यार हो। यह देश सदा कैप्टन सौरभ कालिया और सिपाही अर्जुन राम, सिपाही भंवरलाल बगारिया, सिपाही भीकाराम, सिपाही मूलाराम और सिपाही नरेश सिंह का ऋणी रहेगा। शौर्य टेल्स में हम ऐसी ही अमर कहानियों के साथ फिर मिलेंगे। जय हिंद की सेना।
It is one of India's most mysterious temples, one with no idols yet endless faith. Let's uncover the secrets of Kamakhya Temple in Assam. Watch this.
Namaste. I'm Shalini Modi. I'm an author with interests in our ancient scriptures and temples. So let me take you on this beautiful journey to a temple in the city of Guwahati in the northeastern state of Assam, Kamakhya Ji. This is the temple I'm talking about. It's nestled on Nilachal Hill in Guwahati. Here, there is no idol. Instead, you will find caves with water in them. And the importance lies in touching the water and putting it to your forehead. There are many, many temples here on this hill, and is why this whole hill is considered to be Devi incarnate. There are Shivji's temples, Bhairavji, and the 10 Mahavidya temples. So the story goes that Sati Ma had self-immolated herself during the yagya being held at her father's house. She did so because Shivji was insulted, and Shivji was so disturbed that he carried her body around in rage. Vishnu Bhagwan, to calm him down, cut the mother's body with his Sudarshan Chakra into 51 parts. Wherever these parts fell, they became energy centers 51 Shakti Pitas with Bhairavji, the fierce form of Shivji, as the guardian. So here in Kamakhyaji, mother's yoni fell, and that's why 3 days, or rather 4 days in a year, mother menstruates and the temple is shut. But the premises is filled with sadhak, aghoris, devotees who come here to carry out sadhana because the Nilachal hill is vibrating with energy. This year, this occurrence will happen between 22nd to 26th of June. This happens at the onset of monsoon and summer solstice. Here, the red water that I was talking about in the inner sanctum turns red. And that is why the priests keep a white cloth before the temple is shut. And this cloth turns red. So don't forget to ask for this special piece of cloth from the priest if you're visiting Kamakhya Mandir. Another state where a similar occurrence of festival happens is Orissa. Here, the fertility of earth is celebrated on the onset of monsoon in the month of June. For fertility and womanhood is celebrated, and the women are given an off from the regular tasks, and rituals are carried out to celebrate Mother Earth's fertility. It's a belief that these 3 days of the festival, Mother Earth menstruates. It's amazing to see how in our country, through the length and breadth, everything is celebrated and considered divine. The very fact of living, the humans, the land, the very existence is divine. It is not just in the temples that divinity is looked at. Jai Ma Kamakhya, Jai Bharat Mata.
From serving hot tea to serving a cause, this is a story about Vishal Khandelwal, a chai wala from Bilaspur who took it upon himself to fight the plastic crisis. Here's more.
है ये सब कुछ और इसे बनाया है पाली जिले के बिसलपुर के कांजी चाय वाले ने। जी हां, मेरा नाम है विशाल और आप देख रहे हैं रिपब्लिक वर्ल्ड।
नमस्कार, मेरा नाम कानाराम मेवाड़ा है और मेरी एक चाय की दुकान है। लोग मुझे कांजी चाय वाले के नाम से जानते हैं।
जी हाँ, कांजी चाय वाले ने 4.5 साल पहले इस मुहिम को शुरू किया, जिसमें उन्होंने लो प्लास्टिक जमा करना शुरू किया अपने आसपास के लोगों से।
मैंने इस प्लास्टिक के प्रति एक जागरूकता की मुहिम शुरू की, जिसमें घर घर से निकलने वाला आपका रेफर, चिप्स, शैम्पू का पाउच, सिंगल यूज प्लास्टिक, मल्टीलेयर, जो भी रेफर होता है वो आप जमा करें। उसके बदले में एक गिफ्ट आइटम रखा था हमने शुरुआत में, चीनी है, पौधा है या पैसे है। उस मुहिम को एक शुरुआत की थी।
कराते हैं और वो यहाँ पर उन्हें इकट्ठा करते हैं। आप देख सकते हैं कि हर तरीके का प्लास्टिक यहाँ पर जमा किया गया हुआ है।
फिर धीरे धीरे मैं आसपास के गांवों में, स्कूलों में बच्चों के साथ उठना बैठना और उनको एक जागरूकता का संदेश दिया प्लास्टिक के प्रति। हाल ही में हमने 5 महीने पहले रिसाइकिल प्लांट लगाया है, जो कि जिससे हमने ये बेंच और डस्टबिन बनाए, जो मेरा फेवरेट है डस्टबिन।
आप देख सकते हैं कितनी कलरफुल बेंचेस हैं यहाँ पर, टेबल है चाय का रखने के लिए और इसके अलावा सब कुछ यहाँ पर प्लास्टिक से बना हुआ है। कांजी ने ये प्लांट यहाँ इकट्ठा किया है, उसमें 10 टन से भी ज़्यादा प्लास्टिक आपको देखने को मिलेगा और मकसद सिर्फ एक है कि अपने आसपास एनवायरनमेंट को क्लीन रखना है।
कि मेरे आसपास के जितने भी स्कूल है वहाँ रखे जाए डोनर के सहयोग से, और उसको बदले में वही वेस्ट है मैं उनको कुछ बेस्ट कन्वर्ट करके दूँ और अपने आसपास का गांव, तालाब, जवाई स्वच्छ और सुंदर बना रहे और एक प्लास्टिक को रीयूज और रिसाइकिल करने में आप सब सहयोग करें। नहीं जी, मजाक तो बहुत उड़ाया, मेरा फैमिली सहयोग भी नहीं रहा। फैमिली वालों ने भी, परिवार वालों ने भी मना कर दिया कि ये वेस्ट है, यानी कि कचरा है। एक लोगों को दिमाग ही वही है कि ये कचरा है, कि कचरे में हाथ मत डालो, इसको सेग्रीगेट मत करो, या इसको उठाओ मत, या कहीं बिनने मत जाओ, या कलेक्ट मत करो, मना कर दिया था। वहाँ के लोग भी बहुत कहते थे कि ये क्या काम शुरू कर दिया है, कचरा ले रहा है, गंदगी भर रहा है दुकान के अंदर, बच्चे भी ला के दे रहे, सब तरह तरह की एक परेशानियाँ और एक बातें आने लगी थी। बहुत कुछ इस बातों से हम गुजरा भी हूँ। लेकिन जब सबका सहयोग मिला और एक तो मुझे ग्रीन वॉरियर के नाम से अवार्ड भी मिले, तो उसके बाद में लोगों की थीम चलने लगी और गांव के बाहर से आने वाले मेहमानों ने बोला कि बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे, आप इनका सहयोग करते रहे हमेशा। तो लोगों की एक पॉजिटिव सोच आनी शुरू हुई धीरे धीरे।
तो लास्टली कांजी बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत कर रहे हैं अपने आप से अकेले ही। अब देखिए वे ऐसे पेपर बैग्स बना के लोगों को कहते हैं कि आप रीयूज करिए, ऐसे बोरे से बने हुए बैग्स देके कहते हैं कि रिड्यूस की तरफ आप सोचिए, और ऐसी प्लास्टिक से बनी हुई बेंचेस से वो रिसाइकल कर रहे हैं। आप सोचिए उन्होंने अभी तक इन 4.5 सालों में करीबन 1000 किलो जितना प्लास्टिक रिसाइकल कर दिया है। जी हाँ, आप सोचिए अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी बात है। एक बिसलपुर जैसे छोटे से गांव में एक चाय की दुकान चलाने वाला ये आदमी कितना कुछ कर गया। तो सोचिए अगर हम और आप छोटे सा हाथ बढ़ा देंगे तो व्यक्ति कहां तक जाएगा। बहुत खूबसूरत बात कही थी किसी ने कि जब मैं चला था घर से तो अकेला था, लेकिन जब लोग मुझसे जुड़ते गए तो कारवा बनता गया। तो बस इस एनवायरनमेंट डे पर हम सिर्फ इंस्टाग्राम और यूट्यूब पर वीडियो शेयर ना करें, लाइक ना करें, हमारी जिम्मेदारी उससे भी थोड़ी आगे की है। ऐसे कांजी जैसे लोगों को ढूंढिए, उनकी मदद करिए। ये लोग आपसे पैसा नहीं मांगते, मांगते हैं समर्थन, और समर्थन देने में आप और हमारा क्या ही जाएगा। ऐसे ही देखते रहिए, हमें अपने राम को ऐसे प्यार देते रहिए और कांजी जैसे लोगों को सपोर्ट करते रहिए। शुक्रिया।
Success takes time, and Prateek Sharma explains it beautifully through a story of a Chinese bamboo. Watch this.
हेलो, मैं हूं प्रतीक शर्मा और मैं आया हूं सीधे रिपब्लिक स्टूडियो से आपके लिए एक बड़ी कमाल की ऑब्जर्वेशन लेकर। एक ऐसी ऑब्जर्वेशन जिसमें ना कोई ड्रामेटिक ट्विस्ट है, ना इस कहानी में कोई हीरो है, ना विलन, लेकिन फिर भी ये हमारी जिंदगी बदल सकती है अगर हम इसे महसूस कर पाए। ये कहानी है एक पेड़ की। जी हां, एक सिंपल सा पेड़, चाइनीज बैम्बू ट्री का। और ये कोई ऑर्डिनरी पेड़ नहीं है, ये एक ऐसा पेड़ है जो हमें जिंदगी का सबसे गहरा लेसन देता है। चाइनीज बैम्बू ट्री को जस्ट लाइक एनी अदर प्लांट उगाया जाता है, उसे पानी दिया जाता है, उसकी मिट्टी का ध्यान रखा जाता है, रोज उसे सूरज की रोशनी मिलती है। लेकिन फिर भी 1 साल, 2 साल, 3 साल, 4 साल, 5 साल तक कुछ भी दिखाई नहीं देता, ना एक लीफ, ना एक शूट। अगर आप इसको उगा रहे हैं तो आप खुद बहुत डाउट में पड़ जाएंगे। शायद बीज ही खराब था, शायद मैं कुछ गलत कर रहा हूं, शायद पानी और डालना है, शायद खाद और डालनी चाहिए थी, और थक हार के हम गिव अप कर देते हैं कि ये कभी उगेगा भी। लेकिन एक दिन ऐसा आता है जब 5 साल बाद वो बैम्बू ट्री सिर्फ 6 हफ्ते में 80 फीट तक बढ़ जाता है। अचानक से रातों रात वो ऐसी लंबाई खींचता है जिसको देखकर यकीन नहीं होता। अब इस कहानी से एक सवाल खड़ा होता है कि ये चाइनीज बैम्बू ट्री 6 हफ्ते में बड़ा हुआ या 5 साल और 6 हफ्ते में। उसको भी वो सब मिल रहा है जो बाकी दूसरे पौधों को मिलता है, धूप, पानी, खाद, सब कुछ, मगर फिर भी वो और पौधों की तरह ग्रोथ नहीं पकड़ता। ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि 5 लंबे सालों तक वो ऊपर नहीं, नीचे ग्रो करता है, अपनी जड़ों को फैलाता है, अपनी जड़ों को मजबूत बनाता है, क्योंकि उसे पता है अगर जमीन के नीचे ग्रोथ नहीं होगी तो जमीन के ऊपर गिर जाएगा। कुछ समझ आया आपको? जिंदगी भी ऐसे ही चलती है दोस्तों। हमारी असल जिंदगी में रेस का मैदान और रेस के रूल्स थोड़े डिफरेंट हैं।
यहां जरूरी नहीं कि हर बार खरगोश ही जीते, कछुए भी बराबर हकदार होते हैं जीत के। आज के इंस्टेंट नूडल्स के जमाने में, जहां एवरेज इंस्टाग्राम रील टाइम इज जस्ट 3 सेकेंड्स, जहां घर की हर चीज 5 मिनट में डिलीवरी ऐप के जरिए आपके दरवाजे पर होती है, जहां रात का खाना बस 10 मिनट में दरवाजे पर होता है, हमें सब कुछ इंस्टेंट चाहिए। इंस्टेंट फेम, इंस्टेंट फॉलोअर्स, इंस्टेंट मनी, इंस्टेंट सक्सेस, इंस्टेंट रिलेशनशिप। आपने पॉडकास्ट शुरू किया, 4 एपिसोड्स में सुनने वाले नहीं आए तो सोचा बंद कर देते हैं। आपने रील बनाई, 3 बार पोस्ट की, व्यूज नहीं आए तो सोचा मैं कंटेंट क्रिएटर नहीं बन सकता। हमने जिम ज्वाइन किया, 2 हफ्तों में एब्स नहीं आए तो सोचा मेरे जीन्स ही खराब हैं। हमारा पेशेंस वहां खत्म हो जाता है जहां असली ग्रोथ शुरू होती है। कितने गलत हैं हम आज जिनको भी ऑनलाइन फॉलो करते हैं, जिनको भी ऑफिस में आगे बढ़ते हुए देखते हैं, अपने घर में जब अपने पेरेंट्स को देखते हैं, ये सब वही बैम्बू ट्री हैं। चलिए देता हूं आपको कुछ मॉडर्न डे बैम्बू ट्री एग्जाम्पल्स। भुवन बाम, एक लड़का जो सिर्फ अपने फोन से वीडियो बनाता था, ना टीम थी, ना एडिटर, ना स्टूडियो, हर वीडियो में 3-4 कैरेक्टर्स खुद ही प्ले करता था। पहले कुछ लोग ही देखते थे, लेकिन उसने अपनी जड़ों को मजबूत बनाया। स्क्रिप्ट राइटिंग, कॉमिक टाइमिंग, वीडियो एडिटिंग, कंसिस्टेंसी, सब पर काम किया और आज वो हर घर में अपने नाम से जाना जाता है। अमिताभ बच्चन, एक समय ऐसा आया जब उनके पास काम आना बंद हो गया, मगर उन्होंने अपना गियर स्विच किया और बने केबीसी के होस्ट और धीरे धीरे अपनी जगह बनाते हुए अपनी सेकेंड इनिंग्स में फिर वही स्टारडम पाया। आज वो ना जाने कितनों के इंस्पिरेशन है। केएफसी के फाउंडर कर्नल सैंडर्स, सक्सेस मिलने से पहले उनके हजारों आइडियाज फेल हुए, लेकिन उन्होंने हार नहीं मानी। 65 साल की उम्र में केएफसी शुरू किया और एक बड़ा नाम बनाया। हमें यह समझना जरूरी है कि जिंदगी सिर्फ हार्डवर्क नहीं, श्रद्धा, समय और संकल्प का गेम है। अगर हमने इस इक्वेशन की मास्टरी कर ली तो रेस हमारी है दोस्तों। भगवत गीता में लिखा है, कर्मण्येवाधिकारस्ते मा फलेषु कदाचन। तुम्हारा अधिकार सिर्फ कर्म करने में है, फल पर नहीं। फल दिखे या ना दिखे, हमारा काम है अपनी जड़ों को बस मजबूत बनाते रहना, नो मैटर कितना भी टाइम लग जाए। तो आज से ही अपने विजन को क्लियर रखिए और बस लग जाइए अपने काम में, बिना देखे, बिना शिकायत करे, बिल्कुल उस बैम्बू ट्री की तरह। आपका कंटेंट वायरल नहीं हो रहा तो क्या, आप लिखना सीख रहे हैं, एडिटिंग सीख रहे हैं, कंसिस्टेंसी सीख रहे हैं। बिजनेस प्रॉफिट नहीं कमा रहा तो क्या, आप अकाउंटिंग, लीडरशिप और सेल्स सीख रहे हैं। प्रॉफिटेबल ना होते हुए भी रेजिलियंस सीख रहे हैं, सब्र सीख रहे हैं। जॉब नहीं मिल रही तो क्या, हम इंटरव्यूज के जरिए अपना कम्युनिकेशन शार्प कर रहे हैं। भूलिए मत, हम अभी तक कामयाब इसलिए नहीं हुए हैं क्योंकि हम बैम्बू ट्री की तरह अपनी जड़ों में ग्रो कर रहे हैं। हर दिन हम पानी डाल रहे हैं अपने विजन को, अपने डिटर्मिनेशन को, और एक दिन हमारी ग्रोथ इतनी बड़ी होगी कि लोग पूछेंगे, यार तुम तो ओवरनाइट सक्सेस हो, और आप सिर्फ मुस्कुरा के कहेंगे, ओवरनाइट? ब्रो, मेरी ये ओवरनाइट 5 साल लंबी थी। तो आज से अपने रूट्स पे काम करिए, सब्र के साथ काम कीजिए, कंसिस्टेंसी पर, पेशेंस पर, स्किल बिल्डिंग पर, इनर स्ट्रेंथ पर। हैव फेथ इन यूनिवर्सेस टाइमिंग। हमारा काम है जमीन के नीचे रहकर अपनी जड़ों को मजबूत बनाना। फल कब आएगा वो यूनिवर्स डिसाइड करेगा। एंड आई स्वेयर, अगर ये कर लिया तो जमीन के नीचे बन रही कहानी एक दिन आसमान तक गूंजेगी। तो ये थी मेरे आज की कहानी। मैं फिर आऊंगा रिपब्लिक के इनक्रेडिबल स्टूडियो से, जहां हम वायरल के साथ साथ वैल्यूएबल कंटेंट भी बनाते हैं। तब तक अपना ध्यान रखिएगा। जय हिंद।
बिमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। बिमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? बिमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
כי מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיקוף בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך...
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית מתייאש.
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות. לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח. כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
אז לא בא לי להיפרד, אבל מגיע לנשמה הטובה שלך לנוח. אני מרגישה שחלק ממני חזר, עם צלקת וחוסר שלא ייעלם לעולם. יאיה, אתה היית...
למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב.
से जाएगा सोई थी ना मोर आगे जाएगी ताकि ये कर लावते मां मन केंते करजे डर लागिला झियो पे खाली झियो पिला मन
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Israel has launched multiple missile attacks on Iran, targeting more military bases after Tehran ruled out nuclear talks at the United Nations. Israel eliminated Iranian Quds force commander responsible for supplying arms to Iranian-backed terrorist group, including Hezbollah.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong.
Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Donald Trump says that his intel chief, Tulsi Gabbard, is wrong about Iran's nuclear program. DGCA issues a note against Air India team and calls for their immediate removal for repeated violations. Flights with 290 Indian students arrived in the national capital after Iran lifted its airspace restrictions as a part of India's Operation Sindhu.
Let this Yoga Day mark the beginning of Yoga for Humanity 2.0, जहां योग विश्व को टकराव से सहयोग और तनाव से समाधान की ओर ले जाए.
Prime Minister emphasizes on yoga for global peace. Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Akanksha Khajure. We're starting this bulletin with, in fact, a statement coming in from Air India after being pulled up by DGCA. Air India has issued a statement saying that we acknowledge the regulator's directive and have implemented the order. In the interim, the company's chief operation officer will provide direct oversight to the Integrated Operations Control Center, IOCC. Air India is committed to ensuring that there is a total adherence to safety protocols and standard practices. This statement has come after DGCA just earlier today directed Air India to remove 3 officials, including a top executive part of the flight operation department from their roles and responsibility for failures and multiple violations in flight crew scheduling. This is in fact a show cause notice that was issued to them. Let me go across to my colleague Riyanka, who has been tracking this story very closely. Riyanka, another templated response that has come from Air India after they were pulled up by DGCA. Give us more perspective on the story about the DGCA show cause notice and the reply that has come.
Firstly, we understand that Air India is under heavy scrutiny from the side of DGCA after the tragic incident that had happened in Ahmedabad of the flight crash. Now, what we understand is, firstly, Air India was given an order for removal of 3 of its officials that included a divisional vice president, DOPS crew scheduling and a planning official, and this is regarding non-compliance and regulatory violence that they had conducted in terms of crew pairing and crew scheduling. Now against them, the DGCA has asked Air India to initiate an internal disciplinary action and a report within 10 days. That is one. Now secondly, Air India has gone ahead and given a response, as you rightly mentioned, another templated response coming in from side of Air India. It says that we have received and acknowledged the order that has come from the DGCA, and they have gone ahead and complied with the order and made their arrangements of removal of the 3 officials of Air India. And secondly, they have also said that Chief Officer of Air India will be very clearly monitoring the entire process. And it is also said that Air India is dedicated to maintaining protocol and safety measures. So that is one coming in at this point in time. Secondly, there has been a show cause notice that has been served to the accounting manager of Air India for a non-compliance of running 2 flights for more than 10 hours, which is another violation of regulatory issued, and that is something that is coming in accordance, and the official of accounting managing department has to present himself in front of the DGCA in 7 days.
Absolutely. It remains to be seen how it pans out. Riyanka, keep tracking those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on that. Now, shifting our focus, in fact, more than a week after the conflict between Iran and Israel started, what we're learning, and we have a breaking news coming in, the IDF says that it has eliminated Sayyid Izzadi the commander of Palestine Corps of Quds forces and coordinator between the Iranian regime and the Hamas terrorist organization. IDF said on social media one of the founding figures of Iranian's regime plan to destroy Israel has been eliminated. Izadi was eliminated while in a hideout in the heart of Iran following a prolonged intelligence gathering efforts. So on social media, IDF has also posted that Sayyid Izadi was a founder of Iranian regime plans to destroy Israel. He was eliminated in a precise strike in the area of Qom in Iran. In fact, we have another breaking news coming in. The Israeli Defense Forces have also announced that another commander of Iranian Quds Forces Unit 190, responsible for weapon transfer, was killed in an airstrike by Israeli fighter jets while traveling in western Iran, over 1,000 kilometers away from Israel. So this was a precision target by Israel on Iran, and this commander has been eliminated. The operation, guided by Israeli intelligence, targeted this person that you can see on the screen for his role in supplying arms to Iranian-backed terrorist group, including Hezbollah, Hamas and Houthis as well. These weapons, including missiles and rockets, have been used against Israel during the ongoing conflicts. So this is as far as the precision strike by Israel is concerned. They have said that they have eliminated the founder of Iranian's regime to destroy Israel, and also on the other hand, commander of the Quds Force weapon transfer unit. Now let's get you more details as far as the conflict is concerned. Israeli Air Force has intercepted 2 Iranian drones in the Arawa city following alerts that were activated. Now regarding the intrusion of hostile aircrafts, Israeli Air Force shot down 2 unmanned aerial vehicles that were launched from Iran towards Israeli territory. So this attack and the counter-attack has been going on since the last more than 1 week. In fact, today is day 9th of this conflict. In the last 9 days, we have seen attacks and counter-attacks by both Iran as well as Israel. Now, in the last 12 hours, Iran has attacked the childcare residential building in Israel, and Israel on the other side has attacked the Isfahan nuclear facility. Now let's get you more details about the conflict between Israel and Iran that has been intensifying, with both the countries now engaging in a series of military strikes, cyber attacks and covert operations. Israel has targeted Iranian military installation, nuclear facilities and key infra, while Iran on the other hand has responded with rocket attacks and drone strikes against Israeli territory. The conflict has a significant global implication because of the involvement of the world powers as well. The United States, a key ally of Israel, has been drawn into the conflict, while Iran has received support from Russia and China. This has led to a complex web of alliances and rivalries that could potentially escalate the conflict even more. While the escalation sees no end in sight, Republic TV is the only channel reporting live from Tel Aviv in Israel, from the areas that have suffered extensive damage. Here's what Republic reporter Nick saw on Ground Zero. Watch this.
Here is the downtown of Tel Aviv area, one of the main business centers of Israel. And you can see how extensive is the damage just from one ballistic missile that Iran sends towards this residential and business area. Tens of thousands of people are working here every day, and those offices, skyscrapers, were the target of the Iranian missile. And also the residential buildings here, some of them completely destroyed, some of them can fall any moment. That's why we can't go closer, because it's really dangerous. Parts of the buildings still are falling, and those buildings are not safe. People are evacuated from all of this area, and here the security forces continue to work and to understand how extensive is the damage from the Iranian ballistic missile. It was a illegal missile that was fired from Iran it had a cluster munition on the ballistic missile, meaning that from one rocket, many smaller rockets were fired, and they are in the radius of all of this area fell, and they can explode any moment. If children or people touch them, they can explode, and this is illegal. But still, Iran doing that because they are trying to terrorize the people of Israel. Iran thinks that if the Israeli people will be terrorized enough, it will lead to a pressure on the Israeli government to stop their war, to stop their effort to destroy the nuclear capabilities, the nuclear weapons of the Iranian regime, with which they are threatening for many years to destroy the Jewish land. Although this is one of the main areas of Israel, one of the main roads, but still it is closed because of Iranian ballistic missile, and all those skyscrapers can fall, they are unstable. We still see how parts of those skyscrapers are falling on the road. People can't go there, everybody evacuated. And also we have here underground metro, and this metro saved the lives of many Israelis that heard the alerts and they escaped here. They escaped here and it saved their lives. You can see this metro station underground saved the lives of many Israelis, because Israelis used to this kind of reality when barrages of rockets are fired at them for decades, and it was just one of those barrages. And Iran illegally tried with cluster munition to kill as much as possible Israelis.
And Iran has launched several missiles against Israel, targeting residential areas and causing significant damage and casualties. According to reports, Iranian attacks have struck multiple urban areas in Israel, including Tel Aviv, Betyam, Tamra and Haifa. In one of the incidents, an Iranian missile struck a residential building in Israel, injuring at least 14 people there. Here's a ground report from the exact location where the missiles hit the residential area. Watch this.
Those buildings maybe can collapse, and those buildings are not military targets whatsoever. You can understand that here it's a residential area. People are living here, and all of them were targets because the shock wave just of one ballistic missile is for hundreds of meters of radius, and also Iran using cluster munition on their missiles, a munition which is illegal. Iran using missiles with illegal munition because they are trying to kill as much as possible Israelis. And you can see here how extensive is the damage, and this rocket fell into a lot of smaller rockets, and all of those rockets can explode any moment and can bring more damage. This is one of the reasons why all of this area is closed, and you can see how many buildings were impacted and damaged just from one rocket. And it shows you once again that Iran for 1 week targeting civilians and civilian areas, residential areas, downtowns, business centers, public places, places where there are no military targets whatsoever, but yet this is the targets of the Iranian missiles. And this is another war crime that you can witness yourself here behind me. You can see that Iran trying to terrorize regular Israelis. Here on the other side also, all the shops are damaged, devastated by the shock wave. The shock wave is going through windows, through walls, through buildings. Nothing stops this shockwave. Most of them are young people from all over Israel and the world, and you can see that some of them are trying to save some of the stuff from their homes. They could come inside, take the things, but it's really dangerous because the buildings are not stable and they can collapse, but yet the authorities authorizing them with some protection to go inside for a short moments and to take the stuff. You can see how dangerous is that. And also there are some signs saying that do not enter, danger building. And there are a lot of people here are looking that nobody will enter without a permission. There are a lot of security. And you can see here how extensive is the damage. All those buildings, each of them, each apartment, each building has its own story. In one of those apartments actually was living a family member of the former Prime Minister of Israel, Yair Lapid, and the current leader of the opposition of Israel. She was living here, the granddaughter of the opposition leader, and it just shows you that it touches everyone in Israel, the war. It is a small country and everybody knows someone who was a casualty or suffered from those attacks. And here you have flags of Israel anywhere where there is those distractions. And here it says, we are with you, with love, with heart. We are here with you 24/7. The municipality of Tel Aviv, and there is the telephone number of the municipality. People can call there and get any help that they need. Just look what a distraction from one missile. All those buildings that you see around me are not safe anymore. They were destroyed. Even here behind me there is a metro station that is constructed and it also can collapse all this ground. So all of this place is not safe at all. And still I can hear some stuff are falling from the buildings. And those are the targets of the Iranians. They are targeting civilian places because they are trying to terrorize Israelis and tourists. And this is the result of this terror regime of Iran. Nicole Yochin, Tel Aviv, Israel. Nicole Yochin, Tel Aviv, Israel.
Now, on the escalating Iran-Israel conflict, Israel has launched Operation Rising Lion targeting Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. The operation including precise strikes that eliminated 11 senior Iranian generals, including IRGC commander Hossein Salami and Chief of Staff Mohammad Bagheri, accused of orchestrating terrorism and destabilizing the region. Now, Israel attack hit key nuclear sites like Natanz and Arak, aiming to curb in Iran's nuclear ambitions. Iran retaliated with missile barrage, killing civilians and damaging Israeli infra as well. The conflict has claimed over 600 lives in Iran and dozens in Israel, raising fears of a broader war. Watch this.
هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کردند. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی، به خبرگزاری صدا
120 नागरिक मारे गए हैं। इजराइल के वित्त मंत्री बेजल स्मोट्रिच ने कहा कि ईरानी हमलों से हुए नुकसान के कारण लगभग 3000 इजरायलियों को निकाला गया है।
We're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, DGCA has pulled up Air India and called for immediate removal of 3 officials for repeated violations. We'll also tell you about Operation Sindhu. Flights with 219 Indian students has arrived in the national capital. After Iran lifted the airspace restriction, India will also evacuate Nepal and Sri Lankan citizens. We'll tell you about this and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
مجتمع هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کرد. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی به خبرگزاری صدا
In the last 11 years, India has set such an example of development through digital service that it will be recorded in history in golden letters. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the resolve to bring technology to the common people based on the spirit of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas and Sabka Vishwas has now taken shape.
सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और अब सबका प्रयास हमारे हर लक्ष्यों की प्राप्ति के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है।
डिजिटल इंडिया है तो आज इज्जत है। किसी के सामने हाथ फैलाए बिना डीबीटी से पूरा का पूरा पैसा सीधा खाते में आता है।
अगर डिजी लॉकर नहीं होता तो मेरे सारे ओरिजिनल डॉक्यूमेंट्स मेरे मोबाइल में नहीं होते।
भाई साहब, मोबाइल डाटा एक प्लेट चाट से भी सस्ता हो गया, तभी तो हमारे बच्चे महामारी में भी घर बैठे पढ़ पाए। 5वीं पास हो चुका है बबलू।
उमंग ऐप है तो 1500 से ज्यादा सरकारी सेवाएं हमारे उंगली को छोड़ कर।
भला हो जो कोविन ऐप था तो हाथों हाथ टीके लगे।
By making technology the foundation of public welfare, Prime Minister Narendra Modi created the roadmap.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
אם מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיגוף בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית מטיח.
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות, לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח, כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
לא בא לי להיפרד, אבל מגיע לנשמה הטובה שלך לנוח. אני מרגישה שחלק ממני חזר, עם צלקת וחוסר שלא ייעלם לעולם. יאיה, אתה היית...
למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם בטבח נורא, בשמחת תורה, ביום חג, ביום של שירה וריקודים.
סליחה שלא אמרתי את זה יותר פעמים בחיים, כי עכשיו כבר מאוחר. אתה עכשיו פה, באדמת הארץ שכל כך אהבת. אף אחד לא הכין אותי לפרידה הזאת. שמור עליי, עלינו. אוהבת אותך, אח שלי, באמת.
עולה מצדך 1000 ורבבה מימינך, אליך לא ייגש, רק בעיניך תביט, ושילומת רשעים תראה. אף לילות יסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות. לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח. כי לא תעזוב נפשי לשאול, לא תיתן חסידך לראות שחת. תודיעני.
مجتمع هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کردند. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آل سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی، به خبرگزاری صدا
तो 20 नागरिक मारे गए हैं। इजराइल के वित्त मंत्री बेजल स्मोट्रिच ने कहा कि ईरानी हमलों से हुए नुकसान के कारण लगभग 3000 इजरायलियों को निकाला गया है।
כי מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך. על כפיים יישאונך פן תיקוף בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה. אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת. כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית מתייאש.
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיביתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות. לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח. כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב, אויב העם.
אז לא בא לי להיפרד, אבל מגיע לנשמה הטובה שלך לנוח. אני מרגישה שחלק ממני חזר עם צלקת וחוסר שלא ייעלם לעולם. יאיה, אתה היית...
למעמד הזה. אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב, אויב העם, בטבח נורא, בשמחת תורה. ביום חג, ביום שיש שירה וריקודים.
סליחה שלא אמרתי את זה יותר פעמים בחיים, כי עכשיו כבר מאוחר. אתה עכשיו פה, באדמת הארץ שכל כך אהבת. אף אחד לא הכין אותי לפרידה הזאת. שמור עליי, עלינו. אוהבת אותך, אח שלי, באמת.
עולה מצדך 1000 ורבבה מימינך, אליך לא ייגש, רק בעיניך תביט, ושילומת רשעים תראה. אף לילות תסרוני חיליותיי, שיביתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות. לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח. כי לא תעזוב נפשי לשאול, לא תיתן חסידך לראות שחת. תודיעני...
مجتمع هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کردند. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آل سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی به خبرگزاری صدا.
और 20 नागरिक मारे गए हैं। इजराइल के वित्त मंत्री बेजल स्मोट्रिच ने कहा कि ईरानी हमलों से हुए नुकसान के कारण लगभग 3000 इजरायलियों को निकाला गया है।
In the escalating Iran-Israel conflict of June 2025, Israel has launched Operation Rising Lion, targeting Iran's nuclear and military infrastructure. The operation included precise strikes that eliminated 11 senior Iranian generals, including IRGC commander and the chief of staff as well, accused of orchestrating terrorism in the country and destabilizing the region as well. Israel's attack hit key nuclear sites like Natanz and Arak, aiming to curb Iran's nuclear ambitions. Iran retaliated with missile barrages, killing civilians and damaging Israeli infrastructure. The conflict has claimed over 600 lives in Iran and dozens in Israel, raising fears of a broader war in the region. Have a look.
هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کردند. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی، به خبرگزاری صدا
24 नागरिक मारे गए हैं। इजराइल के वित्त मंत्री बेजल स्मोट्रिच ने कहा कि ईरानी हमलों से हुए नुकसान के कारण लगभग 3000 इजरायलियों को निकाला गया है।
Now, a flight with 290 Indian students, mostly from Jammu and Kashmir, arrived in the national capital after Iran lifted its airspace restrictions as part of India's Operation Sindhu. Now, in a special gesture, Iran has allowed 3 evacuation flights to use its airspace to bring back home these 1,000 Indians. Watch this.
Today we saw that another batch of students of India, Bharat, that was stranded in Iran came back. Right now you're just witnessing that how most of these students who belong from Kashmir are being put in buses, and you are seeing that how officials from the Ministry of Home Affairs and other form of the union government are making sure that all the students over here who have just returned back to their motherland are being put in buses from where they're going to be sent back. So what we are going to be doing is, we have already had a word with the students, and I would just request my video journalists to just show the visuals of these buses where the students are being put. In fact, I would
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
مجتمع هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کرد. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای قنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیرکل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی، به خبرگزاری صدا
This week on Get Me Right is G7 dead, with its decisions having no impact, dwindling economic clout, and the rise of the global south. Is the club of the rich seven becoming just a talk shop? And then we take a look at the impact on India's energy security of the intensifying Middle East conflict, with almost half of India's oil and gas needs coming in through the Strait of Hormuz. What happens in case of disruptions? Finally, is setting up of campuses by foreign universities in India a good strategy to improve overall standards of college degrees in the country? Join me this Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching Republic TV with me, Akanksha Khajuria. The conflict between Israel and Iran has entered day 9. We'll tell you about the attacks and the counter-attacks that have been happening in the last 9 days. With this, the headlines. Israel eliminated Iran Quds force commander responsible for supplying arms to Iranian-backed terrorist group, including Hezbollah. Iran's foreign minister issues fresh warning, says US involvement in West Asia conflict could prove to be detrimental.
Then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Donald Trump says that his intel chief, Tulsi Gabbard, is wrong about Iran's nuclear program. DGCA issues notice against Air India. Team calls for immediate removal for repeated violations.
This Yoga Day marks the beginning of Yoga for Humanity 2.0, जहां योग विश्व को टकराव से सहयोग और तनाव से समाधान की ओर ले जाए.
While the Prime Minister celebrates the International Yoga Day, emphasizes the need for it to maintain the global peace. Well, we have a breaking news coming in as the West Asia war rages on for the 9th consecutive day. We are getting the fresh visuals of Iranian missile intercepted over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Now, in the early hours of Saturday, Israel air defense systems, including the Iron Dome and Arrow missile defense system, intercepted a barrage of Iranian ballistic missile over Tel Aviv. The Israeli Defense Forces reported that sirens blared across central Israel, including Tel Aviv, Holon and Beersheba as well. Explosions lit up the sky as interceptors neutralized most of the incoming projectiles, with debris causing minor fires in some areas as well. So these are the visuals that we are getting as far as fresh attack by Iran on Israel is concerned. And meanwhile, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has warned that US military involvement in the ongoing conflict with Israel would be very, very dangerous for everyone, describing it as a very unfortunate thing. He also expressed openness to further dialogue but stressed that Iran would not negotiate with the United States while Israel continues the strikes. Listen in to what he said.
We are absolutely ready for a negotiated solution for our nuclear program, as we did in 2015. You know, we had a deal with the P5+1 at that time. That was the result of 2 years of negotiation, and then when we concluded the deal, the whole world celebrated. So it means that diplomacy can work. It worked in the past and it can work in the future. But in order for us to come back to diplomacy, the aggression should be stopped. It is obvious I cannot go to negotiation with the United States when our people are under bombardments, under the support of the United States. We have come, unfortunately, to the conclusion that the United States has been in this aggression from the beginning. We are absolutely ready for a negotiated solution for our nuclear program, as we did in 2015. You know, we had a deal with the P5+1 at that time. That was the result of 2 years of negotiation, and then when we concluded the deal, the whole world celebrated. So it means that diplomacy can work. It worked in the past and it can work in the future. But in order for us to come back to diplomacy, the aggression should be stopped. It is obvious I cannot go to negotiation with the United States when our people are under bombardments, under the support of the United States. We have come, unfortunately, to the conclusion that the United States has been in this aggression from the beginning.
And also in a fresh statement released today, Iran's supreme leader has accused Israel of carrying out unjustified strikes and vowed to respond with the strongest force, while noting that Iran is engaged in indirect negotiation with the United States through intermediaries. He also accused Israel of exaggerating tensions and insisted that Iran had made no provocative military moves. Listen in to what he said. We'll try that, we'll get that statement for you, but this is in fact a statement that has been released by the Iran supreme leader today. He has accused Israel of carrying out unjustified strikes and vowed to respond with the strongest force, and that is what we can see on the ground as well. In the last 9 days, there have been attacks and counterattacks from both the nations, and in fact in the last 24 hours, Iran has attacked the daycare center in Israel. On the other hand, Israel has targeted the Isfahan nuclear site and other places in Iran. The conflict between Israel and Iran has been intensifying, with both the countries engaging in a series of military strikes, cyber attacks and covert operations. Israel has targeted Iranian military installation, nuclear facilities and key infrastructures, while Iran, on the other hand, has responded with the rocket attacks and drone strikes against the territory. The conflict has a significant global implication due to the involvement of major world powers. The United States, a key ally of Israel, has been drawn into the conflict with Iran, which has received the support from Russia and China. Now, this has led to a complex web of alliances and rivalries that could potentially escalate the conflict even more. While the escalation sees no end in sight, Republic is the only channel reporting live from Tel Aviv in Israel from the areas that have suffered extensive damage. Here's what Republic reporter Nick saw on Ground Zero. Watch this.
Here is the downtown of Tel Aviv area, one of the main business centers of Israel. And you can see how extensive is the damage just from one ballistic missile that Iran sends towards this residential and business area. Tens of thousands of people are working here every day, and those offices, skyscrapers, were the target of the Iranian missile. And also the residential buildings here, some of them completely destroyed, some of them can fall any moment. That's why we can't go closer, because it's really dangerous. Parts of the buildings still are falling, and those buildings are not safe. People are evacuated from all of this area, and here the security forces continue to work and to understand how extensive is the damage from the Iranian ballistic missile. It was a illegal missile that was fired from Iran. It had a cluster munition on the ballistic missile, meaning that from one rocket, many smaller rockets were fired, and they are in the radius of all of this area fell, and they can explode any moment. If children or people touch them, they can explode, and this is illegal. But still, Iran doing that because they are trying to terrorize the people of Israel. Iran thinks that if the Israeli people will be terrorized enough, it will lead to a pressure on the Israeli government to stop their war, to stop their effort to destroy the nuclear capabilities, the nuclear weapons of the Iranian regime, with which they are threatening for many years to destroy the Jewish land. Although this is one of the main areas of Israel, one of the main roads, but still it is closed because of Iranian ballistic missile, and all those skyscrapers can fall. They are unstable. We still see how parts of those skyscrapers are falling on the road. People can't go there. Everybody evacuated. And also we have here underground metro, and this metro saved the lives of many Israelis that heard the alerts and they escaped here. They escaped here, and it saved their lives. You can see this metro station underground saved the lives of many Israelis, because Israelis used to this kind of reality when barrages of rockets are fired at them for decades, and it was just one of those barrages. And Iran illegally tried with cluster munition to kill as much as possible Israelis. Those buildings maybe can collapse, and those buildings are not military targets whatsoever. You can understand that here it's a residential area. People are living here, and all of them were targets because the shock wave just of one ballistic missile is for hundreds of meters of radius. And also Iran using cluster munition on their missiles, a munition which is illegal. Iran using missiles with illegal munition because they are trying to kill as much as possible Israelis. And you can see here how extensive is the damage, and this rocket fell into a lot of smaller rockets, and all of those rockets can explode any moment and can bring more damage. This is one of the reasons why all of this area is closed, and you can see how many buildings were impacted and damaged just from one rocket. And it shows you once again that Iran for 1 week targeting civilians and civilian areas, residential areas, downtowns, business centers, public places, places where there are no military targets whatsoever, but yet this is the target of the Iranian missiles. And this is another war crime that you can witness yourself here behind me. You can see that Iran trying to terrorize regular Israelis. Here on the other side also all the shops are damaged, devastated by the shock wave. The shock wave is going through windows, through walls, through buildings. Nothing stops this shock wave. Most of them are young people from all over Israel and the world, and you can see that some of them are trying to save some of the stuff from their homes. They could come inside, take the things, but it's really dangerous because the buildings are not stable and they can collapse, but yet the authorities authorizing them with some protection to go inside for a short moments and to take the stuff. You can see how dangerous is that. And also there are some signs saying that do not enter, danger building. And there are a lot of people here are looking that nobody will enter without a permission. There are a lot of security. And you can see here how extensive is the damage. All those buildings, each of them, each apartment, each building has its own story. In one of those apartments actually was living a family member of the former Prime Minister of Israel, Yair Lapid, and the current leader of the opposition of Israel. She was living here, the granddaughter of the opposition leader, and it just shows you that it touches everyone in Israel, the war. It is a small country and everybody knows someone who was a casualty or suffered from those attacks. And here you have flags of Israel anywhere where there is those distractions. And here it says, we are with you, with love, with heart. We are here with you 24/7. The municipality of Tel Aviv, and there is the telephone number of the municipality. People can call there and get any help that they need. Just look what a distraction from one missile. All those buildings that you see around me are not safe anymore. They were destroyed. Even here behind me there is a metro station that is constructed, and it also can collapse all this ground. So all of this place is not safe at all, and still I can hear some stuff are falling from the buildings. And those are the targets of the Iranians. They are targeting civilian places because they are trying to terrorize Israelis and tourists, and this is the result of this terror regime of Iran. Nicole Yochin, Tel Aviv, Israel.
Now let's tell you about Operation Sindhu, which continues in full swing. So far, India has evacuated 517 nationals stranded in Iran. Another rescue flight landed in the national capital in the wee hours today. And in a significant diplomatic move, India has also announced plans to assist in evacuation of Nepal and Sri Lankan citizens, as well extending its humanitarian reach to the other regions. Watch this.
Around 290 Indians landed in New Delhi at 3 a.m. aboard a special chartered flight from Iran, routed through Turkmenistan. This marks the third successful evacuation under Operation Sindhu. Ministry of External Affairs and Home Ministry officials were at the airport to receive the passengers, guiding them into buses after medical checks.
Today we saw that another batch of students of India, Bharat, that was stranded in Iran came back. Right now you're just witnessing that how most of these students who belong from Kashmir are being put in buses, and you are seeing that how officials from the Ministry of Home Affairs and other form of the Union government are making sure that all the students over here who have just returned back to their motherland are being put in buses from where they're going to be sent back.
Most of those rescued are students, pilgrims and workers, many from Kashmir and western Uttar Pradesh, who had been anxiously awaiting evacuation.
Things were not very good, things were very worse, but Indian Embassy did a very good job, so we're very thankful.
With today's flight, the total number of evacuees stands at 517. At least 2 more chartered flights are expected to land today.
Bharat Mata ki Jai! Bharat Mata ki Jai!
Evacuees speaking to Republic TV were seen chanting Bharat Mata ki Jai as they arrived.
The Indian government, the embassy gave us the numbers, the helplines, and we called them, and it was very good. The Indian embassy,
the Indian government in the Iranian embassy, you know, they in the Indian embassy in Iran, they got in touch with you.
Yeah, they were continuously in touch with us, and it was very nice. It was.
And shifting our focus, the Indian Army today rolled out the mat across borders and battlefields, celebrating the International Yoga Day with unity, strength, and purpose. Take a look at this report.
The Indian Army marked the 11th International Day of Yoga with widespread enthusiasm across India and overseas deployments. Siachen and Pangong to Port Blair, troops united in yoga across every terrain. In Kibithu and the Run of Kutch, soldiers embraced yoga as a tool for resilience. At Udhampur, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi joined Defence Minister Rajnath Singh for the celebrations. The session highlighted yoga's role in combat readiness and stress management among troops. In Delhi, Vice Chief Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani led a mega event at Karyappa Parade Ground. Over 3,400 participants, including army families, NCC cadets, and foreign defence attaches, joined in. Troops deployed on UN peacemaking missions also performed yoga, echoing India's global wellness message. Indian military training teams abroad observed the day with session on foreign soil. At Khanquest in Mongolia and Exercise Shakti in France, Indian soldiers practiced yoga with international counterparts. These global efforts showcased yoga as a bridge for harmony, discipline, and shared military values. The Army reaffirmed its belief in yoga as excellence in action. Across altitudes, assignments, yoga remains a vital part of the Indian Army's daily life.
Now shifting our focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh. In a late night operation on June 20th, the Uttar Pradesh Police Special Task Force engaged in a fierce encounter with a gang of robbers in the Jahangirabad police station area of Bulandshahr, resulting in death of one Vinod Kumar, a notorious criminal with a bounty of 1 lakh on his head. Active in crime since 2006, he faced over 40 cases of murder, robbery and dacoity across Muzaffarnagar, Shamli and Bagpat district, including 6 robbery cases in 2024 alone and a 7-year sentence from 2012 Muzaffarnagar case. Now this is Yogi model and specifically Operation Langra in action. Watch this.
यूपी के बुलंदशहर में बीती रात 1 लाख के इनामी बदमाश को नोएडा एसटीएफ ने एनकाउंटर के दौरान ढेर कर दिया। बदमाश का नाम विनोद गडरिया बताया जा रहा है, जो कि लंबे समय से यूपी पुलिस की गिरफ्त से फरार चल रहा था। नोएडा एसटीएफ को जानकारी मिलती है कि बुलंदशहर के जहांगीराबाद इलाके में वो एक बड़ी वारदात को अंजाम देने के लिए आने वाला है, जिसके बाद इस जगह पे नोएडा एसटीएफ जो है वो ट्रैप लगाती है। ये जो आप रास्ता देख रहे हैं ये जहांगीराबाद थाने इलाके का पूरा हिस्सा है। यहीं से बाइक पे बदमाश जो था वारदात को अंजाम देने के लिए जा रहा था। रात 8 से 9 बजे के आसपास पुलिस जो यहाँ पे ट्रैप लगाती है, बदमाश की पहचान होती है। पहचान होने के बाद उसको सरेंडर करने को कहा जाता है, लेकिन इतना ही नहीं, उसके बाद बदमाश इतना शातिर था वो अपनी बाइक को लेकर यहाँ से जंगल में उतर जाता है और उतरने के बाद यहाँ से बाइक को काफ़ी तेज़ी से भगाता हुआ इस जगह पे आ जाता है। आखिर में पुलिस जो है बदमाश को सरेंडर करने को कहती है, लेकिन बदमाश के पास पिस्टल थी, लोडेड पिस्टल निकालता है, पुलिस टीम पे फायरिंग करना शुरू कर देता है। इस एनकाउंटर में 2 पुलिसकर्मी भी घायल हुए हैं। फिलहाल उनकी हालत पहले से बेहतर बनी हुई है। मैं आपको एनकाउंटर स्पॉट दिखाना चाहूँगा। जब यहाँ पे उसको सरेंडर करने को कहा तो उसने फायरिंग करी। जवाबी कार्रवाई में पुलिस टीम ने भी कई राउंड फायरिंग की, जिसमें यहाँ पे उसको गोली लगती है, उसकी मौके पे ही मृत्यु हो जाती है। फिलहाल ये पूरे इस हिस्से को जो है पुलिस ने कॉर्डन ऑफ किया हुआ है, क्योंकि जंगल का एक साइड का एक रास्ता है, यहाँ से भागने की कोशिश कर रहा था, लेकिन यहीं पर ही उसको ढेर कर दिया जाता है।
And we are also getting an official response from the police officials in Uttar Pradesh. Take a look.
यूपी एसटीएफ की नोएडा यूनिट
कि बदमाशों से थाना जहांगीराबाद क्षेत्र में मुठभेड़ हुई है। सूचना ये थी कि ये बदमाश किसी बड़ी घटना को अंजाम देने के लिए यहाँ आए हुए हैं। इसी सूचना को विकसित करके जब टीम ने इनको इंटरसेप्ट करने का प्रयास किया तो बदमाशों के द्वारा पुलिस टीम पर फायरिंग की गई, जिसमें 2 पुलिसकर्मी हमारे STF के कर्मचारी भी घायल हुए। और जब टीम ने इसमें आत्मरक्षार्थ फायरिंग की तो उसमें एक बदमाश को गोली लगी, जिसको उपचार हेतु अस्पताल ले जाया गया, जहाँ पर उसकी मृत्यु हो गई। उसकी पहचान विनोद गडेरिया के रूप में हुई है और उस पर मुजफ्फरनगर से 1 लाख रुपए का रिवार्ड है। वहाँ कई डकैतियों में वांछित चल रहा था।
And with this, we're taking a very short break. Coming up on the other side, Israel has eliminated Iranian commander Behnam Shahriyari, responsible for supplying arms to Iranian-backed terrorist group, including Hezbollah. This and much more on the other side. Stay with us.
This week on Get Me Right, is G7 dead? With its decisions having no impact, dwindling economic clout, and the rise of the global south, is the club of the rich 7 becoming just a talk shop? And then we take a look at the impact on India's energy security of the intensifying Middle East conflict, with almost half of India's oil and gas needs coming in through the Strait of Hormuz. What happens in case of disruptions? Finally, is setting up of campuses by foreign universities in India a good strategy to improve overall standards of college degrees in the country? Join me this Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
כי מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיקוף בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית בטיח.
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות, לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח, כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב, אויב העם.
לא בא לי להיפרד, אבל מגיע לנשמה הטובה שלך לנוח. אני מרגישה שחלק ממני חזר עם צלקת וחוסר שלא ייעלם לעולם. יאיה, אתה היית...
למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם בטבח נורא, בשמחת תורה, ביום חג, ביום שיש שירה וריקודים.
סליחה שלא אמרתי את זה יותר פעמים בחיים, כי עכשיו כבר מאוחר. אתה עכשיו פה, באדמת ה...
Hello and welcome to yet another episode of World of Brands. Today we have with us Deepak NG, Managing Director of Dassault Systems India. Deepak, thank you very much for joining us on Republic TV.
Thank you, Pranav. It's pleasure to be here.
Wonderful. Deepak, I was going through your company profile and the first thing that I stumbled upon was a virtual twin. I'm curious to know what exactly is it?
I mean, you hit the right thing. So before even I start with virtual twin, let me give you some insights about Dassault Systems so that it can actually help you to take you through this virtual twin journey. See, way back in early 80s, Dassault Systems started with an idea of how can we create a virtual environment where we can actually test physical components virtually.
Okay.
So with that context, a kind of a startup idea came up, and then they all started, and it kind of turned out to be a very interesting product, which we all know globally now called CATIA. Right. So it's one of our products, and which started helping building the 3D data of the parts, components. So from there the journey started. When we can build parts and components, why can't we take care of the assembly of a product? So when the assembly of the product was done, there was a need to see how I can maintain this set of data in a very structured format. Then the topic of PDM came into picture. When you have this PDM in place, then can I also manage the entire life cycle of engineering, which is called product life cycle management. Okay. So Dassault Systems started with that, with bringing in right set of applications to handle the product life cycle during the design stage. Then while doing that, the thought process of while we have everything in place, now it's very important for an organization to really simulate virtually before they make physical products, right? That's the reason the virtual twin context came into picture. So virtual twin technology is nothing but it enables to create a real-time data-driven virtual object, which is nothing but a replica of physical product. So that you can simulate, visualize everything before you manufacture, before you prototype.
Okay.
So this is the virtual twin. And not only this, when you do this, it not only creates a 3D content, but also it has process and systems in it. You have the representations, which is nothing but process and systems, and also the 3D content, which gives you the entire schema of how you can simulate and test the product.
Okay. So then you mentioned about startups. I mean, so many startups. India is being called the startup capital. Could you tell me what are some of the advantages of a virtual twin against creating an actual 3D prototype?
So if you look at
that's a layman question.
Exactly. I mean, startups are something which is very interesting, I should say, because they don't have any legacy.
Right.
They are the one who can actually adopt technology right from the day one. So what, not only to startup, it's even helping the bigger organizations, but to come back to your question on how it can help, you will cut down on prototypes.
Okay.
So main reason, when you have everything virtually, when I said virtually, it is not just a representation which actually giving you a image, but it has all the parameters inbuilt, it has all the features inbuilt, so that you can simulate in a very structured way to see the behavior of the component. So when you do that, so automatically companies or the startups, they are going to get advantage of reducing their prototype and then bringing their innovation faster. They can simulate multiple scenarios. It's not just complete this and then see to it how actually it comes out as a product. No, you can actually stop, you can change scenarios, you can innovate things, you can apply some new ideas in between, see whether it is going to be as per your requirement or not, then you get into the prototype. And when you do prototype, it can be 3D printing also.
Okay. Are there any specific sectors to which this applies, or it can be applied across industries?
From Dassault System standpoint, it's like, it's a very interesting question, because I'll just give the background on which sectors it can actually help. So, as an organization, we focus on 3 major sectors. I mean, it is the way we actually have structured: manufacturing, infrastructure, and life sciences. So, under manufacturing or under life science and infrastructure, we have industries to support. I mean, just to give you an example, examples, under manufacturing, we have transportation and mobility, which can be automotive or railways. Then we have aerospace and defense. Then we have consumer packaged goods, industrial equipment, marine and offshore, high tech. These are all part of the manufacturing.
Right.
And when it comes to infrastructure, cities and territories, then you have energy and materials. So these are all in our infrastructure portfolio. Then life sciences, obviously the pharmaceuticals, personalized patient care, and also the medical devices. Now I touched upon these industries, right? So any of these industries who are, I mean, typically if you look at, like, most of the organizations today look at what? They want to have time to market,
right?
Reduce cost,
right?
Optimization in terms of their design and development, and sustainability, and also leverage the latest technology, whether it is AI. So whoever is looking all these aspects, they are the one who is looking at this virtual twin technology. I mean, if I have to give simple example, I mean, I can take a cell phone.
Right.
So in the cell phone, I mean, we can create a 3D model of a cell phone.
Right.
But it has many components in that. So while creating a cell phone virtually, you're actually assembling multiple components, and then you create the 3D data, and you simulate the behavior of the phone. Like, for example, if you drop the phone, what happens? What is the impact? So everything you test virtually. So this is called the process. Like, you have design process, you have simulation process, and also you have manufacturing process. How do you manufacture?
Right.
So I have a camera has to be inserted. The camera is coming from someone else.
Right.
So how do you integrate all that? You can simulate everything in the virtual world, and then come out with a full product where your process and, like, systems are integrated with that.
Right.
Then you use this virtual twin for your prototypes or virtual prototypes before you manufacture.
Okay. What about costs involved? I mean, could you give us a perspective of as to what are the kind of costs that you, in terms of percentage also possible, that you might end up saving because of using of a software?
Main thing which come to my mind is reducing cost on the prototypes.
Right. You were mentioning about a particular survey or
exactly. So we did quite some time back, along with Accenture, Dassault Systems did a survey of each industry, right? Whether it is manufacturing, infrastructure, life sciences, on how this technology adoption is and what benefits are they getting.
Right.
So when we looked at it, some of the data points are very interesting, because if I have to take only manufacturing part, particularly in the transportation, mobility, automotive sector, there was a study, the numbers revealed was like, with the technology adoption, doing everything in advance, simulating that, it can actually cut down cost close to around, I mean, talking about the globally, I'm talking about, it can cut down close to around 690 billion is what something which was actually referred in that survey.
And that's just one industry?
That's one industry.
Okay.
Because look at it, like, it is nothing associated only with the material, right? You have the time associated to that, manpower associated to that, resource associated to that, and then obviously you're really, like, producing something which is not going to be used, prototype. And also equally it contributes to your sustainability. So it can as good as, like, a huge metric ton of carbon footprint can be kind of reduced from that. So this is one.
So
just
in terms
example.
of sustainability also, what are some of the advantages in terms of that could be some of the advantage in terms of sustainability?
Absolutely, yes. See, when I talked about the technology, right? If you look at, I mentioned about the industries, the different industries. What Dassault Systems has done, for each industries, we have segregated in different segments. Like, for example, when I talk about transportation mobility, within that we take about a two-wheeler segment, railway, passenger car, commercial car, electric vehicle. So why it was important, because every industry and every segment has its own style of designing their value chain and then working pattern. Now, we can't fit solution which is actually common for all, right? So at Dassault Systems, what we did was the virtual twin is at a very high level, which can actually enable them to create a virtual replica of the physical product, what I said. Also, it actually it is done using our 3D experience platform, which hosts multiple applications in different stages. For example, you have a design stage, you have simulation stage, you have manufacturing, you have supplier collaboration, and you have consumer service. So all together, we looked at it, and for each industry in each segment, we have created a solution called industry solution experience. So that means if I have to take example of EV. So for an EV manufacturer, particularly if he's a four-wheeler manufacturer, what all steps they undergo during their life cycle of the product development. So you have specific roles in our application which actually help them to create. When you're doing that, obviously you will have an option to see the right type of material being used, the opportunity to reduce cost, opportunity to reduce the best possible design which can be more efficient, whether it is fuel efficiency or the battery optimization or the battery usage. So when you do all that, automatically it is contributing to the sustainability. And they can simulate and see that.
I was going through your profile and I see that you started as an engineering graduate and then, moved. Could you take me through your journey? How exactly did your journey begin? How did you get into this domain?
This is a very interesting topic because I started my career, or rather my education was more on specialization in tool and die making. Okay, so whenever it comes to my mind, I always think of shop floor, big shop floor, be there, and then manufacturing, oils and so and at that point of time, a big revolution in terms of how the digital technology is contributing to the engineering side was the topic. So I was I don't know whether I was fortunate or I had to step out a bit out of my passion, which was more of shop floor, to a computer related or the digital related area. So I was fortunate to get into a work where I started creating 3D models of what we physically do.
Okay.
So that was the 3D modeling era, I should say.
Okay.
So you do everything virtually, and then send it for CNC machining, then see how the products you do mold in virtual softwares, and then get into the production. So I started using the software. So during the period of time when I started using, I got into deep technical. I was doing technical activities within Dassault Systems. I was responsible for aerospace as an account manager, responsible for supporting them. Then gradually the sales thing kicked up, like along with your technical, then you became sales, and from sales to taking additional responsibilities of managing team, and then today I'm managing Dassault Systems India.
Okay. You were mentioning you are also working as Dassault Systems with certain governments. What are those projects all about?
See, if you look at Dassault Systems as part of our own, I should say, the style in which we work is more towards how can we support, or rather I should say, how can we contribute back to society in multiple ways. So one of the key highlights what we talked about, harmonizing product, nature and life. So when I spoke about product, like how you harmonize by providing all the technology to develop best product. Nature is where the sustainability part we talked about. Life, when it comes, is more of people. So it can be twofold. One can be from the life sciences per se, on how we can actually help the medical side of the story to support people in terms of their health, and also in terms of caring about people. So when we talk about that, we started few initiatives with government looking at the India context. So India today is very well poised with the talent what we have. So globally we are very well accepted as a best talent, so that they can actually contribute irrespective of any industry. So what we started to look at is how can we support as an organization to contribute towards India's vision on Make in India, Design in India for Design in India for the world. So it requires a lot of talent in terms of not only talent, getting those skill level, which is more of what I call it as a domain specific. So this is where we started to understand, and we kind of are fortunate to support more than 1,000 colleges across in India where they use our technology. But that was not really helping, because it was more of a product learning. So where we thought with government, we started to create and curate, can we do a domain specific training programs? For example, aerospace, how an aircraft is built, how an electric car is being built.
Okay.
So how my infrastructure and cities are actually being built. So with all that, we created a content in which we can train students, and government government of Rajasthan, government of Karnataka, government of Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Orissa, Assam. So they all kind of liked this concept, and then we started to put our team along with an agreed partnership on how do we enable right skills for the upcoming talent to produce right workforce of the future for India. So this has been a very successful program, and we have been doing with multiple states, and wherever we see the industry specific needs, we are working with them on curating those contents, matching their internal state kind of interest on what industry they need to attract and how they want to do.
Okay. Is AI a challenge for your domain in any way?
I'll say no, because we've been working a lot on how we couple AI with what we are doing with 3D Experience platform. Just to give you insights on that, I spoke about virtual twin, right? Now today while we speak, this virtual twin context or the 3D Experience platform context came in the year 2012 for us, when we announced as a platform approach, right? So all individual apps, when I said it was started with individual applications which was actually driving, but in 2012 we said it has to sit on a platform, a single platform. So when we started putting across those content on a platform, we also started thinking on how we can actually leverage AI to it. So that's where today while we speak, we have launched many programs on how all these apps, what we have developed so far and what we are doing, how can we couple with AI.
Okay.
So to help most of our customers and academic institutions to leverage our products, also supported by the AI. For example, if I have to tell you, while designing a car, you may kind of want to have multiple iterations, where with the amount of data what you have today, because we believe whatever data we create, the knowledge, know-how, what we have, a huge number of IP being created by most of our customers, because all this industry, they use our technology and they create their own IPs, and that is available data today. So how can we leverage that data and apply the AI logic and then create new innovative products? So just simple example, if you want to create a new variant of a car with all your database,
with the existing platform,
get market insights, get the inputs from what is required with the sustainability angle, put everything and then see to it how it can start giving you the nice and new shapes.
Okay. You made a fleeting reference to Make in India. How does your product, how does your company's vision align with this whole Make in India initiative?
So I talked about engineering standpoint. You also see the manufacturing part of it, right? Particularly in India, starting, or I should say post-COVID, we saw a huge transformation in expansion in manufacturing. So when you say expansion in manufacturing, we started to get a lot of requests on how do I automate my plant? How do I automate my factories? Because there is an initiative which is Make in India, and the production rates of production has been increased, and then you have a lot of opportunities to set up new plants, new lines. So at Dassault Systems, we started to provide our manufacturing solution, which is nothing but a portion of the entire product suite what I spoke about, which actually helps in helping organizations to really simulate their factory and decide the best possible line for them to operate, and also automate their manufacturing process so that their output in terms of time and quality is actually maintained. And if I have to give a recent example, the JSL, the Jindal Steel, they introduced our manufacturing solution in their shop for operation efficiency and then the sustainability part. So it's like, this is how I should say, aligning with Make in India, the requirement what was coming from not only from the big manufacturing players and also with the small players, whether it is startup or medium organization, also to an extent MSMEs. So we started to position applications and softwares which can actually support their agenda of making in India.
Is there can you give us an insight into the sectoral outlook in terms of where does this go? What are the numbers like for the sector over the next about 5 years or so, 2030 vision if we have to talk about sectorally? Are there any numbers that we're looking at?
From Dassault Systems
No.
standpoint,
From sectoral, in terms of pure 3D automation as an industry growing. If not numbers, could you tell us about the likely potential?
Sector-wise, okay, this is all the public data.
Right, absolutely.
So, if you take manufacturing per se, when I say manufacturing, particularly I'm only talking about this segment, which is by 2030 or 2028, it is expected to be an opportunity of 1.2 billion.
Okay, that's
an opportunity of 1.2 billion, where most of the customers can actually start adopting the technology. I'm talking about only India per se.
Right.
Okay. Infrastructure is huge. Why I'm saying is the current technology usage in infrastructure is less. When I say infrastructure, we talk about building virtual twin of a car, we talk virtual twin of a phone, or
literally everything.
Literally everything.
Yeah.
When I say infrastructure, one element which we have been doing is building a virtual twin of a city, virtual twin of a state.
You've done that?
Yeah, we have done it with Rajasthan, we have done it for a Jaipur city, we have done it. And we have done it with multiple other cities outside India as well. So we have been selective in India. So we have been interacting with many government agencies because now we see a lot of traction happening on how do I build my virtual city. Now you may ask why. So looking at the opportunity what we have in India in terms of growth, particularly associated infrastructure development, what we are seeing, whether you are building rail, road, highways, flyovers, stadiums. So just imagine a scenario where a public servant, or I should say that a planner sitting on a virtual city and putting across a bridge to see that what are the associated impacts and what kind of changes I need to do if I have to really put up a bridge here or flyover here, or I have to create a park. So just do some kind of assessment on noise pollution, assessment on feasibility study towards whether is it a right place to even put an underpass or a bridge. You create virtually. And here one important aspect what I would like to highlight is whatever you build virtually in a city is not pictorial. If you put a bridge, that bridge can be directly converted into different bill of materials and you can send it for fabrication.
Correct. You are actually testing it with all the data. You are actually testing it with every bit
of that. So this is where the infrastructure is actually
coming in picture.
Yeah.
So Deepak, you were mentioning about the Make in India opportunity. I want to ask you, what is in it for Dassault Systems? How do you look at yourself fitting in that opportunity, purely in terms of guidance, in terms of opportunities?
So as I said, we are on, currently we are actually going through a very interesting moment in India. The Make in India context with respect to what I earlier said about how organizations are expanding in terms of their capacity, manufacturing capacity, or it can be new product, new variants. So this is something which we are seeing, and on top of it, the overall economy per se is expected to grow to close to around 5 trillion in next 2 to 3 years, right? So we at Dassault Systems are very focused on that. See, all these years we have been supporting customers in terms of their product development, providing resources and applications based on their need. Now we are also kind of putting our efforts to put more and more resources for India alone, helping and enabling our customers through the journey of not only adopting the technology for their design and development the way they are doing with the latest trends of virtual twin, but also align it with respect to the AI what we are talking about. So in that context, there is a huge focus from us, particularly Team India, on the coverage part. We have been covering across India, so our presence is there in in all the states wherever possible. And as I said, the number of industries and segments what we support. And fortunately in India, every state has a healthy competition to attract many industries, and we have been supporting them with products, with technology, and also with consulting in terms of how they can adopt this new technology for their product development and design. And here the very important fact when it comes to AI, as I briefly touched earlier, a majority of our work focuses on helping organization to create their IPs.
Right.
So to create an IP, they use our technology for design, simulation, and also to collaborate. And while we talk about collaboration, it's no more one entity involved anymore. If you have to do a car design, there are multiple within the same organization. They may have multiple entities or multiple departments or multiple location, and also the right suppliers, right collaborators. So we are actually helping them how they can leverage this 3D experience platform in the entire value network, so that they can generate the IP, and that IP can be actually protected in the cloud, what we are actually offering, so that your data protected, and you are actually using the latest trends of what AI is talking about for the new product development and manufacturing, and also expanding this to your entire value network.
Wonderful.
So this is what we are looking at it.
Very much. Thanks a lot for giving us time. It was lovely talking to you. We will keep tracking your journey through the next decade or so and keep in touch with you. Thank you very much.
It was pleasure, Pranav. Same here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Looking forward to stay connected.
Sir,
thank you.
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
مجتمع هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کرد. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی، به خبرگزاری صدا
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
אם מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיקוף בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה. אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית מתייאש.
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות. לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח. כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
לא בא לי להיפרד, אבל מגיע לנשמה הטובה שלך לנוח. אני מרגישה שחלק ממני חזר, עם צלקת וחוסר שלא ייעלם לעולם. יאיה, אתה היית...
למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם בטבח נורא, בשמחת תורה, ביום חג, ביום שיש שירה וריקודים.
סליחה שלא אמרתי את זה יותר פעמים בחיים, כי עכשיו כבר מאוחר. אתה עכשיו פה, באדמת הארץ שכל כך אהבת. אף אחד לא הכין אותי לפרידה הזאת. שמור עליי, עלינו. אוהבת אותך, אח שלי, באמת.
עולה מצדך.
This week on Get Me Right is G7 dead, with its decisions having no impact, dwindling economic clout, and the rise of the global south. Is the club of the rich seven becoming just a talk shop? And then we take a look at the impact on India's energy security of the intensifying Middle East conflict, with almost half of India's oil and gas needs coming in through the Strait of Hormuz. What happens in case of disruptions? Finally, is setting up of campuses by foreign universities in India a good strategy to improve overall standards of college degrees in the country? Join me this Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
ସେ ଯାଇକି ଶୋଇଥିଲା ମୋର ଆଗରେ ଯାଇକି ତାକୁ ଇଏ କରିଦେଲା ଆଉ ଏତେ ମା ମନ କେମିତି କରିছে ଡର ଲାଗିଲା ଆଉ ଖାଲି ଝିଅ ପିଲା ମନ
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Israel eliminates Iranian Quds force commander Behnam Shahriyari, responsible for supplying arms to Iranian-backed terrorist groups, including the Hezbollah. Iran's foreign minister issues fresh warning, says US involvement in West Asia conflict could prove to be detrimental.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Trump says his intel chief Tulsi Gabbard is wrong about what she says about the Iranian nuclear program. DGCA issues note against Air India team and calls for their immediate removal for repeated violations.
The beginning of Yoga for Humanity 2.0, जहां योग विश्व को टकराव से सहयोग और तनाव से समाधान की ओर ले जाए.
Prime Minister Modi celebrates International Yoga Day, emphasizes the need for it to maintain global peace. Very good evening, viewers. You're watching live and breaking, and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with the latest update coming in from West Asia. Now, the Israeli Defense Forces have intercepted 40 UAVs that were fired by Iran towards Israel. Now, within 9 days of this conflict, Israel has intercepted over 470 UAVs, which is a 99% success rate. And the latest visuals released by the Israel Defense Force intercepting 40 Iranian UAVs, the unmanned aerial vehicles, and there you have those that combat in the air, and how the missiles, remember, the missiles from Iran have been targeting many civilian areas as well.
Alpha. Okay. Alpha. How do you Okay.
All right. With that, viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in from the war in Iran and Israel. Now, Iranian ballistic missiles have hit northern Israel, and as the conflict enters day 9, Iran has launched drones in the Beit Shean of Israel. It's the northern district of Israel, and heavy damages have been reported in the city. Iranian drone strike in Beit Shean. You can see those visuals of the damage, the devastation, and Iranian missiles, in fact, have hit a childcare center as well. So Iranian missiles are continuing to cause civilian harm, targeting civilian areas, hospitals, schools, residential areas, residential houses, residential buildings. The childcare center now has been hit by the Iranians. And this is the visual you have from Beit Shean. This is a visual from northern Israel. And this is a missile strike from Iran has caused this damage. And we continue to get you more updates from Iran. In fact, viewers, we have multiple updates coming in right now from the war in West Asia with regards to the war. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi now has warned that U.S. military involvement in the ongoing conflict with Israel would be very, very dangerous for everyone. He goes on to describe it as a very something that is unfortunate. Araghchi expresses openness to further dialogue, but stressed that Tehran would not negotiate with U.S. while Israel continues to attack. So you have the Foreign Minister of Israel condemning U.S.'s alleged movement. And let's take a listen. Take a listen, in fact, to what Foreign Minister of Iran has said.
We are absolutely ready for a negotiated solution for our nuclear program, as we did in 2015. You know, we had a deal with the P5+1 at that time. That was the result of 2 years of negotiation, and then when we concluded the deal, the whole world celebrated. So it means that diplomacy can work. It worked in the past and it can work in the future. But in order for us to come back to diplomacy, the aggression should be stopped. It is obvious I cannot go to negotiation with the United States when our people are under bombardments, under the support of the United States. We have come, unfortunately, to the conclusion that the United States has been in this aggression from the beginning.
As the Israel-Iran conflict escalates, the voices of the ordinary civilians caught in the crossfire are emerging. Families forced from their homes, children living in fear, and communities struggling to survive amid the violence. These are the human stories behind the headlines. Hear their voices and witness the real impact of war beyond the battlefield.
עוד אחד. אני שומע. הגדולים, אנחנו ניתן לכם את הגיבוי. We are going inside the building.
Because of we are scared about the missiles, because it's very strong. Before it was not happen like this, but the situation is not good. It's very stronger the missiles. It is any problem, it will be very difficult. That's why we coming to sleep here.
אני לא אוהב לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית. אבל אני מהלילה הראשון, עוד לפני אפילו שראינו באמת מה הטילים האלה מסוגלים לעשות, מה ההשלכות של הפגיעות של הטילים האלה. אני בפן האישי אמרתי, אני לא רוצה לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. לצערי הרב, אחרי הפגיעה שהייתה בפתח תקווה, שגם שם אנשים שהיו בתוך ממ"ד נהרגו, אז אמרתי, יאללה, בוא נשען פה.
Reality in Israel, so you're having dinner and you go to Siren, you're getting a facial, you're living your life, you're trying to live your life. And can't live your life. There were 500 sirens today. 500. כמה טילים? This is reality. This is reality in Israel.
استنوا شوي استنوا نصورهم جنة
viewers, we have some more breaking news coming in right now. The second flight carrying Indians from Iran has landed in the national capital. Under Operation Sindhu, Indians from Tehran have been evacuated. Second flight has landed at the IGI airport in New Delhi. So remember, there are thousands of Indian students who were stranded in Iran. They were in Iran for studies, and with the situation only escalating in West Asia. One flight just a few days back, one batch of students had landed back. Now again we see another batch of students, and they are most of them from Jammu and Kashmir. They are back. And all right, we have Riyanka, my colleague, joining us live on the broadcast from the Indira Gandhi Airport in New Delhi. Now, Riyanka, we're getting in visuals, students coming in. This is the second batch. How many of them have returned back so far? We also see them with the tricolors in their hands as they arrive. Riyanka, can you hear me? We seem to have we seem to have dropped that connection. We'll just reconnect with Riyanka there. But you see, the batch of students have returned there, and most of these students from Jammu and Kashmir, and they have come back home in New Delhi. They are raising some. They are raising some slogans as well. I think they're chanting something with their tricolor in their hands. This was Operation Sindhu. Remember, Iran had made exception for India and opened its airspace for the Indian students to be evacuated, as there are thousands of students who are pursuing their education in Iran, many of them for medical studies in Iran. And the stranded Indians have been brought back by New Delhi. India's diplomatic efforts in full swing. As you can see, those visuals coming in, more and more students, Indian students from Iran have arrived, and this is Operation Sindhu. In total, earlier there were 290 students that were repatriated, and this is another flight carrying the Indian students that have been evacuated and brought back. And this is the second batch, what we understand, amid the escalating tensions between Israel and Iran. Riyanka joins us back on the broadcast. Riyanka, tell us more about how many of the students have been now brought back. And of course, many colorful scenes also coming in. The tricolor were in the hands of all these students who have just arrived today.
Well, Rakshita, what we can tell you at the moment is on the first day of evacuation, there were 110 students who had come in from Iran via Armenia and Doha. They reached Delhi, and after that it was early yesterday night when we had in fact seen that there was another batch of people in Iran who were stranded. They were evacuated via special flight to India, and this is under the successful mission of Operation Sindhu. There were nearly around 210 of them, and now another flight, the third flight, is awaited. It has already landed in Terminal 3 of the IGI airport, and this is coming in from Mashhad airport in Iran. Now we had seen a move of cooperation from the side of Iran after it had opened its airspace in order for a smooth evacuation of people Indians in Iran who were stranded, and for their successful and smooth evacuation process. As you can show you the visuals, everyone is waiting at this particular gate at the international arrivals for the people on board to come out. There were very happy visuals that had come in early today morning when the second flight had come down. In fact, beside me also there is a huge deployment of police personnel so that there is a very, very smooth movement of people, and and they can be then headed towards their particular location. There are buses that have been put in place for those who need to travel from this place, from New Delhi to other areas, including in Srinagar. Earlier there were buses which were plying for the students who had come in from Iran to Armenia, and then they had reached New Delhi. Buses were applied for them as well. So now what we can see, there are full preparation to welcome the third batch of people. There is another flight which is scheduled to come in the national capital at around 11:30 p.m. tonight, and that is going to be covering nearly 1,000 Indians who will be brought back today itself from Iran.
Right. Priyanka, thank you so much for joining us with the details coming in, viewers. So yes, Iran, of course, has made the exception for India as it opens the airspace for the evacuation of Indian students, and we keep a close eye on more developments. Viewers, we shift our focus now to the Indian Army, how it rolled out the mat across borders and battlefields on International Yoga Day, celebrating International Yoga Day with unity, with strength and purpose. Take a look at this report.
The Indian Army marked the 11th International Day of Yoga with widespread enthusiasm across India and overseas deployments. Siachen and Pangong to Port Blair, troops united in yoga across every terrain. In Kibithu and the Run of Kutch, soldiers embraced yoga as a tool for resilience. At Udhampur, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi joined Defence Minister Rajnath Singh for the celebrations. The session highlighted yoga's role in combat readiness and stress management among troops. In Delhi, Vice Chief Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani led a mega event at Karyappa Parade Ground. Over 3,400 participants, including army families, NCC cadets and foreign defence attaches, joined in. Troops deployed on UN peacemaking missions also performed yoga, echoing India's global wellness message. Indian military training teams abroad observed the day with session on foreign soil. At Khan Quest in Mongolia and Exercise Shakti in France, Indian soldiers practiced yoga with international counterparts. These global efforts showcased yoga as a bridge for harmony, discipline and shared military values. The Army reaffirmed its belief in yoga as excellence in action. Across altitudes, assignments, yoga remains a vital part of the Indian Army's daily life.
We have breaking news coming right now. Significant action against terrorists and anti-national elements. Handwara police in Jammu and Kashmir and the police district Handwara today attached immovable properties belonging to two individuals from Monbal in Handwara who stand accused in a long pending terrorism case. The properties of these terrorists have been seized. You can see the crackdown on the terror network continues. This is the visual coming in from Handwara. You can see the police personnel there who were part of this crackdown, and my colleague Zeenat is joining us live on the broadcast from Srinagar. Zeenat, tell us more about this action that has been taken by the Handwara police.
See, Rakshita, we are seeing again in action against the Pak-sponsored terrorism in the Kashmir Valley, though these two, they are actually the locals of Kashmir but have exfiltrated to the Pakistan and have been continuously into the terror business. And finally, today the J&K police, the Handwara police finally was able to attach the properties under UAPA, and they have got the orders from the competent authority, the Honorable Court, for the attachment of the property. This is an immovable property that is located in Handwara. Both the individuals have exfiltrated to Pakistan and are continuously involved in the terror business, be it the radicalization, sponsoring terrorism, or into the law and order situation and funding the terrorism in the Kashmir Valley, for which now the property of these two terrorists who have been active in the terror business from the Pakistan, they are in Pakistan at present, but their properties in North Kashmir's Handwara now have been attached. This is a message to those who are still continuing with the terror business and are trying to push the situation to the wall. by carrying the anti-terror activities in the Kashmir Valley. It is a message to those that they should desist from such activities. Otherwise, they too will face the actions that these two individuals have faced. This action has come from the Handwara police. The properties have been attached in North Kashmir. Though the two terrorists who are into the active terror business, they are presently residing in Pakistan.
Right, Zina, thanks so much for joining us with those details coming in on the story from Handwara in Jammu and Kashmir. We will now shift our focus to Operation Langra, the crackdown against the criminals in Uttar Pradesh. The late-night operation, part of the Operation Langra that happened on the 20th of June, the Uttar Pradesh Police's Special Task Force in Noida unit engaged in a fierce encounter with a gang of robbers in the Jahangirabad police station area of Bulandshahr, resulting in the death of Vinod Kumar, who was a notorious criminal with a bounty of 1 lakh rupees. Active in crime since 2006, Vinod faced over 40 cases of murder, robbery, dacoity across Muzaffarnagar, Shamli and Baghpat districts of Western UP, including 6 robbery cases in 2024 alone and a 7-year sentence from 2012 Muzaffarnagar case. This is the Yogi model, and specifically the Operation Langra that is in action.
यूपी के बुलंदशहर में बीती रात 1 लाख के इनामी बदमाश को नोएडा एसटीएफ ने एनकाउंटर के दौरान ढेर कर दिया। बदमाश का नाम विनोद गडरिया बताया जा रहा है, जो कि लंबे समय से यूपी पुलिस की गिरफ्त से फरार चल रहा था। नोएडा एसटीएफ को जानकारी मिलती है कि बुलंदशहर के जागीराबाद इलाके में वो एक बड़ी वारदात को अंजाम देने के लिए आने वाला है, जिसके बाद इस जगह पे नोएडा एसटीएफ जो है वो ट्रैप लगाती है। ये जो आप रास्ता देख रहे हैं, ये जागीराबाद थाने इलाके का पूरा हिस्सा है। यहीं से बाइक पे बदमाश जो था वारदात को अंजाम देने के लिए जा रहा था। रात 8 से 9 बजे के आसपास पुलिस जो यहाँ पे ट्रैप लगाती है, बदमाश की पहचान होती है। पहचान होने के बाद उसको सरेंडर करने को कहा जाता है। लेकिन इतना ही नहीं, उसके बाद बदमाश इतना शातिर था, वो अपनी बाइक को लेकर यहाँ से जंगल में उतर जाता है और उतरने के बाद यहाँ से बाइक को काफ़ी तेज़ी से भगाता हुआ इस जगह पे आ जाता है। आखिर में पुलिस जो है बदमाश को सरेंडर करने को कहती है, लेकिन बदमाश के पास पिस्टल थी, लोडेड पिस्टल निकालता है, पुलिस टीम पे फायरिंग करना शुरू कर देता है। इस एनकाउंटर में 2 पुलिसकर्मी भी घायल हुए हैं। फिलहाल उनकी हालत पहले से बेहतर बनी हुई है। मैं आपको एनकाउंटर स्पॉट दिखाना चाहूँगा। जब यहाँ पे उसको सरेंडर करने को कहा तो उसने फायरिंग करी। जवाबी कार्रवाई में पुलिस टीम ने भी कई राउंड फायरिंग की, जिसमें यहाँ पे उसको गोली लगती है, उसकी मौके पे ही मृत्यु हो जाती है। फिलहाल ये पूरे इस हिस्से को जो है पुलिस ने कॉर्डन ऑफ किया हुआ है, क्योंकि जंगल का एक साइड का एक रास्ता है, यहाँ से भागने की कोशिश कर रहा था, लेकिन यहीं पर ही उसको ढेर कर दिया जाता है।
And now viewers, we're also getting a response from the police officials on this operation that happened in Bulandshahr. Take a listen in.
यूपीएसटीएफ की नोएडा यूनिट की बदमाशों से थाना जहांगीराबाद क्षेत्र में मुठभेड़ हुई है। सूचना ये थी कि ये बदमाश किसी बड़ी घटना को अंजाम देने के लिए यहाँ आए हुए हैं। इसी सूचना को विकसित करके जब टीम ने इनको इंटरसेप्ट करने का प्रयास किया तो बदमाशों के द्वारा पुलिस टीम पर फायरिंग की गई, जिसमें 2 पुलिसकर्मी हमारे एसटीएफ के कर्मचारी भी घायल हुए। और जब टीम ने इसमें आत्मरक्षार्थ फायरिंग की तो उसमें एक बदमाश को गोली लगी, जिसको उपचार हेतु अस्पताल ले जाया गया, जहाँ पर उसकी मृत्यु हो गई। उसकी पहचान विनोद गडरिया के रूप में हुई है और उस पर मुजफ्फरनगर से 1 लाख रुपए का रिवार्ड है। वहाँ कई डकैतियों में वांछित चल रहा था।
On the other side, we get your DGCA, the DGCA has issued a note against the Air India team and calls for their immediate removal for repeated violations. Also, Trump says his intel chief Tulsi Gabbard is wrong about Iran's nuclear program. We'll get you more on that.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने। आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
مجتمع هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کرد. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی به خبرگزاری صدا
India is heading towards a maritime revolution. At the heart of this transformation lies a port that is set to redefine our country's position in global trade. The Behnam International Seaport, located in Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, Behnam is more than just another infrastructural project. It is a symbol of strategic thinking, economic foresight, and India's growing ambition to emerge as a global logistics hub. On the 2nd of May 2025, a historic moment unfolded.
Welcomed by the dignitaries.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi arrived at Behnam to inaugurate this monumental project that promises to reshape Kerala's economy and India's maritime identity. The event was attended by Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, Adani Group Chairman Gautam Adani and Thiruvananthapuram MP Shashi Tharoor, a landmark gathering for a landmark occasion. Before the formal inauguration, the Prime Minister toured the sprawling transshipment hub. Accompanied by senior leaders, he observed ongoing developments, interacted with engineers and project leaders, and witnessed the scale and ambition of a port set to redefine India's place in global trade. As the crowd cheered, the Prime Minister took the stage. Gautam Adani welcomed him with Kerala's traditional ponara and presented a commemorative memento, a symbolic gesture of honor, tradition and pride.
On behalf of the people of Kerala, I once again express our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister for visiting our state to dedicate the landmark project to the nation. I also extend my congratulations to the Adani Group for executing this mission with excellence.
And with that, the Viranium International Seaport was officially inaugurated by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. As celebrations erupted, a new chapter in India's maritime journey began, connecting our coastline to global commerce like never before. A deep-water transshipment hub, Viranium is located just 10 nautical miles from a key international shipping route. Built by Adani Ports and Special Economic Zone Limited in collaboration with the Government of Kerala under a public-private partnership model, Viranium is a strategic bridge between India and global trade lanes. What makes Viranium exceptional is not just its location, it is the vision. The port is aligned with PM Gati Shakti, India's transformative master plan for infrastructure integration. It's also a core part of the Act East and Sagarmala policies, driving port-led development and regional connectivity across Asia. At full capacity, Viranium is projected to handle over 6 million TEUs, 20-foot equivalent units annually. This will ease pressure on other Indian ports and offer a faster, more cost-effective alternative for global cargo transshipment. Since its launch, Viranium has welcomed some of the world's most significant cargo vessels. Among them is the San Fernando, the port's first mothership, a 300-meter-long vessel with a capacity of 8,000 to 9,000 TEUs. Most notably, on the 9th of June 2025, MSC Irina, the largest container ship in the world, docked at Viranium, reaffirming the port's readiness to handle ultra-large ships and anchor India in global maritime trade. Prime Minister Modi returned to the stage to address the nation. His message was one of ambition and transformation. Viranium port will bring economic stability to Kerala and the nation, he declared.
यहाँ एक और अपनी संभावनाओं के साथ उपस्थित ये विशाल समुद्र है और दूसरी ओर प्रकृति का अद्भुत सौंदर्य है और इन सब के बीच हम न्यू एज डेवलपमेंट का सिंबल ये विजिंगम डीप वाटर सी पोर्ट है। मैं केरला के लोगों को, देश के लोगों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं।
For Kerala, Viranium signals a future of opportunity. The port brings with it economic growth, employment and international connectivity. Thousands are already engaged in its construction and operation. Thousands more will benefit through allied industries, logistics and trade.
इस सी पोर्ट को 8,800 करोड़ रुपीस की लागत से तैयार किया गया है। अभी इस ट्रांसशिपमेंट हब की जो क्षमता है वो भी आने वाले समय में बढ़कर के 3 गुनी हो जाएगी। यहां दुनिया के बड़े मालवाहक जहाज आसानी से आ सकेंगे। अभी तक भारत का 75% ट्रांसशिपमेंट भारत के बाहर के पोर्ट पर होता था। इससे देश को बहुत बड़ा रेवेन्यू लॉस होता आया है। ये परिस्थिति अब बदलने जा रही है। अब देश का पैसा देश के काम आएगा। जो पैसा बाहर जाता था वो केरला और विजिंगम के लोगों के लिए नई इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटी लेकर आएगा।
The target is we have to make this one of the most efficient port, not just in the country but globally. and help the Indian importers and exporters reduce their logistics costs. If the country needs to grow, trade has to grow almost twice of the country's growth. And we are very bullish that the marine infrastructure, the ports, will be the key enabler in driving that growth.
Kerala is now firmly placed on the global maritime map, and India is stepping confidently into a new era of logistics leadership.
Vizhinjam will be in a class of its own as one of the most technologically sophisticated transshipment ports in the world. I am delighted that every aspect that we had planned for is coming together, and we are privileged to have been given this opportunity to use our expertise to transform this part of India.
Thousands of jobs, billions in trade potential, endless opportunities for entrepreneurs, exporters, and the next generation of maritime professionals. Vizhinjam is not just about today, it is built for the India of tomorrow. A coastline rises, a vision turns into reality.
मैं एक बार फिर आप सभी को आज के इस आयोजन के लिए अपनी शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। केरला ग्लोबल मैरीटाइम ट्रेड का बड़ा सेंटर बने और हजारों नई जॉब क्रिएट हो, इस दिशा में भारत सरकार राज्य सरकार के साथ मिलकर काम करती रहेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि केरला के लोगों के सामर्थ्य से भारत का मैरीटाइम सेक्टर नई बुलंदियों को छुएगा।
Ease of doing business, ease of movement, ease of ambition. That's the India the Prime Minister envisions, and it begins at ports like Vizhinjam. From the shores of Kerala to the ports of the world, this is India's maritime moment. This is Vizhinjam.
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
כי מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיגוף בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת, כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית מתייאש.
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות, לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח, כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
Right, welcome Welcome back to Live and Breaking. The conflict between Israel and Iran has been intensifying, with both the countries engaging in a series of military strikes, cyber attacks and covert operations. Israel has targeted Iranian military installations, nuclear facilities and key infrastructure, while Iran has responded with rocket attacks and drone strikes against the Israeli territory. Conflict has significant global implications due to the involvement of major world powers. The United States, a key ally of Israel, has been drawn into the conflict, while Iran has received support from Russia and China. Now, this has led to a complex web of alliances and rivalries that could potentially escalate the conflict. While the escalation sees no end in sight, Republic is the only channel reporting live from Tel Aviv in Israel, from the areas that have suffered extensive damage. Here's what Republic TV's reporter Nick saw on the ground zero.
Here is the downtown of Tel Aviv area, one of the main business centers of Israel. And you can see how extensive is the damage just from one ballistic missile that Iran sends towards this residential and business area. Tens of thousands of people are working here every day, and those offices, skyscrapers, were the target of the Iranian missile. And also the residential buildings here, some of them completely destroyed, some of them can fall any moment. That's why we can't go closer, because it's really dangerous. Parts of the buildings still are falling, and those buildings are not safe. People are evacuated from all of this area, and here the security forces continue to work and to understand how extensive is the damage from the Iranian ballistic missile. It was a illegal missile that was fired from Iran. It had a cluster munition on the ballistic missile, meaning that from one rocket, many smaller rockets were fired, and they are in the radius of all of this area fell, and they can explode any moment. If children or people touch them, they can explode, and this is illegal. But still, Iran doing that because they are trying to terrorize the people of Israel. Iran thinks that if the Israeli people will be terrorized enough, it will lead to a pressure on the Israeli government to stop their war, to stop their effort to destroy the nuclear capabilities, the nuclear weapons of the Iranian regime, with which they are threatening for many years to destroy the Jewish land. Although this is one of the main areas of Israel, one of the main roads, but still it is closed because of Iranian ballistic missile, and all those skyscrapers can fall, they are unstable. We still see how parts of those skyscrapers are falling on the road. People can't go there, everybody evacuated. And also we have here underground metro, and this metro saved the lives of many Israelis that heard the alerts and they escaped here. They escaped here, and it saved their lives. You can see this metro station underground saved the lives of many Israelis, because Israelis used to this kind of reality when barrages of rockets are fired at them for decades, and it was just one of those barrages. And Iran illegally tried with cluster munition to kill as much as possible Israelis.
Now, Iran has launched several missile barrages against Israel, targeting residential areas and causing significant damage and casualties. Now, according to reports, Iranian attacks have struck multiple urban areas in Israel. That includes Tel Aviv, Bat Yam, Tamra and Haifa. In one such incident, an Iranian missile struck a residential building in Israel, injuring at least 14 people. Here's a ground report from the exact location where the Iranian missile hit the residential areas in Israel.
Those buildings maybe can collapse, and those buildings are not military targets whatsoever. You can understand that here it's a residential area. People are living here, and all of them were targets because the shock wave just of one ballistic missile is for hundreds of meters of radius, and also Iran using cluster munition on their missiles, ammunition which is illegal. Iran using missiles with illegal munition because they are trying to kill as much as possible Israelis. And you can see here how extensive is the damage, and this rocket fell into a lot of smaller rockets, and all of those rockets can explode any moment and can bring more damage. This is one of the reasons why all of this area is closed, and you can see how many buildings were impacted and damaged just from one rocket. And it shows you once again that Iran for 1 week targeting civilians and civilian areas, residential areas, downtowns, business centers, public places, places where there are no military targets whatsoever, but yet this is the targets of the Iranian missiles. And this is another war crime that you can witness yourself here behind me. You can see that Iran trying to terrorize regular Israelis. Here on the other side also all the shops are damaged, devastated by the shock wave. The shock wave is going through windows, through walls, through buildings. Nothing stops this shock wave. Most of them are young people from all over Israel and the world, and you can see that some of them are trying to save some of the stuff from their homes. They could come inside, take the things, but it's really dangerous because the buildings are not stable and they can collapse, but yet the authorities authorizing them with some protection to go inside for a short moments and to take the stuff. You can see how dangerous is that, and also there are some signs saying that do not enter, danger building, and there are a lot of people here are looking that nobody will enter without a permission. There are a lot of security, and you can see here how extensive is the damage. All those buildings, each of them, each apartment, each building has its own story. In one of those apartments actually was living a family member of the former Prime Minister of Israel, Yair Lapid, and the current leader of the opposition of Israel. She was living here, the granddaughter of the opposition leader, and it just shows you that it touches everyone in Israel, the war. It is a small country and everybody knows someone who was a casualty or suffered from those attacks. And here you have flags of Israel anywhere where there is those distractions, and here it says, "We are with you, with love, with heart. We are here with you 24/7. The municipality of Tel Aviv, and there is the telephone number of the municipality. People can call there and get any help that they need. Just look what a distraction from one missile. All those buildings that you see around me are not safe anymore. They were destroyed. Even here behind me there is a metro station that is constructed, and it also can collapse all this ground. So all of this place is not safe at all, and still I can hear some stuff are falling from the buildings. And those are the targets of the Iranians. They are targeting civilian places because they are trying to terrorize Israelis and tourists, and this is the result of this terror regime of Iran. Nikol Yochin, Tel Aviv, Israel.
So two nations locked in a deadly spiral. Israel and Iran are now past the point of no return. As missiles rain down and war rages on, civilians are paying the heaviest price. Over 400 have been killed in Iran. Tel Aviv is battered and no end in sight. And now with top Iranian operatives eliminated and nuclear talks in tatters, the region is on the brink of a wider catastrophe. Here's a look at what's happening on day 9.
Here is the downtown of Tel Aviv area, one of the main business centers of Israel.
Two nations, one war, no restraint.
Those offices, skyscrapers, were the target of the Iranian missile, and also the residential buildings here, some of them completely destroyed.
Civilians caught in the crossfire. Iran bleeds. 400 killed, thousands injured. Israel's defense holds, but not enough. Tel Aviv counts its dead. Endgame? None. Only rising fury. As nuclear talks collapse, missiles speak. Republic TV, the only voice in the war zone. Tel Aviv Iranian missiles have hit homes.
Those buildings maybe can collapse, and those buildings are not military targets whatsoever. You can understand that here it's a residential area. People are living here, and all of them were targets because the shock wave just of one ballistic missile is for hundreds of meters of radius.
Israel takes out top IRGC commander Behnam Shahriyari. He armed proxies, funded terrorists, and now he's gone. Another pillar of Iran-Hamas axis eliminated. Saeed Azadi, key to October 7th massacre, neutralized. The mastermind of Iran's terror web is no more. Iran says Israel hit Isfahan nuclear site. Now Tehran is crying foul. Files complaint against IAEA chief accusing him of bias and violation of neutrality. Khamenei rages and threatens brutal retaliation. Iran says no talks unless Israel backs off, but keeps channels open with US. West Asia burns with no ceasefire and no peace in sight.
DGCA issues note against Air India team and calls for their immediate removal for repeated violations. And Trump says his intel chief Tulsi Gabbard is wrong about Iranian nuclear program. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
से जाएगा सुई थी ना मोर आगे जाएगी ताकि ये कर लावते मां मन केंते करजे डर लागिला झियो पे खाली झियो पिला मन
This week on Get Me Right, is G7 dead? With its decisions having no impact, dwindling economic clout, and the rise of the global south, is the club of the rich seven becoming just a talk shop? And then we take a look at the impact on India's energy security of the intensifying Middle East conflict, with almost half of India's oil and gas needs coming in through the Strait of Hormuz. What happens in case of disruptions? Finally, is setting up of campuses by foreign universities in India a good strategy to improve overall standards of college degrees in the country. Join me this Saturday and Sunday only on Republic TV.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
مجتمع هسته‌ای کشورمان حمله کرد. دشمن صهیونی مجتمع آب سنگین شهدای خنداب در استان مرکزی را مورد هدف قرار داد. مرتضی میری، مدیر کل مدیریت بحران استان مرکزی به خبرگزاری صدا
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching 6 Stories at 6 with me, Akanksha Khajuri. And this evening, as we get you the top stories from around the world, our focus remains on the escalating Iran and Israel conflict, now entering day 9. Now, first up, we'll break down the strikes, mapped location by location, both in Israel and Iran. Next, my colleague Nick reports straight from Tel Aviv on the ground amid the rising tensions. Also on the show, Donald Trump tears into his own intelligence chief over the Iran assessment. And back home, Operation Sindhu is in full swing. Hundreds of Indians have been brought back safely. Also, DGCA has slammed Air India once again, and we'll tell you why. And finally, to the state of Uttar Pradesh, where Operation Langra is in full swing. Let's get started. In fact, let's get you details from as far as the Iran and Israel conflict is concerned. There have been no signs of de-escalation in the week-long conflict as Iran and Israel continue to trade strikes on each other. In the last 24 hours, Israel has in fact attacked the Isfahan nuclear facilities and killed 2 top commanders as well. Iran, on the other hand, has attacked the daycare center in the same area where a hospital, if you remember, was attacked 2 days back. Here's more.
Here is the downtown of Tel Aviv area, one of the main business centers of Israel.
2 nations, 1 war, no restraint.
Those offices, skyscrapers, were the target of the Iranian missile, and also the residential buildings here, some of them completely destroyed.
Civilians caught in the crossfire. Iran bleeds. 400 killed, thousands injured. Israel's defense holds, but not enough. Tel Aviv counts its dead. Endgame? None. Only rising fury. As nuclear talks collapse, missiles speak. Republic TV, the only voice in the war zone. Tel Aviv Iranian missiles have hit homes.
Those buildings maybe can collapse, and those buildings are not military targets whatsoever. You can understand that here it's a residential area. People are living here, and all of them were targets because the shock wave just of 1 ballistic missile is for hundreds of meters of radius.
Israel takes out top IRGC commander Behnam Shahriyari. He armed proxies, funded terrorists, and now he's gone. Another pillar of Iran-Hamas axis eliminated. Saeed Azadi, key to October 7th massacre, neutralized. The mastermind of Iran's terror web is no more. Iran says Israel hit Isfahan nuclear site. Now Tehran is crying foul. Files complaint against IAEA chief accusing him of bias and violation of neutrality. Khamenei rages and threatens brutal retaliation. Iran says no talks unless Israel backs off, but keeps channels open with US. West Asia burns with no ceasefire and no peace in sight.
And for better clarity, let me pull in the map of Iran for you and explain to you where this attack in fact took place. Israel, which is at least 1,500 kilometers from Iran, in fact attacked right here. This is where the Isfahan nuclear site is, and this is not the first time that this site has been targeted. Just 1 week back, this exact location, which is home to a key nuclear research center, was attacked by IDF. That was June 13th when this in fact took place. But what we're learning so far is that no hazardous leak has been detected, but definitely as far as Israel is concerned, their focus is on this specific nuclear reactor, and that is why this has been attacked twice. Second attack on the key nuclear facility in the last 7 days. In fact, Israel has also claimed that they have killed the 2 top commanders as far as Iran is concerned. Let me take you through them. The first one is Saeed Azadi. You can see his picture there on the screen. He's the top Iranian commander. He has been eliminated in Qom. Remember, this is very close to another nuclear site in Iran. He has been the mastermind of Iran's anti-Israel strategy, and all these claims have been made by IDF. He's been the commander of Palestine Corps, Quds force, as well as far as this key commander who has been eliminated is concerned. He has been the key link between IRGC, Hamas and October 7th attack, and that is why this holds a lot of importance, and that is why Israel wanted to attack him. Oversaw Iranian funding for Hamas terror activities. He was also involved as far as the funding is also concerned. The first person, his name is Saeed Azadi, who has been eliminated by Israel. Let's go to the other key commander. His name is Behnam Shahriyari. He has been the key figure behind Iran's weapon transfer, a key person as far as Iran is concerned. And that is why Israel has targeted him. Moving on, he oversaw arms and funds to the terror proxies. This man that you can see right here on the screen. Now, moving on. Let's tell you more about him. He financed attack that killed Israeli soldiers and civilians. So this man is, as far as the funding is concerned, he used to take care of that, and that is why he has been eliminated. Now, from Iran, let's shift our focus to Israel. And let us tell you, in the last 24 hours, how Iran has attacked and what all areas have been attacked. The first one, in fact, is Beersheba. Remember, this is the area where a hospital was attacked just few days back. This is, in fact, far from Tel Aviv, but still a very important area as far as this conflict is concerned, because Iran is concentrating on that. Now, in the last 24 hours, in fact, earlier, as we told you, hospital was attacked. Yesterday, here, a daycare center was attacked. No injuries have been reported so far as this is concerned. Now, moving on with the story, the conflict between Israel and Iran has been intensifying, with both countries engaging in a series of military strikes, cyber attacks and covert operations. And Israel has targeted Iranian military installation and nuclear facilities, while Iran, on the other hand, has responded with the rocket attacks and the drone strikes. The conflict has in fact seen significant global implication due to the involvement of the major world powers. The United States, a key ally of Israel, has been drawn into this conflict, as we've been seeing statements coming from Donald Trump, while on the other hand, Iran has received support from Russia and China. This has led to a complex web of alliances and rivalries that could potentially escalate the conflict in this region. While this escalation sees no end, Republic TV is the only channel reporting live from Tel Aviv in Israel from the areas that have suffered extensive damage. In fact, let me go across to my colleague Nick, who has been getting us every single detail as far as Israel is concerned and attacked by Iran in the last 9 days. Nick, you've been getting us those reports. What we're learning is that in the last 24 hours, there have been several attacks, specifically on the civilian areas. Tell us what are you learning there from the ground?
Yeah, that's right. Israel continues to defend itself against the Iranian attacks, and Iran continue to bombard civilian areas like the one behind me. For example, they are targeting residential areas, and in the past 24 hours, for example, one of the ballistic missiles hit a mosque where people were praying, and in Israel, about 20% of the population are Arabs, but it is not holy for the regime of Iran. They even hurting Muslims and Arabs. And another hit was at the municipality of Haifa and some residential buildings there. It is a city in the north of Israel by the Bay of Haifa, and Iran targeting a lot of the rockets there because there are a lot of facilities there which are carrying and using materials like chemicals and some dangerous materials, because it is a heavy industry there. There are a lot of factories there, and Iran wants to hit this area because they want to harm a lot of destruction to the area that could happen if those hazardous materials, if those very dangerous materials from the factories will leak and will cause a chain of big explosions. And it shows you another example how Iran doesn't care to hurt regular Israelis and regular people. They are the targets right now of those attacks of Iran. We also saw in the past day that the rockets of Iran are going across all the country of Israel. And they are also targeting many times Israel in the middle of the night. So many Israelis are not sleeping for more than 1 week. A lot of them under a lot of stress, and they are getting a lot of medications to relieve this stress because they need to wake up. They have a few minutes to find a bomb shelter, sometimes a few times each night, and each sound, even of a motorcycle crossing by, causes them a bit of this reflex of we need now to find a place to hide. And also, it's really interesting that now you can see people in the middle of Tel Aviv are in
Absolutely. Today is day 9 of the conflict. It remains to be seen how it pans out in the coming week, whether it de-escalates or the situation remains the same. Thank you so much, Nick, for getting us those ground reports. Now, shifting our focus as far as the conflict is concerned, cracks seem to appear between US President Donald Trump and his US National Intelligence Director over Iran's nuclear program, compelling Tulsi Gabbard to backtrack on her assessment for the second time this week. Publicly, in fact, this has been the second time this week that she was publicly rebuked by Donald Trump. He rejected her analysis of Iran's nuclear capabilities. And while speaking to the reporters in New Jersey, Trump repeated his beliefs that Iran is building nuclear weapon. He dismissed the testimony of his own intelligence chief, in fact, which she gave in March this year, in which she said that Tehran's nuclear development program was not close to the bomb. Now, Trump flatly said, and I quote, "She is completely wrong." This is not the first time that Trump has rejected her intelligence assessment. Meanwhile, she has diverted her anger towards media and said that her testimony was taken out of context to manufacture a division. Listen in to what both of them said.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance.
And back in India, Operation Sindhu is in full swing. In view of the recent developments between Israel and Iran, the Indian government has decided to evacuate Indians stuck in Iran. Operation Sindhu continues in full swing. So far, India has evacuated 570 nationals stranded in the war-hit Iran. A rescue flight landed in the national capital in the wee hours today. And in a significant diplomatic move, India is not just going to evacuate its own citizens, but will also be assisting in evacuation of those from Nepal and also from Sri Lanka. Let me go across to my colleague Riyanka, who continues to track the story and the evacuation process very closely. Riyanka, just a while back we got to know that another flight carrying the Indian nationals has landed in the national capital. You spoke to a few of them. What are they saying? Are they happy to be back?
Absolutely, we of course captured that moment of joy and happiness that was seen in the faces of all the students. Right now, what I'm showing you in these visuals is this particular bus which has been boarded by all the students who are slated to go to Kashmir. And this is a special bus service which has been put in place for all the students who have been evacuated from Iran, and they are from Kashmir, and they will be taken into this particular bus. It is a luxurious sleeper bus which is currently being prepared for the students to go from New Delhi to Srinagar. More visuals coming in. More students are now, one by one moving on to board their buses. These are the students who have in fact been evacuated. How do you feel to come back? Do you want to thank the government?
Yeah, I'm so thankful to the government.
So there you see, they are saying they are in fact thankful for the government, and we are showing you live visuals of these students who have been evacuated to board their buses, the special buses that have been organized at this point in time. More visuals of students. Are you happy to come back?
So happy.
So they are of course saying, you have been evacuated, how do you feel about it?
मुझे सर पे बहुत दर्द हो रहा है अभी.
They are also very tired at this point in time, and as we also understand, they are waiting to very well go from this particular area back to their houses, and we are showing you more students who are coming in one by one. All of them have been successfully evacuated. Most of them not very comfortable to speak on camera because they are tired after a long journey. But we'll also try and have a word from one of those students who have in fact come back, and you can see they do have happy faces, and it is a moment of joy. How do you feel coming back to India? So as we had tried to have a conversation with them, but they are in a hurry to go back home. And we continue to show you these visuals from the airport here in the national capital. All the students now one by one rushing towards finding their buses as they will be taken from this particular place, the IGI to Srinagar, a 15 to 16 hour long journey. And as they move forward, they of course thank the Indian government. They carry the Indian national flag with them, and that is the success of Operation Sindhu.
Absolutely. One can only understand how stressed they must be when they were in Iran, and now it appears that they are very relieved with this. Thank you, Riyanka, for all the details. We'll keep coming back to you for more on this. Now, worry continues to grow for Air India as aviation safety watchdog DGCA has slapped a show-cause notice on it for violating the flight duty time norms for the crew. Now, these violations were found during the spot checks of the airline's Bangalore to London flight of May 16th and 17th, wherein the FTDL had exceeded the 10-hour limit. Now, DGCA has ordered the removal of the 3 Air India officials who are in charge of the crew rostering following these lapses which have come to the fore. Air India has been warned that any such future violation will attract much more action than this time. Meanwhile, Air India has issued a statement saying that they have implemented this order, but many are saying that this again is a templated reply. Let me go across to our expert, Gyan Prakash Vajpayee, who's been the former flight safety consultant, Air India and Air Force. Thank you so much for speaking to Republic TV. How do you see this, in fact, DGCA versus Air India pan out? Because in the last few months, what we are learning is that more than 15 such show-cause notices were given to Air India, and then we saw that incident took place in Ahmedabad. Now another such show-cause notice has been given. Another templated response has come from Air India. What do you have to say on this?
Madam, the news shown by you is available in most of the media channels. In the first sight, it appears to be perfectly normal that DGCA is doing a good job by removing the 3 officials of IOCC who were held responsible for unauthorized and non-compliant crew pairing and violation of mandatory licensing and recensing of license, and also systematic failure on the rostering business. But it also raises few queries that why Air India could not check these things during their own internal audits and spot checks, why it should go up to the DGCA level. And it seems there is a total coordination gap existing between flight safety critical departments such as flight safety, flight operations, IOCC, and other engineering department. This is not in good taste. One more thing is that to bridge the gap between DGCA and CEO of the Air India, there are various DGCA appointment holders have been put into the place. It seems there is some gap of communication between DGCA post holders in different departments and their direct contact with the CEO. Otherwise, such situation should not be arrived.
Absolutely, sir. Angle has come to the fore related to the flight duty time limitation, FDTL, is what we are learning. There was a violation of this. Could you explain to us, because you've been connected to Air India and also Air Force, what does this mean and what clearly in your reference, what was the violation as far as this is concerned?
Ma'am, there is a necessary rest period is to be given to the air crews, whether it is pilots or it is the cabin crews. After stipulated number of flying hours of flying, they are necessarily to be given rest. But due to the shortage of pilot, due to the non-availability of correct pilot, the rostering department details the people who are not supposed to be detailed. Obviously, you will agree, if somebody is in fatigue, so in hour of need, his reaction will get different. He might not initiate the correct action. So that's why all over the world, as per the ICAO direction and DGCA, civil airworthiness departments have been put into the place that there are certain limitation has been put on the duty hours for the air crews and the cabin crews, not only on consecutive flight, but on monthly basis, on annual basis. So that FDTL means that.
Absolutely. DGCA has pulled up Air India yet again, definitely not for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Vajpayee, for speaking to Republic TV. Now, shifting our focus to the state of Uttar Pradesh, let me tell you about the Yogi model and Operation Langra in action. In a late-night operation on June 20th, the Uttar Pradesh Police Special Task Force engaged in a fierce encounter with a gang of robbers in Jahangir Police Station area of Bulandshahr, resulting in death of one Vinod Kumar, a notorious criminal with a bounty of 1 lakh on his head. Now, active in crime since 2006, Vinod faced over 40 cases of murder and robbery across Muzaffarnagar, Shamli, Baghpat district, etc., including 6 robbery cases in 2024 alone and 7-year sentence from a 2012 Muzaffarnagar case. Watch this report, and then we also have a statement from the police.
यूपी के बुलंदशहर में बीती रात 1 लाख के इनामी बदमाश को नोएडा एसटीएफ ने एनकाउंटर के दौरान ढेर कर दिया। बदमाश का नाम विनोद गडरिया बताया जा रहा है, जो कि लंबे समय से यूपी पुलिस की गिरफ्त से फरार चल रहा था। नोएडा एसटीएफ को जानकारी मिलती है कि बुलंदशहर के जागीराबाद इलाके में वो एक बड़ी वारदात को अंजाम देने के लिए आने वाला है, जिसके बाद इस जगह पे नोएडा एसटीएफ जो है वो ट्रैप लगाती है। ये जो आप रास्ता देख रहे हैं, ये जागीराबाद थाने इलाके का पूरा हिस्सा है। यहीं से बाइक पे बदमाश जो था वारदात को अंजाम देने के लिए जा रहा था। रात 8 से 9 बजे के आसपास पुलिस जो यहाँ पे ट्रैप लगाती है, बदमाश की पहचान होती है। पहचान होने के बाद उसको सरेंडर करने को कहा जाता है, लेकिन इतना ही नहीं, उसके बाद बदमाश इतना शातिर था, वो अपनी बाइक को लेकर यहाँ से जंगल में उतर जाता है और उतरने के बाद यहाँ से बाइक को काफ़ी तेज़ी से भगाता हुआ इस जगह पे आ जाता है। आखिर में पुलिस जो है बदमाश को सरेंडर करने को कहती है, लेकिन बदमाश के पास पिस्टल थी, लोडेड पिस्टल निकालता है, पुलिस टीम पे फायरिंग करना शुरू कर देता है। इस एनकाउंटर में 2 पुलिसकर्मी भी घायल हुए हैं। फिलहाल उनकी हालत पहले से बेहतर बनी हुई है। मैं आपको एनकाउंटर स्पॉट दिखाना चाहूँगा। जब यहाँ पे उसको सरेंडर करने को कहा तो उसने फायरिंग करी। जवाबी कार्रवाई में पुलिस टीम ने भी कई राउंड फायरिंग की, जिसमें यहाँ पे उसको गोली लगती है, उसकी मौके पे ही मृत्यु हो जाती है। फिलहाल ये पूरे इस हिस्से को जो है पुलिस ने कॉर्डन ऑफ किया हुआ है, क्योंकि जंगल का एक साइड का एक रास्ता है, यहाँ से भागने की कोशिश कर रहा था, लेकिन यहीं पर ही उसको ढेर कर दिया जाता है।
यूपीएसटीएफ की नोएडा यूनिट की बदमाशों से थाना जहांगीराबाद क्षेत्र में मुठभेड़ हुई है। सूचना ये थी कि ये बदमाश किसी बड़ी घटना को अंजाम देने के लिए यहाँ आए हुए हैं। इसी सूचना को विकसित करके जब टीम ने इनको इंटरसेप्ट करने का प्रयास किया तो बदमाशों के द्वारा पुलिस टीम पर फायरिंग की गई, जिसमें 2 पुलिसकर्मी हमारे एसटीएफ के कर्मचारी भी घायल हुए। और जब टीम ने इसमें आत्मरक्षात्मक फायरिंग की तो उसमें एक बदमाश को गोली लगी, जिसको उपचार हेतु अस्पताल ले जाया गया, जहाँ पर उसकी मृत्यु हो गई। उसकी पहचान विनोद गडरिया के रूप में हुई है और उस पर मुजफ्फरनगर से 1 लाख रुपए का रिवार्ड है। वहाँ कई डकैतियों में वांछित चल रहा था।
This is all we could pack for you in this bulletin of 6 at 6 stories. We'll be back tomorrow with more such stories. Till then, keep watching Republic TV.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
כי מלאכיו יצווה לך לשמורך בכל דרכיך, על כפיים יישאונך פן תיגוף בהם.
היום, כשסוף סוף החזירו אותך אלינו, גם היינו צריכים עוד קצת להיות במתח. ולך.
בואו לפה, למעמד הזה. אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת.
די אוכתי וצחקת. כל כך אהבת לצחוק. תמיד היית בתייש.
תסרוני חיליותיי, שיוויתי אדוני לנגדי תמיד, כי ממני בא למות, לכן שמח ליבי ויגל כבודי, אף בשרי ישכון לבטח, כי לא...
אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם.
אז לא בא לי להיפרד, אבל מגיע לנשמה הטובה שלך לנוח. אני מרגישה שחלק ממני חזר, עם צלקת וחוסר שלא ייעלם לעולם. יאיה, אתה היית...
למעמד הזה, אחים, חברים, ואנשים שכל כך אהבת. אהובנו, נרצחת על ידי אויב העם בטבח נורא, בשמחת תורה, ביום חג, ביום של שירה וריקודים.
סליחה שלא אמרתי את זה יותר פעמים בחיים, כי עכשיו כבר מאוחר. אתה עכשיו פה, באדמת הארץ שכל כך אהבת. אף אחד לא הכין אותי לפרידה הזאת. שמור עליי, עלינו. אוהבת אותך, אח שלי, באמת.
עולה מצדך 1000 ורבבה מימינך, אליך לא ייגש, רק בעיניך תביט, ושילומת רשעים
Hi there, welcome to this week's Get Me Right, your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week, I picked 3, 2 domestic and 1 purely from foreign affairs, but of equal consequence for you and me and our country. 1. We take a look at this week's G7 summit that concluded with a whimper. G7 began as an elite group with considerable power to influence world events, but has shrunk to a talk shop with little impact. The factors behind this increasing irrelevance is going to be our focus. 2. This week marked entry of 5 foreign universities into India. They would be setting up campuses here so that students can get same degree, but without the hassle of visas, racism, foreign exchange outflow, and hordes of issues that go with a foreign education. And finally, we would connect the dots between an announcement made by India this week that we might be sitting on a Guyana-sized oil reserves in the Andaman Sea and the energy security implications of the ongoing Middle East conflict, given that almost 2/3 of India's oil and gas come from this geography. Let's get going.
The G7 used to be the G8. Barack Obama and a person named Trudeau didn't want to have Russia in. And I would say that that was a mistake, because I think you wouldn't have a war right now if you had Russia in. And you wouldn't have a war right now if Trump were president 4 years ago. But it didn't work out that way. But it used to be the G8, and now it's, I guess, what's that, 8 years ago, it switched over. They threw Russia out, which I claimed was a very big mistake. Even though I wasn't in politics then, I was very loud about it. It was a mistake in that you spend so much time talking about Russia, and he's no longer at the table, so it makes life more complicated. But you wouldn't have had the war. Other than that, I think we're going to accomplish a lot, and I expect to. And I think our primary focus will be trade, and trade with Canada, and I'm sure we can work something out.
This was Donald Trump, just being Donald Trump, trashing the Group of Seven, or G7, for having failed to prevent the war in Europe. Not only that, he put the entire onus on the grouping for chucking out Russia in 2014. Trump has a point. If you want to negotiate with somebody, you need that somebody on the table, which Putin of Russia, of course, is not. While it's a little more complicated than that, Trump got his facts wrong. For example, it was not Trudeau who was Canadian PM in 2014, it was Stephen Harper, and Russia was chucked out because it annexed the then Ukrainian territory of Crimea in breach of international law. But then we digress. The leaders of G7 are a bunch who believe or fancy their centrality to the rest of the world. They met this week in the alpine resort of Kanana Skis in Alberta, province of Canada, for 3 days to deliberate on the geopolitics and geoeconomics of the day. This time also, from the AI revolution to quantum computing, from forest wildfires to migrant smuggling, from the war in Europe to the one in the Middle East, they opined on everything under the sun, like they did a year before or the year before that, but no impact. G7 used to set the agenda and rest of us would follow. Not anymore. That Trump's soundbite is indicative of the failure. Before we understand why, a short history. G7 was formed in 1975 to respond to the first oil shock. The history is a little more complex and goes back to 1973 or earlier. But let's keep things simple here. In response to the 1973 Yom Kippur War, or the 6-day war by Israel on its neighbors, the oil-producing Arab states put an embargo disrupting global supplies. Parallelly, there was the Nixon shock, economic turbulence due to some policy decisions of the Richard Nixon administration, not dissimilar from the Trump tantrums now, affecting global trade. Taken together, the world economy hit recession and went into a tailspin. World Bank and the IMF failed to tide over the crisis. It was a moment of reckoning for the first world. The 6 advanced economies of that time, USA, UK, West Germany, France, Italy, and Japan, met in France to tide over the crisis. They released a 15-point charter calling for free trade, multilateralism, rapprochement with the Soviet Russia-dominated Eastern Bloc, and a dialogue with the developing Third World. Since money is power, geoeconomic also became geopolitical. And so the G6 became an influential voice of the rich and the powerful with a dime to share. In 1976, they included Canada, making it G7. Russia was brought into the fold in 1998, more as an outreach to the Eastern Bloc than as an economy or democracy of consequence. This became G8. There were some visible efforts, giving money to build a shelter over the Chernobyl reactor, starting the debt restructuring program for the poorest 42 nations of the world in the 1990s. G8 also shepherded the formation of the G20 in 1999, effectively becoming the Global Economic Council. Criticism started building in. The group had a clear Eurocentrism, but for Japan, it was more an alliance of the transatlantic consensus between America and Europe. 90% of the population was excluded. While it sought to champion liberal democracy, the group by itself was distant from any democratic structure, more a clique of the rich. The 2008 global financial crisis unraveled the aura, when the G7 finance ministers concluded in exasperation that individual nation-states had to devise their own plans to deal with it. The group lost face, if not credibility. From the shadows emerged the G20, which is proving to be a more effective and democratic arrangement to oversee the world economic order. It has the heft of both population size and GDP. Against G7's 10% population, G20, or 21 now, including the African Union, has 85% of the world population covered. In terms of GDP, G21 accounts for 80% against G7's 45%. And while they lag in per capita terms on most parameters, the non-G7 member states of G21 taken together have almost equal heft in terms of economic weight. Once a symbol of strategic unity, it now presents a picture of internal dissent and discord. Look at these pictures. Giorgia Meloni's eye roll at French President Macron went viral. Trump talked down Macron through this post. Then this wink of PM Mark Carney of Canada while seemingly mocking Trump. Trump himself has had a bouncy relationship with G7, to say the least. In his first term, he crashed out of the meeting after being called out for his tariffs that were against the free trade position of the grouping. This time, Trump again cut short his visit, ostensibly to oversee America's involvement in the Israel-Iran war, even as the rest of the leaders were calling for restraint and de-escalation. The free trade agenda lies in tatters. At the summit venue, Trump and Keir Starmer showcased a UK-US trade deal. Everyone is negotiating individual agreements with everyone else. The World Trade Organization lies in tatters. Ironically, if there's one nation still talking about a global trade regime, it's China. Though, of course, Beijing too is busy cutting deals. If 2008 crisis was the beginning of the unraveling, by the COVID crisis in 2020, G7 had completely ceded control to G20 and even the Quad, both groupings in which India is a member. The fact that India has been invited to last 7 of G7 summits on the trot is indicative of our growing heft as an economy of consequence. More examples of G7 in crisis. In April last year, G7 decided to phase out coal as a source of energy by the 2030-2035 window. Same year, Germany returned back to coal, facing shortages due to the Nord Stream collapse. Earlier this year, at the Munich Security Conference, US Vice President J.D. Vance hectored and harangued Europe. The transatlantic consensus is broke, so is G7. Once a symbol of strategic unity, G7 now reflects deep internal contradictions on trade, tariffs, climate, energy, and security.
The threat that I worry the most about vis-a-vis Europe is not Russia, it's not China, it's not any other external actor. And what I worry about is the threat from within, the retreat of Europe from some of its most fundamental values, values shared with the United States of America.
Only on China, perhaps, there might be consensus still, but that too stops at diagnosing the malaise.
It is a challenge we all have a crucial stake in, because all G7 countries are facing aggressive trade practices from non-market economies, From industrial overcapacity to weaponizing economic dependencies, these practices must be addressed. And because they affect all of us, we must respond together and bring an end to the era of globalism without guardrails. So, we must diversify and strengthen our supply chains and raw materials. To this end, we will discuss closer cooperation on critical minerals among trusted partners. We must tackle distortions in other key sectors, steel, for example, or pharmaceutical products, and we must counter together non-market policies and practices.
Ursula von der Leyen used strongest words yet on China, but each G7 nation is cutting its own deals with Beijing. Trump even said at the same venue that the United States has an excellent relationship with Xi Jinping. G7 is dead. Long live G7. Moving on for now to the second one.
You don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do. You don't know that I'm going to even do it. You don't know. I may do it. I may not do it. I mean, nobody knows what I'm going to do.
This 5 seconds of Trump's soundbite last week on his vacillation about whether he would order an American military strike against Iran had the impact of a mild tremor across world's energy markets. Oil prices zoomed, and India's basket price shot up to $76 to a barrel. Just for comparison, this was $64 last month. That's an upward move of $12 or roughly 20% in just 1 month. The impact of Israel's war on Iran is already visible on India's energy security. While it is still not a supply-side crisis, only a price shock, things could change if Trump decides in the affirmative on joining forces on the side of Israel. A fear being talked about is the disruption of supplies through the Strait of Hormuz. Seen in the pictures here, it lies between Oman and Iran and links the Persian Gulf in the north to the Gulf of Oman to the south and the Arabian Sea beyond. At its narrowest point, it is 33 kilometers wide, with the shipping sea lane further constricted to just 3 kilometers. About 1/5 of the total oil consumed in the world passes through this narrow stretch of water. That's roughly 20 million barrels of crude every day. Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates, Iran, Iraq, and Kuwait use the strait for their oil, mainly to Asia. Almost 100% of the Qatari gas, LNG, flows through Hormuz. In our case, of our total imports, which are 90% of all our energy needs anyway, roughly half come via this strait. Just to give an idea of what a blockade of this waterway can mean, it has happened only once in history. Was done collectively by the Arab states in 1973 to punish the Western backers of Israel in response to the Yom Kippur War. The blockade resulted in the first oil shock that sent the global economy into recession. Things have changed since then. For one, Iran threatens often, but has never acted on them insofar as blockading Hormuz is concerned. Two, from being world's biggest importer of oil, the United States of America has transformed into one of the top exporters now. Drill, baby, drill was one of the campaign slogans of Trump this term. As a consequence, 85% of the crude passing the Strait of Hormuz was meant for Asian markets, with India, China, Japan, and South Korea accounting for 2/3 of that. The geography is volatile, and there have been episodes of disruptions. In 2012, for example, Iran threatened to block the strait after US and Europe imposed tough sanctions. In 2019, 4 vessels, including 2 Saudi tankers, were attacked off the UAE coast. Jamming of signals during ongoing conflict is leading to delays and disruptions. The global energy markets are closely watching the developments around the world's most crucial choke point on oil and gas. If direct entry of USA makes Iran face an existential threat, then it might order a blockade after all. It is in this backdrop that the news went below the headlines threshold but has great positive consequences for India's overall energy security. Petroleum Minister Hardeep Puri made a big announcement claiming India had hit a jackpot of black gold in the Andaman Sea off the eastern seaboard. Listen to him first.
Potential that we have in terms of known reserves is quite high. We have something like 42 billion oil and gas, 42 billion tons of oil and gas equivalent. We have the potential of several Guyanas in the Andaman Ocean. And I also said that we are looking at the possibility, thanks to this additional exploration and production, of finding a Guyana.
Couple of points. This is not immediate. This is prospective discovery of potential reserves which might translate into actual oil on tap in a decade or more. The minister mentioned Guyana as a story we might end up following. The South American nation, sandwiched between Venezuela, Brazil, and Suriname on three sides, and the Atlantic on the fourth, struck oil and gas in 2015. It is only now that oil has started flowing for commercial extraction and export. But it has already done wonders. From a GDP of $4 billion when oil discovery happened, it now stands at $26 billion, or a rise of 600% in a decade. The oil find catapulted Guyana into a rich oil state in a decade, as it stands as 17th in terms of oil reserves. If Puri is right, we in India could rocket into a middle-income country, which we are still not, despite becoming the fourth largest economy over a decade after the oil starts flowing from Andaman blocks. While the minister underscored all efforts that are going into making this a reality, we should say fingers crossed and pray that it happens soon. That brings me to the third segment, also connected with India's growth march.
This milestone exemplifies the spirit of Sankalpa se Siddhi, the journey from resolution to realization. It strengthens our shared goal of empowering youth and enabling innovation-led growth through education leading to Vikasit Bharat. I congratulate the leadership of all 5 universities, the government of Maharashtra, SIDCO, UGC, and other agencies.
This was another story that went below the radar of news cycle, but is of consequence for the future grooming of our youth. India just announced setting up of campuses by 5 foreign universities, making international education available at home. Come to think of it, while global standards of education were available at the school level through the IB, ISCE, and Cambridge courses, at the university level one had to fork out hundreds of thousands of dollars for international degrees. A simple tweak in the national education policy of 2020 made it possible to get a foreign degree right here in India. One can still say that it does not match the experience of a foreign campus in the United States or the UK. But for millions who could not afford or access such an education, minus the international campus, also this should be a good deal. Let me explain a few benefits to students. You get a foreign university degree with a curricula at par with what the same universities are offering in their home countries. You get it at a much lesser price point. You are not going to feel homesick. There are no visa issues, no racism to handle. These universities hopefully would bring in foreign faculty so the overall standards would improve. From the point of view of parents, they can see their ward get a world-class experience with home advantage. I see 2 more very distinct advantages. One, to our education system. With the infusion of pedagogy and curricula of these global universities, the overall ecosystem of education in India would likely become more competitive. One can expect salaries of our own teachers to increase to match those of the foreign faculty. 2, and a very important one, we would be saving forex reserves to the tune of anything between $70 to 80 billion annually. Here's the math. India has over 1.8 million or 18 lakh students pursuing higher education abroad. About half of them are concentrated in 5 countries. the United States, Canada, Australia, United Kingdom, and Germany. In the USA, average tuition fee for a science course is upwards of $32,000 per annum. Add to it living expenses that include housing, transport, food, etc. That should be about $30,000 per annum. With miscellaneous expenses on books, periodicals, insurance, and recreation, that should be upwards of $70,000 for studying in the United States. The numbers could vary in other countries, as seen in the graphics. Still, calculating conservatively, India pays not less than $70 to $80 billion per annum from its foreign exchange reserves for these 1.8 million students to get a foreign degree. For sure, not all of it, but a good sum can be saved if foreign universities set up campuses across India. The picture is improving fast and yet is not flattering. In the World University Rankings released this week, with our best performance in over a decade, we have 54 of our higher education institutions in the list of World Top 1500. While this is a big jump from just 11 in the year 2014, when India joined this ranking system, it is still a long way to go. None of India's 54 are in top 100 this year. China has 5, while the United States has 32 of its universities in the top 100. Goes without saying, if some of those set up their satellite campuses in India, recruit both locally and globally, and if our students can take advantage of their cutting-edge education system at a fraction of a cost and without the visa hassles, it's a win-win for all. Another drawback of Indian campuses is the international students ratio, which is much lower than world standards and consistently going down, which means that not enough foreign students are interested in an Indian degree. Also, in terms of the faculty-student ratio, none of our 54 universities on the list are even in top 500. This is an area which might get addressed naturally, with foreign campuses acting as catalyst for overall quality improvement. This step should facilitate a two-way flow of ideas and talent. My personal takeaway is that this should act as a catalyst and bring competition and improve overall college education and research environment in the country. The cross-pollination of ideas would make for a healthy rise in standards. Thanks for watching.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल न पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
עוד אחד.
אני שומע.
הגדולים, אנחנו ניתן לכם את הגיבוי. We are going inside the building.
Because of the we are scared about the missiles because it's a very strong. Before it was not happen like this, but the situation is not good. It's very stronger the missiles. It is any problem, it will be very difficult. That's why we coming to sleep here.
אני לא אוהב לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית. אבל אני מהלילה הראשון, עוד לפני אפילו שראינו באמת מה הטילים האלה מסוגלים לעשות, מה ההשלכות של הפגיעות של הטילים האלה. אני בפן האישי אמרתי, אני לא רוצה לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. לצערי הרב, אחרי הפגיעה שהייתה בפתח תקווה, שגם שם אנשים שהיו בתוך ממ"ד נהרגו, אז אמרתי, יאללה, בואו נשען פה.
Reality in Israel, so you're having dinner and you go to Siren, you're getting a facial, you're living your life, you're trying to live your life. And can't live your life. There were 500 sirens today. 500. כמה טילים? בוא נראה.
The residential area, and you can see the skyscrapers were the target of the Iranian ballistic missile, and it can still collapse. It's better to live because it's really dangerous to be there. You can see the impact just of one rocket. See how big is that? It is completely destroyed. You can see the destruction.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hi there, welcome to this Saturday edition of This Is Exclusive, in which we are going to take you right there to the war zone in Iran and Israel with some ground reports showing to you what's the scale of destruction happening on both the sides. That's our focus, as also a comment made by Union Home Minister Amit Shah, according to which India is never ever going back to the Indus Waters Treaty. All that and more. Let's begin with the headlines. Another day, another flight. Chennai-bound Indigo flight emergency lands in Bengaluru after Mayday call over critically low fuel. DGCA issues show cause notice to Air India over multiple violations, calls for immediate removal of their rostering team members. Israel eliminates Iranian Quds Force commander Behnam Shahriyari, responsible for supplying arms to Iranian-backed terrorist group including Hezbollah. As tension in the Middle East soars, Iran issues fresh warning to Trump government, says any involvement of US military would be dangerous. And Republic TV is the only channel to bring exclusive ground reports from the conflict zone, Israel. Welcome again, friends. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has announced that India will never restore the Indus Waters Treaty with Pakistan, saying that the water previously flowing to Pakistan will be diverted to Rajasthan via a new canal project, leaving Pakistan starved of its share. Shah justified the decision by citing Pakistan's alleged violations of the treaty's preamble, which promised peace and progress, stating that India lawfully placed the 1960 treaty in abeyance following the April 22 Pahalgam terror attack. That's none other than Union Home Minister Amit Shah speaking, completely ruling out any possibility of going back to the Indus Waters Treaty. And that's a big one. That's a statement of intent. That's a statement of resolve. And it clearly shows how focused the government of India is, which means, is the government working to a plan? That's going to be our focus. Let's have a guest, Madhav Nalapat. All right, Professor Madhav Nalapat joins us to help us understand what this really means. Professor Nalapat, India has put the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance, but now Union Home Minister says we are never going back to it, which means there is a plan. The government is clear in its intent and resolve that we are not going to be taking it to business as usual so far as Indus Waters Treaty is concerned. Help us understand what this means.
Look, the fact of the matter is the 1960 treaty between India and Pakistan was the most unfair treaty ever involving an upper riparian state and a lower riparian state. The concessions given by India have been more than the concessions given by any upper riparian state in all the water treaties that have been concluded by upper riparian states with lower riparian states so far. It was basically signed as a consequence of pressure from the World Bank. At that point in time, in the 1960s, World Bank, 1960 actually, I believe it was signed. The fact is that the World Bank was very pro-Pakistan. Of course, and why? Because India was seen as quote-unquote non-aligned and leaning towards the USSR, whereas Pakistan was very firmly in the US camp, SEATO, CENTO, all these organizations that joined. So the reality is that that pressure was one-sided pressure on India. And basically what is the pressure? Succumb to all of Pakistan's desires. All of Pakistan's wishes should be fulfilled. And that's what happened. That's why the Home Minister Shah is absolutely correct, and I warmly and strongly welcome his stand about the Indus Water Treaty. The fact of the matter is, Abhishek, I'm asking you, you've followed events for a long time.
Yes.
For enough time. Has Pakistan lived up to its promise in 1960 of abandoning the path of terror? It had doubled and doubled and doubled again, as the Home Minister who is in charge of the Home Ministry knows. So I can tell you very clearly, it's absolutely justified on the part of India.
Professor Nalapat, we have absolutely analyzed in quite some detail, and you have been on a couple of shows with us as to why India should be reviewing, even before the Pahalgam terror attack, why India should be reviewing the Indus Waters Treaty. But Professor Nalapat, what I found interesting in this time, in the statement of the Union Home Minister, is that there is an intent backed with a plan, because he's saying we will divert this water to canals and right up to Rajasthan, which means the government has already formed a action plan.
Well, quite naturally, the government has formed an action plan, and I think it's very welcome. The fact is, Rajasthan has been starved of water that would legitimately have gone to it right from 1960 onwards. Countless farmers have suffered. A countless number of crops have been harmed as a consequence of this horrible treaty. And let's be honest, it is only Pakistan thereafter regarded India as even more of a soft state than it first thought. And that impression was behind all these terror attacks. So Abhishek, quite frankly, I applaud the Union Home Minister for stating on behalf of the Modi government that during Modi 3.0, the Indus Water Treaty is being scrapped and will never be revived. I applaud that. It is very pro-India, it's very pro-farmer, and Rajasthan needs that water. It should have got it in 1960, at least now it is getting it in 2025. I am really very happy about this, Abhishek.
Right, absolutely. And hopefully, by the time that the third term of the Modi government comes to its end, we would have already seen execution of some projects to make Indus Waters Treaty's abeyance with Pakistan a reality on the ground. Thank you so much, Professor Nalapat, for those details and perspective. Moving on to our story under focus, which is about the hot zone, the Iran-Israel war zone in the Middle East. Ladies and gentlemen, we are bringing to you the pulse of a world on fire. It's day 9 of the Israel-Iran conflict, and West Asia teeters on the brink of an all-out war with the possibility of the United States joining in. Iranian missiles raining down on Tel Aviv, striking homes and a childcare center, while Israel vows total retribution, flattening missile launchers and eliminating key terror chiefs like IRGC's Behnam Shahriyari and Hamas-linked Saeed Izadi. With nuclear talks collapsing, civilians caught in the crossfire and no ceasefire in sight, we take you straight to the latest from the war zone. Take a look.
Here is the downtown of Tel Aviv area, one of the main business centers of Israel.
Two nations, one war, no restraint.
Those offices, skyscrapers, were the target of the Iranian missile, and also the residential buildings here, some of them completely destroyed.
Civilians caught in the crossfire. Iran bleeds. 400 killed, thousands injured. Israel's defense holds, but not enough. Tel Aviv counts its dead. Endgame? None. Only rising fury. As nuclear talks collapse, missiles speak. Republic TV, the only voice in the war zone. Tel Aviv Iranian missiles have hit homes.
Those buildings maybe can collapse, and those buildings are not military targets whatsoever. You can understand that here it's a residential area. People are living here, and all of them were targets because the shock wave just of one ballistic missile is for hundreds of meters of radius.
Israel takes out top IRGC commander Behnam Shahriyari. He armed proxies, funded terrorists, and now he's gone. Another pillar of Iran-Hamas axis eliminated. Saeed Izadi, key to October 7th massacre, neutralized. The mastermind of Iran's terror web is no more. Iran says Israel hit Isfahan nuclear site. Now Tehran is crying foul, files complaint against IAEA chief accusing him of bias and violation of neutrality. Khamenei rages and threatens brutal retaliation. Iran says no talks unless Israel backs off, but keeps channels open with US. West Asia burns with no ceasefire and no peace in sight.
As the Israel-Iran war barrels into its 9th day, central Israel lies wounded, its civilian heartlands devastated by a barrage of Iranian missiles that have shattered homes, a childcare center, and the lives of countless innocents. Let's take a look at a ground report filed by our reporter Nick.
I'm now in the center of Tel Aviv, minutes walk from the sea, one of the most touristic places in Israel. There are a lot of houses here where tourists and young people used to live, but now it is empty, the site is closed, all the neighborhood is forbidden, nobody can come inside because Iranian ballistic missile hit here, and from the shock wave of this missile, all the neighborhood was completely destroyed. As you can see around me, everything is destroyed. See the huge impact of just one missile. Buildings are completely ripped off. They are devastated, and also animals were part of the victims. You can see one of them is Tony, this cute, lovely cat, and he's missing. The owners asking to call them any hour if you can find their loved Tony the cat. To Natalie or Daniel, you can call any hour. And this is just one victim. The victims are not just people, it is also animals. And see how dangerous those rockets of Iran. See how much damage they are doing all around. They are just destroying anything in their way. And I can now walk for hundreds of meters and show you more damage that caused just this one rocket. You can see here it's a parking lot. Under that there is a construction of a metro station. That's why all of this site can collapse. And this is a colossal, huge blast that destroyed so much. See here, also this building is evacuated. All the neighborhood is evacuated actually. I need to go here in order to continue to walk because it's dangerous to be inside. Okay, so here you can see also another building that was almost destroyed from this blast. You can see here right now how huge this missile, this from one missile. You see all of this building can collapse any moment because the impact of the rocket was so huge, and inside was the consulate of the United States, at least used to be, and also some of the offices of the embassy of the United States, and probably it was the target, and now it could be a cause for the United States to join the fight against Iran. This building could any moment collapse, and it's not safe to be here. And also I can show you the street next to the sea, which used to be one of the popular streets among Israelis and tourists, and now you see all of the stores are closed because the buildings would be soon destroyed. It's not safe to be here anymore. You see it was destroyed by the ballistic missile. The shock wave was so huge that it impacted all the area. Everything here now can't be safe anymore. It can collapse any moment because the wave of the shock that came after the blast is huge. And now the authorities of Israel trying to understand and assess how extensive the damage, because they will compensate the owners of the shops. And this is the impact just of one rocket. And if we will continue to go on the street, you will still see that even here the shops are impacted by the shockwave. You see here everything was destroyed. We are now hundreds of meters from the actual place where and you see the people still strong. You see how devastated was this impact of one rocket. Everything is destroyed, and I'm walking already hundreds of meters from the parking lot where the rocket hit the ground, and still you can see here the shock waves came all the way. All of this road, this street was impacted by this rocket. You can see here still places impacted, all of them from the shock wave. See how huge the impact. All of this is a residential area, one of the main shopping streets of Israel in the center of Tel Aviv. And all the places are devastated all around. And this is the impact. Just I remember reminding you of one rocket. And if I now will continue to walk for another minute, I will show you that the impact even came to the embassy of Tel Aviv, of the United States of America in Tel Aviv. Here also the shop was destroyed, and I continue to walk, and I will show you that the embassy of Tel Aviv, hundreds of meters away, the American embassy in Israel, which is located in Tel Aviv, also was hit by the shock wave of this rocket. We are walking for many minutes now, and still you can see the impact on the streets. Still you can see that some of the places were impacted by this shock wave. And it just shows you that Iran doesn't really targeting military bases or some strategic assets of Israel. Instead, they are targeting regular citizens, residential areas. You can see all my walk is through regular buildings. It is just a place where regular people are living, mostly young people, a lot of tourists. There are nothing here that has something to do with military targets whatsoever. It is a very touristic place, and now I'm next to the embassy of the United States, and you can see that even here is the embassy. You can see behind me the embassy, and in front of that you can see the damage. Here are people that are coming to the embassy, doing their passports, leaving their stuff, and you see the destruction inside. You can see the destruction here, and it is next to the embassy of the United States that probably was the target of the Iranian missile. You can see in front of the embassy, everything here is destroyed. You can see the huge impact of blast hundreds of meters from here. Just understand how huge the blast was and how big the rocket was, that all of this here destroyed hundreds of meters from here. And I can't show too much of the embassy, the security asks me, but it is here. The embassy is here, and here you can see the damage. The damage is huge. You can see just in front of the United States Embassy how the impact was huge. You can see here people that are coming to the embassy. They are leaving their stuff here. They are doing the passport photos here, and now it is destroyed. And this was the impact just of one Iranian rocket that probably targeted the embassy of the United States. Nicole Yochin, Tel Aviv, Israel. Nicole Yochin, Tel Aviv, Israel.
All right, from Tel Aviv, Nick traveled for us to the Beersheba town of South Israel, where Iran had hit just a day ago. It was on 19th of June. In the evening, Iran's ballistic missile barrage struck the heart of Beersheba, devastating Soroka Medical Center. And this was southern Israel's lifeline for over 1 million people that was targeted and hit by Iran. And now Nick brings you a ground report from Beersheba Hospital, Soroka Medical Center.
This is one of the targets of the Iranian missiles. You can see one of the main hospitals of Israel, Soroka, in the southern city of Beersheba, and it is completely devastated. On the roof of this building was the hit of the Iranian ballistic missile, and you can see how much of a devastation here inside, just from one missile, and the place is completely destroyed. You can see that Iran deliberately were targeting a place where people are being treated, patients, they are targeting patients. How evil you should be to target hospitals. And just because the hospital hours before evacuated this place, there were no casualties here. Otherwise, just imagine how many people could die here inside this place. Just imagine, this is the place where hundreds of people were eating every day here in the hospital. And this place was the target of the Iranian missile. All of this building with thousands of patients. And it is completely destroyed. This is the result of Iranian missile attack. Nikol Yochin, Beersheba, Israel.
All right, one more report from the war zone. The latest following the drone strike on a two-story building in the northern Israel. MDA teams reported that following searches, no casualties were located, but fresh pictures that have just come in into our newsrooms put into perspective the extent of destruction, including in one case a man pulling out his child from the rubble. Take a look. These are the pictures from northern part of Israel now. And there is a picture of a local resident sharing his story. Not those pictures of the moment, but sharing his story of pulling out his son out of the rubble. And there are reporters interviewing this person. Let's have a look. All right, these are just pictures we have as of now, but we'll come back to this report as we have more. Moving on, in fact, there is another breaking news development back home, which is that the civil aviation tragedies continue. One came close to a crisis just a couple of hours back. An Indigo flight from Guwahati to Chennai with 168 passengers on board made an emergency landing in Bengaluru's Kempegowda International Airport after the captain gave a mayday call. A distress call via radio communication to the air traffic control, citing insufficient fuel in the plane. The plane, however, landed safely. Now, that's something which could have potentially turned dangerous. Low fuel on a Guwahati-Chennai flight, making the Indigo plane land in Bengaluru, make an emergency landing in Bengaluru after a mayday call. Now, mayday call is the highest level of emergency and crisis which a pilot resorts to, which means the situation could have turned dangerous. We'll sure bring more details to you on this as soon as we get it. This is the latest development in the ongoing crisis that our civil aviation sector is facing. For now, we have come to an end of this broadcast. Short break. On the other side, news is back.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
जितना भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करें कम है उनके लिए, और हम लोग जिंदगी भर इसको भूलेंगे नहीं, जो काम हमारे किया है। और ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का, मोदी जी का, जितने भी स्टाफ हैं तेहरान में, तुर्कमेनिस्तान में। हम मोदी जी का ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का और यहाँ की जो तेहरान में एम्बेसी है पूरी टीम का, एम्बेसडर का, और उसके अलावा इश्काबाद में जो एम्बेसी है उनकी पूरी टीम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि इतनी फैसिलिटीज दिए कि होटल, खाना पीना और किसी चीज़ की तकलीफ नहीं हुई हम लोगों को।
तो तेहरान में ज़्यादा स्ट्राइक्स थे एंड रूफ टॉप से सब विजिबल था, तो हमें तेहरान से दूसरे स्टेट में कुंभ में ले गए एंड कुंभ से मशहद एंड मशहद से फाइनली आज इंडिया हमारी फ्लाइट थी।
לא דקת. אני שומע.
הגדולים, אנחנו ניתן לכם את הגיבוי.
We are going inside the building.
Because of the we are scared about the missiles, because it's a very strong. Before it was not happen like this, but the situation is not good. It's a very stronger the missiles. It is any problem, it will be very difficult. That's why we're coming to sleep here.
אני לא אוהב לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. יש לנו
Smart screens to your smart television, trending stories are always breaking the internet. We'll get you some stunning visuals of International Yoga Day today that has been celebrated across the country and the world. Meanwhile, in a rather bizarre development coming in from Pakistan, there is something unthinkable that has happened. They have nominated Donald Trump for Nobel Peace Prize. The internet cannot get enough for it. So much for free lunches. Well, not just this, Rishabh Pant has smashed his 7th century in Test cricket and his trademark celebration is going viral. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, after the huge Starship explosion, a seemingly unnerved Musk just had 3 words to say. We'll get you all this and much more in this power-packed edition of Trending. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you this evening. Now viewers, it is 21st of June, the International Yoga Day. Over the course of the next 4 to 5 minutes, we'll bring you some beautiful visuals from across the country and beyond to give you a glimpse on how yoga was celebrated today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi led the 11th International Yoga Day celebrations from Visakhapatnam in Andhra Pradesh this time. He addressed the people gathered for the mega event, saying that yoga is the pathway to peace, especially since the world is reeling from some kind of stress every day.
योग सभी का है और सभी के लिए है।
योग का सीधा साधा अर्थ होता है जुड़ना, और ये देखना सुखद है कि कैसे योग ने पूरे विश्व को जोड़ा है। आज पूरी दुनिया किसी न किसी तनाव से गुजर रही, ऐसे में योग से हमें शांति की दिशा मिलती है। Let this Yoga Day mark the beginning of Yoga for Humanity 2.0, where inner peace becomes global policy. हम सब मिलकर योग को एक जन आंदोलन बनाएं, एक ऐसा आंदोलन जो विश्व को शांति, स्वास्थ्य और समरसता की ओर ले जाए, और जहां योगा फॉर वन अर्थ वन हेल्थ एक वैश्विक संकल्प बन जाए।
Now, while the Prime Minister was conducting the celebrations along the Visakhapatnam coast, the Indian Navy personnel on board the Indian naval ship off the coast also joined in the Yoga Day celebrations. And in Uttar Pradesh, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also took part in the Yoga Day celebrations. Take a look at the screens how Yogi joined several dignitaries in Gorakhpur. And moving on, here are some glimpses of how International Yoga Day was celebrated by the Indian Army across India and abroad. Here are the stunning visuals of a powerful sunrise yoga by the Andaman and Nicobar Command at India's Emerald Isles. And the icy glaciers of Siachen, the world's highest battlefield, also served as the backdrop for Yoga Day celebrations. Not just in India, Yoga Day celebrations continued abroad. The Indian military training team celebrated the day across Bhutan, where personnel from Bhutan also joined in. Several Indo-Tibetan border police jawans were also seen participating in the celebration near the Pangong Tso Lake in Ladakh at an altitude of over 14,000 feet. In fact, the national capital also saw multiple Yoga Day sessions hosted by the Indian Army. On your screens are the beautiful visuals from the Karyappa ground, which saw the enthusiastic participation of over 3,400 individuals. In fact, not only that, defense attaches from over 25 countries also took part in this event, highlighting yoga's international significance. Moving on, defense personnel gathered at the Isha Yoga Center in Coimbatore of Tamil Nadu, also taking part in the yoga sessions to celebrate the day. Watch this. Well, speaking of Tamil Nadu, the state's 73-year-old Governor R.N. Ravi stunned over 10,000 students by doing 51 push-ups at a Yoga Day event, setting the bar high for fitness and spirit.
I will do it 50 times, counted.
And ladies and gentlemen, Yoga Day celebrations were also held at the world's highest railway bridge. You got it right, yoga celebrations at the Chenab Rail Bridge that was inaugurated just a few days ago. Take a look. Now viewers, what we are bringing to you next is downright bizarre. Safe to say it is also meme-worthy. But when it comes to United States President, nothing is impossible at this point, is it? In a stunning development, Pakistan government's official handle posted this on your screens. They have nominated Donald Trump for Nobel Peace Prize for what they say stopping the Indo-Pakistan conflict or the war. So Trump, meanwhile, the ever flamboyant president of the United States, has mentioned Nobel Peace Prize not once, not twice, but 6 times in his latest tweets. Such is the desperation. And of course, the self-proclaimed Messiah has said it out loud that he should have been given the Nobel at least 4 or 5 times. Listen and watch this.
Rwanda and if you look the Congo, or you could say Serbia, Kosovo, you could say a lot of them. You could say, the big one is India and Pakistan. I should have gotten it 4 or 5 times. I should get it for the, I would think the Abraham Accords would be a good one too. They won't give me a Nobel Peace Prize because they...
And viewers, let's not forget, this comes just days after Trump was seen cozying up with the Pakistani army chief and Field Marshal Asim Munir during a private lunch at the White House.
You were meeting today with the chief of staff of the Pakistani army. Did you talk about Iran? Did that come up? Is there anything you can share from that meeting?
Yeah, well, they know Iran very well, better than most. And I was honored to meet him today.
And India, of course, disagrees to the whole Nobel for Trump trend, and rightly so. We have made it amply clear that Trump had no hand in brokering any deal whatsoever between India and Pakistan, and also the claims he have made, of course, about Israel or Iran, about Israel and Hamas, and also Ukraine and Russia in the past.
मोदी ने राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप को स्पष्ट रूप से कहा कि इस पूरे घटनाक्रम के दौरान कभी भी किसी भी स्तर पर भारत अमेरिका ट्रेड डील या अमेरिका द्वारा भारत और पाकिस्तान के बीच मध्यस्थता जैसे विषयों पर बात नहीं हुई थी, कि भारत ने न तो कभी मध्यस्थता स्वीकार की थी, न करता है और न ही कभी करेगा.
But of course, with a newfound tactical bromance between Pakistan and the United States, the delusional narrative that is being spun isn't all that surprising. Now, that being said, the internet has, of course, erupted, and the meme fest is every bit entertaining as it can get. An ex-user shared a popular meme template writing, "Nobody Donald Trump these days." Another user wrote, and I quote, "The art of lying featuring Donald Trump." And a third user shared a meme template from Kareena Shahid star Jab We Met and wrote, Donald Trump to Nobel Peace Prize Committee. There are a lot more trends that are running hot on social media today. Let's take a look at them. Neeraj Chopra has clinched the Paris Diamond League 2025 men's javelin throw title with a stunning 88.16-meter throw on his very first attempt, beating Germany's Julian Weber, who achieved 87.88 meters. Now, this victory marks Chopra's first major title of this year and his first Diamond League win since Lausanne 2023. And despite fouling 3 times during the competition, Chopra's initial throw was enough to secure the top spot. President Draupadi Murmu was visibly moved as students from the National Institute for the Empowerment of Persons with Visual Disabilities sang a heartfelt birthday song for her in Dehradun. While the moment touched many hearts, few know the battle she has fought in her personal life. She lost almost her entire family in just 6 years, but instead of giving up, she turned to spirituality, service and society. And on her birthday, she visited those Now, the Alaknanda River's water level has risen significantly in Badrinath, reaching Varashila and causing concern among the devotees and local authorities. The sudden surge in water level is attributed to ongoing excavation work along the river's banks under the Badrinath Master Plan. A powerful moment of confrontation captured in Indore. A young woman from Arunachal Pradesh confronts a man who mistook her for a Korean or Nepalese. Her bold question was, why aren't Indians who look different accepted as fellow citizens? It has sparked the conversation, much needed conversation about racial bias and the stereotypes, the challenges faced by those from Northeast India. The viral video now igniting discussions on identity, acceptance and the diversity within India that deserves recognition.
मुझे ठीक है एक लिमिट है हूँ मैं कहीं से भी ठीक है एक लिमिट होता है और हाँ अगर मैं नेपाली हूँ मैं कोरियन हूँ मैं कहीं से भी हूँ आपको दिक्कत कहाँ से आ रहा है तो फिर क्यों बोल रहे हो ये कौन सी बात है मैंने कभी कुछ बोला आपको तो क्यों बोला मैं हर रोज यहाँ से जाती रहती हूँ मैं यहीं पे रहती हूँ
A heartwarming video is taking the internet by storm, showcasing a dad's unwavering support for his daughter. During a school group dance performance, the little girl began crying and her dad stepped in to join her on the stage, finishing the performance altogether. Needless to say, this adorable moment has captured the hearts of many. Now, Suga, a member of the South Korean K-pop group BTS, has been officially discharged from his mandatory military service today. That is the 21st of June, which marks the completion of military service for all 7 members of BTS, paving the way for their potential reunion as a group. Amazon CEO Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez are all set to tie the knot in Venice from 24th to the 26th of June, but not everyone is thrilled about it. Why? Because when the world's 3rd richest man decides to get married, it's not going to be a quiet affair. Locals are protesting the lavish affair, citing concerns over tourism and environmental strain on the city. Around 200 high-profile guests, that includes Katy Perry, Kim Kardashian, Oprah Winfrey, are all expected to attend this celebration there. Prototype of SpaceX's Starship rocket, designated Ship 36, exploded late Tuesday night at the company's Starbase facility in Boca Chica of Texas. The powerful blast lit up the sky and sent shockwaves across the area. Now, in a post on X, Elon Musk downplayed the explosion with a 3-word response, just a scratch. Well, really, if you see the visuals, they are dramatic. Tigress Arrowhead passed away of bone cancer in the final walk of hers was caught on video from Ranthambore. On to the other trending story. Rishabh Pant, who was unbeaten on 65 at the close of day's play on yesterday on day one, smashed his 7th Test century today, overtaking MS Dhoni as India's most decorated wicketkeeper batter in terms of centuries scored in Test cricket. Pant achieved the feat on day 2 of the ongoing first Test against England in Leeds. Former India skipper Dhoni scored his 6th and final Test century in 2014. In fact, India vice-captain Rishabh Pant brought up his now trademark celebration after completing his 7th Test century against England on day 2 of the first Test at Leeds on Saturday. Meanwhile, Sunil Gavaskar's reaction after Rishabh Pant's century went viral. Remember, the former cricketer had come up with a quip that is quip that is the iconic stupid, stupid, stupid for the wicketkeeper batter and his antics on the field, to him now praising and saying superb, superb, superb for his 140-ball century today at the Leeds. There you have the celebration where he jumps around in that wheel and somersaults in the ground, and that has gone viral. Legendary cricketer Sachin Tendulkar, meanwhile, was among those who appreciated Rishabh Pant's performance and celebration as he took to social media. With this innings, Rishabh Pant has now become the Indian wicketkeeper with the most Test centuries, overtaking MS Dhoni's, as a wicketkeeper, of course, overtaking MS Dhoni's tally. Two nations locked in a deadly spiral. Israel and Iran are now hurtling past the point of no return. The ongoing conflict has entered day 9 and there is no sign of de-escalation. Missiles continue to rain down. Tel Aviv reels under attack. And in Iran, over 400 lives lost and cities scorched. In fact, as we speak in the latest, Tehran has been hit once again. There has been a loud explosion that has been heard in Tehran. A ballistic missile from Iran, meanwhile, today hit a childcare center in southern Israel's Beersheba city, causing significant damage to the classrooms and disrupting lives of dozens of families, civilian families, who rely on center for childcare for stability. And in a big escalation, Israel has now struck Iran's Ifshan nuke site in the Isfahan nuclear site, the second wave of attacks on the location since the start of the war. As tensions soar, Israel is now targeting the heart of Iran's nuclear program, and the stakes could not be higher. Well, viewers, a swarm of 40 Iranian drones that were launched towards Israel were intercepted mid-air by the Israeli Air Force and Navy. Take a look at these visuals. While Iran rejects nuke talks with Israel, West Asia is burning and there is no sight of peace or ceasefire. Now, viewers, the Indian Navy's commitment to maritime safety and cooperation is showcased on World Hydrography Day, highlighting precise, technology-driven maritime surveys. These efforts strengthen India's strategic reach across the seas. Watch these stunning visuals as we come to the wrap of this edition. Thanks for watching.
The ocean hides no secrets from those who know where to look. On this World Hydrography Day, we reaffirm our role in shaping a safer and better charted maritime future. With advanced technology and autonomous platforms, our surveys deliver the precision for modern maritime operations. World Hydrography Day is a tribute to the silent precision and strategic reach of those who chart the unknown.
The residential area, and you can see the skyscrapers were the target of the Iranian ballistic missile, and it can still collapse. It's better to move because it's really dangerous to be there. You can see the impact just of one rocket. See how big is that? It is completely destroyed. You can see the destruction.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Israel eliminates Iranian Quds force commander Behnam Shahriyari, responsible for supplying arms to Iranian-backed terrorist groups, including the Hezbollah. Iran's foreign minister issues fresh warning, says US involvement in West Asia conflict could prove to be detrimental.
Well, then my intelligence community is wrong. Who in the intelligence community said that?
Your Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard.
She's wrong.
Trump says his intel chief Tulsi Gabbard is wrong about what she says about the Iranian nuclear program. DGCA issues note against Air India team and calls for their immediate removal for repeated violations.
The beginning of Yoga for Humanity 2.0, जहां योग विश्व को टकराव से सहयोग और तनाव से समाधान की ओर ले जाए।
Prime Minister Modi celebrates International Yoga Day, emphasizes the need for it to maintain global peace.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho Befikar.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
जितना भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करें कम है उनके लिए, और हम लोग जिंदगी भर इसको भूलेंगे नहीं जो काम हमारे किया है। और खास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का, मोदी जी का, जितने भी स्टाफ हैं तेहरान में, तुर्कमेनिस्तान में।
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IAHM.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
No de casa.
से जाएगा सुई थी ना मोर आगे जाएगी ताकि ये कर लावते मां मन केंते करजे डर लागिला झियो पे खाली झियो पिला मन
A very warm welcome, viewers. You're watching live and breaking, and I am Rakhta Mishra with you this Saturday evening. Let's get started with all the top stories that we have been tracking for you all day long. In a stern statement, Union Home Minister Amit Shah says India will never restore the Indus Water Treaty with Pakistan. Israel eliminates Iranian Quds force commander Behnam Shahriyari, responsible for supplying arms to Iranian-backed terrorist groups including the Hezbollah. Iranian Foreign Minister issues fresh warning, says United States involvement in West Asia conflict could prove to be detrimental. Third batch of Indians from Tehran evacuated. The flights land in Delhi. DGCA issues note against Air India team and calls for their immediate removal for repeated violations. Another day, another flight. This time it's the Chennai-bound Indigo flight. Makes an emergency landing in Bengaluru after a mayday call was made over critically low fuel. So we start with breaking news coming in, viewers. Indigo flight from Guwahati to Chennai with 168 passengers on board made an emergency landing at Bengaluru's Kempegowda International Airport after the captain gave a mayday call. A distress call, that is, via radio communication. And remember, a mayday call is made in very dire circumstances. Now, the mayday call was a distress call citing insufficient fuel on the plane. The plane, however, landed safely. But you understand, viewers, critically low fuel was reported. And the plane had to make an emergency landing. All this while India has just been struck by the biggest aviation tragedy a week ago. And this reason that has been given is also something that is on the lens. Critically low fuel, viewers. The flight lands in Bengaluru. Chennai-bound flight from Guwahati makes the emergency landing, and a mayday call was made by the pilot. And in some more updates from West Asia, viewers, Israel Defense Forces have intercepted 40 UAVs that were fired by Iran towards Israel. Within 9 days of this conflict, Israel has intercepted over 470 UAVs, which is a 99% success rate.
Alpha.
And in some more breaking news, Iranian ballistic missiles have hit northern Israel as the conflict enters day 9. Iran launches drones in Beit Shean in the northern district of Israel. Heavy damages have been reported in the city. And these are the visuals also coming in from Beit Shean, where the Iranian drone this drone strike from Iran has left a trail of destruction. In fact, viewers, Iran continues to hit civilian areas. We've seen the strike on the largest hospital in southern Israel. We've seen the strike in a childcare center as well, in schools. And this is what Israel has said and raised an alarm, calling it a war crime, that the weak, where the old, where the aged, where the sick, where babies are being treated or they reside, they will be present. That is on the target of the Iranians. And several people have also been injured in these Iranian drone strikes in Beit Shean as well, viewers. So viewers, these are two nations that are locked in a deadly spiral. Israel and Iran are now past the point of no return. As missiles rain down and war rages on, civilians are paying the heaviest price. Over 400 dead in Iran, Tel Aviv battered, and no end in sight to that. And now with the top Iranian operatives eliminated and nuclear talks in tatters, the region is on the brink of a wider catastrophe. Here's a look at what has happened till now on day 9.
Here is the downtown of Tel Aviv area, one of the main business centers of Israel.
Two nations, one war, no restraint.
Those offices, skyscrapers, were the target of the Iranian missile, and also the residential buildings here, some of them completely destroyed.
Civilians caught in the crossfire. Iran bleeds. 400 killed, thousands injured. Israel's defense holds, but not enough. Tel Aviv counts its dead. Endgame? None. Only rising fury. As nuclear talks collapse, missiles speak. Republic TV, the only voice in the war zone. Tel Aviv Iranian missiles have hit homes.
Those buildings maybe can collapse, and those buildings are not military targets whatsoever. You can understand that here it's a residential area. People are living here, and all of them were targets because the shock wave just of one ballistic missile is for hundreds of meters of radius.
Israel takes out top IRGC commander Behnam Shahriyari. He armed proxies, funded terrorists, and now he's gone. Another pillar of Iran-Hamas axis eliminated. Saeed Azadi, key to October 7th massacre, neutralized. The mastermind of Iran's terror web is no more. Iran says Israel hit Isfahan nuclear site. Now Tehran is crying foul. Files complaint against IAEA chief accusing him of bias and violation of neutrality. Khamenei rages and threatens brutal retaliation. Iran says no talks unless Israel backs off, but keeps channels open with US. West Asia burns, with no ceasefire and no peace in sight.
So as Israel and Iran conflict escalates, the voices of the ordinary civilians caught in the crossfire are emerging. Families forced from their homes, children living in fear, and communities struggling to survive amid the violence. These are the human stories behind the headlines. Hear these voices and witness the real impact of war beyond the battlefield. Republic TV's ground report.
עוד אחד. רגע, אני שומע.
הגדולים, אנחנו ניתן לכם את הגיבוי.
We are going inside the building.
Because of we are scared about the missiles, because it's very strong. Before it was not happen like this, but the situation is not good. It's very stronger the missiles. It is any problem, it will be very difficult. That's why we're coming to sleep here.
אני לא אוהב לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית. אבל אני מהלילה הראשון, עוד לפני אפילו שראינו באמת מה הטילים האלה מסוגלים לעשות, מה ההשלכות של הפגיעות של הטילים האלה. אני בפן האישי אמרתי, אני לא רוצה לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. לצערי הרב, אחרי הפגיעה שהייתה בפתח תקווה, שגם שם אנשים שהיו בתוך ממ"ד נהרגו, אז אמרתי, יאללה, בואו נשען פה.
Reality in Israel, so you're having dinner and you go to Siren, you're getting a facial, you're living your life, you're trying to live your life and can't live your life. There are 500 sirens today. 500. כמה טילים? This is reality. This is reality in Israel.
استنوا تصورهم.
Now, viewers, the third flight carrying 256 Indians evacuated from Iran landed in Delhi today. Most of the Indian students belong to Jammu and Kashmir, and this was the third flight under Operation Sindhu, which brought back Indian students from Tehran. My colleague filed a ground report from the airport. Take a listen in.
The students who have returned from Iran and landed in the national capital, and those who are going to Kashmir, they have been very well given service of these luxurious Volvo buses, and as you can see, one by one they are all moving inside their buses in order to go to Srinagar. Now these students who have been very successfully evacuated from Iran at this point in time when there is a conflict between Iran and Israel have said that they are thankful for the Indian government and the smooth process of transportation from Delhi to Srinagar that is being conducted by the Jammu and Kashmir government here at this point in time. This is the bus that will be taking in these students. More students are coming in at this point in time as they go ahead and board their buses very successfully, happy faces. They have come back to India and they are of course thanking the Indian government. Not very comfortable to speak on camera, but as we can see they have their happy faces and they are rushing towards the buses as soon as they reach their destination. to meet their families, and we continue to show you these visuals from the Indira Gandhi International Airport in New Delhi. And very successfully, nearly 1,000 of the Indians have been successfully evacuated. They are not very comfortable to speak on camera at the moment, but you can see these happy faces. You can see behind me a group of pilgrims, Indians who had gone ahead to Iran for a religious activity, and they have come back. They belong from Lucknow, a group of people who have been successfully evacuated from Iran, and they had contacted the embassy in Iran, and after that they have been felicitated a smooth movement coming back to the country. We'll also go and show you these visuals. They are holding the Indian flag in their hands, and they are full of heart that they are happy to come back to India. How do you feel? कैसा लग रहा है आपको वापस आने?
We are feeling very good. We are very grateful to our Indian government that they have taken out from that place and bring us to our own country. We are very thankful.
All of you must be very tired because
we are very tired. We are very scared. Our relatives, our family members, all are very scared. The situation we are facing there, how we'll come out from it, and when we will come out to our places, to our country, but we are not aware. But thanks to Indian government, they have supported us so well.
आप कुछ कहना चाहें?
I would like to request the Indian embassy that the passengers and the Indians who are in the Iran, they should be also evacuated because everyone is panicked. The situation is very tense. Last, I would like to thank the India government and our foreign minister S. Jaishankar, who worked very hard for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, well, as you can see, the group of these Indians who had gone ahead for a religious motive, they have all boarded this bus which is en route to Lucknow. One by one, slowly and steadily moving forward, the Operation Sindhu getting into its ultimate success. But more students and tourists are yet to be evacuated. More flights have been planned in the due course of time.
Now, India's aviation regulator has cracked the whip on Air India. The DGCA has ordered the immediate removal of 3 senior officials responsible for crew scheduling following serious flight duty violations. The move comes in wake of the Boeing 787 crash in Ahmedabad, the Air India flight 171, after which multiple safety and scheduling lapses have surfaced. With this latest action, the DGCA has sent out a clear message that non-compliance will not be tolerated. Here's more.
The DGCA has pulled up Air India for repeated violations of flight duty time limitations, or the FDTL. The trigger: 2 long-haul Bengaluru-London flights in May where crew were allegedly overscheduled in violation of rest norms. The regulator called it a systematic failure in internal safety oversight mechanisms. The DGCA has also issued a show-cause notice to Air India, demanding an explanation within 7 days from the date of the receipt, asking why enforcement action should not be initiated. While DGCA's actions follow close on the heels of the Boeing 787 crash in Ahmedabad, the regulatory body clarified that the two were not directly linked. However, the DGCA pointed to deeper concerns around training, scheduling and operational control. Air India has complied, removing 3 key officials: the head of rostering, a divisional vice president and a planning manager, all involved in crew scheduling decisions. The airline said that its chief operating officer will now directly oversee the Integrated Operations Control Center as part of interim steps to fix oversight gaps. With DGCA tightening oversight and Air India forced to overhaul its crew management, the spotlight is now firmly on the airline's internal safety culture and accountability.
In a late-night operation on the 28th of June, the Uttar Pradesh's police special task force of Noida unit engaged in a fierce encounter with a gang of robbers in the Jahangirabad police station area of Bulandshahr, resulting in the death of Vinod Kumar, a notorious criminal with a 1 lakh rupee bounty. Active in crime since 2006, Vinod faced over 40 cases of murder, robbery and dacoity across Muzaffarnagar, Shamli and Baghpat districts. That includes 6 robbery cases in 2024 alone and a 7-year sentence from a 2012 Muzaffarnagar case. This is the Yogi model, and with the Operation Langra, that is the crackdown on criminals, in full swing.
यूपी के बुलंदशहर में बीती रात 1 लाख के इनामी बदमाश को नोएडा एसटीएफ ने एनकाउंटर के दौरान ढेर कर दिया। बदमाश का नाम विनोद गडरिया बताया जा रहा है, जो कि लंबे समय से यूपी पुलिस की गिरफ्त से फरार चल रहा था। नोएडा एसटीएफ को जानकारी मिलती है कि बुलंदशहर के जागीराबाद इलाके में वो एक बड़ी वारदात को अंजाम देने के लिए आने वाला है, जिसके बाद इस जगह पे नोएडा एसटीएफ जो है वो ट्रैप लगाती है। ये जो आप रास्ता देख रहे हैं, ये जागीराबाद थाने इलाके का पूरा हिस्सा है। यहीं से बाइक पे बदमाश जो था वारदात को अंजाम देने के लिए जा रहा था। रात 8 से 9 बजे के आसपास पुलिस जो यहाँ पे ट्रैप लगाती है, बदमाश की पहचान होती है। पहचान होने के बाद उसको सरेंडर करने को कहा जाता है, लेकिन इतना ही नहीं, उसके बाद बदमाश इतना शातिर था, वो अपनी बाइक को लेकर यहाँ से जंगल में उतर जाता है और उतरने के बाद यहाँ से बाइक को काफ़ी तेज़ी से भगाता हुआ इस जगह पे आ जाता है। आखिर में पुलिस जो है बदमाश को सरेंडर करने को कहती है, लेकिन बदमाश के पास पिस्टल थी, लोडेड पिस्टल निकालता है, पुलिस टीम पे फायरिंग करना शुरू कर देता है। इस एनकाउंटर में 2 पुलिसकर्मी भी घायल हुए हैं। फिलहाल उनकी हालत पहले से बेहतर बनी हुई है। मैं आपको एनकाउंटर स्पॉट दिखाना चाहूँगा। जब यहाँ पे उसको सरेंडर करने को कहा तो उसने फायरिंग करी। जवाबी कार्रवाई में पुलिस टीम ने भी कई राउंड फायरिंग की, जिसमें यहाँ पे उसको गोली लगती है, उसकी मौके पे ही मृत्यु हो जाती है। फिलहाल ये पूरे इस हिस्से को जो है पुलिस ने कॉर्डन ऑफ किया हुआ है, क्योंकि जंगल का एक साइड का एक रास्ता है, यहाँ से भागने की कोशिश कर रहा था, लेकिन यहीं पर ही उसको ढेर कर दिया जाता है।
यूपीएसटीएफ की नोएडा यूनिट की बदमाशों से थाना जहांगीराबाद क्षेत्र में मुठभेड़ हुई है। सूचना ये थी कि ये बदमाश किसी बड़ी घटना को अंजाम देने के लिए यहाँ आए हुए हैं। इसी सूचना को विकसित करके जब टीम ने इनको इंटरसेप्ट करने का प्रयास किया तो बदमाशों के द्वारा पुलिस टीम पर फायरिंग की गई, जिसमें 2 पुलिसकर्मी हमारे एसटीएफ के कर्मचारी भी घायल हुए। और जब टीम ने इसमें आत्मरक्षा फायरिंग की तो उसमें एक बदमाश को गोली लगी, जिसको उपचार हेतु अस्पताल ले जाया गया, जहाँ पर उसकी मृत्यु हो गई। उसकी पहचान विनोद गडरिया के रूप में हुई है और उस पर मुजफ्फरनगर से 1 लाख रुपए का रिवार्ड है। वहाँ कई डकैतियों में वांछित चल रहा था।
The Defence Minister Rajnath Singh held a high-level security assessment meeting of the situation along the line of control and the hinterland today. This after he took part in the celebrations of International Yoga Day in Udhampur. Here's more.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh held a high-level security assessment meet of the situation along the line of control and the hinterland. Chief of the Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi is also part of the review. Northern Army Commander Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma and White Knight Corps Commander Lieutenant General P.K. Mishra briefed the Defence Minister. The meeting was held at the Rezangla Conference Hall in Northern Command Headquarters at the Udhampur. The focus remains on current threat perceptions, operational preparedness and any emerging security challenges along the border.
The meeting of Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh, who is chairing this meeting, is underway at the Rezangla Conference Hall in the Northern Command of the Indian Army. The meeting has begun somewhere around 9:30, 9:40 is the time that we are being told, and this is being attended by the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh along with the Indian Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi. Now the briefing is being done. First, the briefing was done by the Northern Army Commander Lieutenant General Prateek Sharma regarding the overall prevailing situation in the areas of the 14 Corps, 15 Corps and the 16 Corps, that is in the Ladakh, Kashmir and the Jammu region. And now the briefing is being done by the 16 Corps Commander Lieutenant General P.K. Mishra. This is regards to the situation that is prevailing on the borders, especially at a time when the India has carried out the Operation Sindoor, and what is the situation that is prevailing on the borders, because we know Pakistan has been decimated to a large extent, but their full capacities have not been blown yet. The terror groups are still there since their top brass have been wiped out, but there is a presence of the terror groups in the Pakistan that is known to the India, and there are several of their launch pads that are still active. So what is the situation of that has also been briefed to the Raksha Mantri Rajnath Singh. Apart from this, the hinterland security has also been discussed to a large level. We are told that the Amarnath Yatra that is about to start from 3rd of July, that was also discussed, that what is the contingency plan and the action plan that the Indian Army has for a safe and successful Amarnath Yatra that will take place from 3rd of July to 9th of August.
And the Indian Army rolled out the mat across borders and battlefields today, celebrating International Yoga Day with unity, strength and purpose. Take a look.
The Indian Army marked the 11th International Day of Yoga with widespread enthusiasm across India and overseas deployments. Siachen and Pangong to Port Blair, troops united in yoga across every terrain. In Kibithu and the Run of Kutch, soldiers embraced yoga as a tool for resilience. At Udhampur, Army Chief General Upendra Dwivedi joined Defence Minister Rajnath Singh for the celebrations. The session highlighted yoga's role in combat readiness and stress management among troops. In Delhi, Vice Chief Lieutenant General N.S. Raja Subramani led a mega event at Karyappa Parade Ground. Over 3,400 participants, including army families, NCC cadets and foreign defence attaches, joined in. Troops deployed on UN peacemaking missions also performed yoga, echoing India's global wellness message. Indian military training teams abroad observed the day with session on foreign soil. At Khanquest in Mongolia and Exercise Shakti in France, Indian soldiers practiced yoga with international counterparts. These global efforts showcased yoga as a bridge for harmony, discipline and shared military values. The army reaffirmed its belief in yoga as excellence in action. Across altitudes, assignments, yoga remains a vital part of the Indian Army's daily life.
With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Live and Breaking, but news and updates continue on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
Two technologies.
Endless possibilities.
Grand Vitara Strong Hybrid. All grip select driven by tech.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबां में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
जितना भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करें कम है उनके लिए, और हम लोग जिंदगी भर इसको भूलेंगे नहीं, जो काम हमारे उन्होंने किया है। और ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का, मोदी जी का, जितने भी स्टाफ हैं तेहरान में, तुर्कमेनिस्तान में। हम मोदी जी का ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का और यहाँ की जो तेहरान में एम्बेसी है पूरी टीम का, एम्बेसडर का, और उसके अलावा इश्काबाद में जो एम्बेसी है उनकी पूरी टीम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि इतनी फैसिलिटीज दिए कि होटल, खाना पीना और किसी।
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
QS&THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Because of the we are scared about the missiles because it's a very strong.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
Hi, this is Chef Ranveer Brar. Guarantee you brilliance on behalf of IIHM.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
जितना भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करें कम है उनके लिए, और हम लोग जिंदगी भर इसको भूलेंगे नहीं जो काम हमारे उन्होंने किया है। और ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का, मोदी जी का, जितने भी स्टाफ हैं तेहरान में, तुर्कमेनिस्तान में। हम मोदी जी का ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का और यहाँ की जो तेहरान में एम्बेसी है पूरी टीम का, एम्बेसडर का, और उसके अलावा इश्काबाद में जो एम्बेसी है उनकी पूरी टीम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि इतनी फैसिलिटीज़ दिए कि होटल, खाना पीना और किसी चीज़ की तकलीफ नहीं हुई हम लोगों को।
तो तेहरान में ज़्यादा स्ट्राइक्स थे एंड रूफ टॉप से सब विजिबल था, तो हमें तेहरान से दूसरे स्टेट में कुंभ में ले गए एंड कुंभ से मशहद एंड मशहद से फाइनली आज इंडिया हमारी फ्लाइट थी।
Welcome, you're watching Positive Influencer Show with me, Akanksha Khajuria. Over the next half an hour, we'll give you a dose of positivity with our positive influencers. Let's get started. And first off, we have Navjot Singh, who brings us this heroic tale of Brigadier Rajinder Singh, the man hailed as the savior of Jammu and Kashmir. Tasked with an impossible order, his sacrifice and strategy saved Kashmir from slipping into enemy's hand. Here's more.
The year is 480 BCE. The Persian king Xerxes I aims to conquer Greece. But between Xerxes and Greece are the 300 Spartans led by their king Leonidas. Ladies and gentlemen, in the Battle of Thermopylae, the exemplary courage of these Spartans goes down in history as one of the greatest acts of courage. My name is Navjot Singh. I'm a former intelligence officer, a motivational speaker, a UPSC mentor and a leadership coach. And the story I'm going to tell you today is not the story of Xerxes. It's neither the story of Leonidas, but it is a tale of valor and courage of one of the greatest Dogra warriors of India and the recipient of the first Mahavir Chakra, Brigadier Rajendra Singh. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if Jammu and Kashmir is a part of India, we have to owe it to the great Brigadier Rajendra Singh. We all know when India became independent on 15th of August 1947, the British left us with a terrifying legacy of partition, communal rioting and bloodshed on both sides of the Ratcliffe. But for the princely state of the Jammu and Kashmir, however, then ruled by the Dogra king Maharaja Hari Singh, the worst was yet to come. Ladies and gentlemen, Pakistan, then headed by Muhammad Ali Jinnah, once remarked that Kashmir will fall into my lap like a ripe fruit, but that was not to be. It was then Muhammad Ali Jinnah with his military commanders hatched a conspiracy to attack Jammu and Kashmir and named it Operation Gulmarg. In fact, it was a British conspiracy to have a listening post in case of a Soviet invasion in Gilgit-Baltistan, and Pakistan was made to execute the British wider plan. But ladies and gentlemen, the first part of that plan was to disperse J&K state forces into penny pockets. It was achieved by creating disturbances in various parts of Jammu, particularly in Punch. When the people approached Maharaja that their women and daughters are in danger, Maharaja deputed some of his troops in that area in the defense of the people. Once the dispersal of troops was achieved, Pakistan now launched its Operation Gulmarg. By 18th October 1947, the Kabilis, the tribal Pakhtun invaders, reached Abbottabad, from where they were to march into Jammu and Kashmir. Major Omkar Singh Kalkat, who was a part of a Bannu brigade, came to know about this nefarious design of Pakistan and somehow managed to reach Delhi by 19th of October and informed Sardar Patel and Pandit Nehru about the same. But it was already too late by then. Pakistan was ready to attack. One more thing we need to understand here, that the J&K state forces was then an assimilation of both the Hindu and the Muslim troops in equal number. And there was a tradition that during festivals, for example, if there is a Hindu festival, the Hindus would take a break and Muslims would take guard, and likewise. So the Pakistan plan was to launch Operation Gulmarg at the eve of Dussehra, and on 22nd October, when the Hindu troops were disarmed, Pakistan found an opportune time to attack Muzaffarabad and Domail, where the 4th J&K infantry was deputed. Some of the troops from the J&K state forces also defected towards the Pakistani side. After the fall of Domail, even without a fight, Colonel Narayan Singh Sambyal and his troops put up a resolute defense in Muzaffarabad and thwarted the enemy advance for another few hours. By this time, the news of the raid had reached Maharaja Hari Singh, who called the chief of his army, Brigadier Rajendra Singh. And Brigadier Rajendra Singh, without any hesitation, showed exemplary military courage and marshaled his troops to march towards Baramulla. They reached Baramulla at 3 a.m. on the night of 22nd, 23rd October. And the next morning, they moved towards Uri and thereafter to Gadi. The Battle of Gadi is indeed the defining battle in this entire defense of Jammu and Kashmir. Brigadier Rajendra Singh divided his troops into two columns, one led by Captain Priti Singh and another by Subedar Duni Chand. Just imagine 60 troops of the J&K state forces led by the great warrior Brigadier Rajendra Singh against the 6,000 heavily armed tribal invaders supported by the Pakistan army. Such would have been the courage of those men who put their life on the line. This courage and bravery is rare. In fact, Captain Preeti Singh, leading one of the columns, he took charge of the leading vehicle of the raiders and even thwarted their advance even more. The marching invaders would have it very easy to reach Srinagar and get the instrument of accession signed by Maharaja Hari Singh had it not been by the valiant defense at Gadi, which helped control the advance for another day. Brigadier Rajendra Singh now made a tactical retreat to Uri. The plan was set to blow up the Uri bridge the next morning. But let me tell you, the humanity, even in the heightened action of war, such act of humanity, they allowed the refugees, the Sikhs and the Hindus to cross over, and only after that was the bridge blown. The blowing up of Uri bridge proved to be a tactical masterstroke by Brigadier Rajendra Singh. It helped check the enemy advance on the other side of the bridge. In the meantime, the discussions were on for signing the instrument of accession. VP Menon had been flowing into Kashmir, and the discussions for accession into India were on. Indian Army was getting ready, but it needed time, and that much needed time of 3 to 4 days was given by the great valor and the tactical acumen of Brigadier Rajendra Singh and his men. Over the next 2 days, Brigadier Rajendra Singh and his men took tactical positions in Baramulla, Mahura, and finally Rampur Boniar, where he eventually laid down his life. He was martyred at 2 a.m. on 27 October in the morning, in the early hours. There was a choice with Brigadier Rajendra Singh that he could have had his camp at Baramulla and sent his troops to fight. But such was the courage of this man, who himself went out. Rare is a story of a military commander, the chief of staff, himself going on to fight and put his life on the line. In fact, this greatest act of courage gave the much needed time to the Indian Army, which eventually arrived on the morning at 9:30 hours on 27 October, when the first fleet of Dakotas arrived with 320 soldiers of 1st Sikh. Such is the bravery, such is the courage, and such is the indomitable will of those people, of those great soldiers, without whom Jammu and Kashmir would not have been a part of India. In fact, Brigadier Rajendra Singh, it would have been befitting to honor the immortal valor of Brigadier Rajendra Singh with a Paramveer Chakra. On this birth anniversary, we salute the courage, the bravery and the valor of one of the greatest warriors, not just of the Dogra Empire, but of the entire world. A salute to the sacrifice and courage of Brigadier Rajendra Singh. Jai Hind.
Now over to Purnima Kotak, who decodes leadership through the bold lens of Operation Sindoor, a strike that was more than the military precision. It was a masterclass in leadership, because true leadership isn't just about titles, it's about action in the moment. Watch this.
Welcome to this video on the Leadership Branding series. My name is Purnima Kotak and I'm India's first leadership branding coach. In today's video, we are going to be talking about Operation Sindoor and the art of leadership branding. When a nation is attacked, it doesn't just fight back, it must also protect its identity. What happened in Pahalgam was not just an act of terror, it was a test of India's leadership branding. And India answered, not with outrage, but with unmatched poise, power, and purpose. That's what great leadership branding looks like, not just in nations, but also in every leader's journey. Let's look at how India turned a moment of crisis into an opportunity to reinforce its leadership branding. Right after the Pahalgam terror attack, the entire nation felt a wave of shock. Not just our nation, but the entire world saw this. What followed was remarkable. Instead of a loud reaction, the government responded with carefully designed and multi-level strategy. The Indian armed forces across Army, Navy, and Air Force responded with coordinated precision, not just in action, but in messaging. In a display of readiness, India shocked the world with its military preparedness, the state-of-art defense systems, seamless inter-force operations, and disciplined execution. India did not wait for the global narrative to be distorting its leadership branding narrative. Within days, it sent a diplomatic delegation to 32 countries, ensuring India's voice was heard, understood, and respected. So, this wasn't just about war. This was about branding, setting the narrative straight, controlling perceptions, and asserting our position as a mature global power. And this is exactly what leadership branding is about. Your narrative is your responsibility. If you don't shape it, others will, and not always in your favor. That's what India corrected very early, just after the operation. Loyalty as a calibration force. Initially, political voices were scattered, but very quickly, leaders from across parties united behind the nation-first stance. Loyalty became the most powerful emotion to realign and reposition their leadership image. Those who showed alignment were picked to represent India globally by the Prime Minister. Your response in chaos defines your branding. India didn't shout. It acted calmly, firmly, and strategically. That's what defines mature leadership in nations and in professionals. Now let's zoom to the corporate world. As leaders, you will face moments of internal and external disruption. Rumors in the industry, role transitions, missed promotions, restructuring, even redundancy. So how do you respond? Do you vanish or you stand up, run away? Do you just let others write your story, or do you reclaim the pen to write your own narrative? Just like the Indian government took ownership of its narrative, corporate professionals too must own their branding. And loyalty, whether to your team, company, or purpose, is still the most undervalued yet powerful emotion in leadership. Those who stand by their mission in tough times rise. Those who communicate with calm, clarity in chaos lead. Those who correct perceptions with grace and strength become trusted brands. A nation under attack, a response crafted with power, loyalty, and vision. A lesson in leadership branding served on the global stage. Whether you're leading a country or leading a team, remember, your brand isn't built in success, it is revealed in crisis. So own it, shape your branding narrative, and let your loyalty and clarity lead the way for you. I recommend that you start working on your leadership branding today. It's all out there for you. You just need to make up your mind and work on your leadership branding today.
Barsha Rai's journey did not end with the uniform, it evolved beyond it. A retired army officer, she shares how courage and mindset can turn life's toughest changes into meaningful transformation. Here's more.
Some people look at army life and wonder, how do you live like that? Always moving, never settling, packing up every few years, setting up a new home from scratch again and again. And the questions majorly that follows are, how do you stay without your family? Who looks after them when you are gone? From the outside, it all looks very unstable, unsettling, and to many of you all, unnatural. Jai Hind everyone, I am Lieutenant Colonel Barsha Rai, and to all that I've heard and understood, all I can say is it is all about perspective. You see, for a soldier, this constant movement, this uncertainty, it is not seen as a disruption. It is a part of their service. It is not a burden. It is a badge. Every transfer, every change of station is another chapter in a life lived in a service for something greater than self. And it is not just the soldier who stands up for this or who understands this, but their entire family does. Because when you marry a soldier or when you're born into an army home, you sign up for these conditions. People come to me and often say, wow, you all are so strong. And yes, that definitely is true. But it is not because that we do not feel fear, or we do not feel pain, or we do not feel longing. We are strong because we choose to put purpose before comfort. We are strong because we know what we signed up for and we stand by it. We are strong because we trust our training, our bond, and we trust the most important belief that nation comes first, always and every time. As a proud daughter of a soldier, a veteran myself, and as the wife of a serving soldier, I can tell you it is not just a story I witnessed, but the one I have lived in many roles and in every heartbeat of my life. Each time we packed our lives into tiny boxes, it was not just belongings, it was hope, it was strength, and it was the quiet readiness and the resilience to begin again. Each time I stood at a railway station or an airport watching my loved ones, sometimes my father, sometimes my better half, and sometimes it was me who was being seen off by my parents. It is not that I did not feel that ache, but I also carried that immense pride. Yes, we do miss our people. And yes, there are so many silent battles we fight at home. But we all do it with so much grace and grit because we know the deeper truth that my soldier is serving something better and greater. This is not just a sacrifice. This is a shared purpose, a quiet kind of courage that never makes any headlines. But it is this courage that is carrying the nation forward. So when people ask me this, how do you do it? My answer is this, simple. We choose to see this life not as scattered, but something as deeply connected. Not as lonely, but as anchored in purpose. Not as sacrificing, but as contributing in our own powerful way. This, my friends, is the power of perspective. You see, same circumstances seen by different people in different lenses. While one sees a fractured family, we see a fortified one. While one sees just absence, we see presence and we feel it in so many different forms. While one sees duty as separation, we see it as a shared strength. So my message to every youth out there feeling unsure in times of change and to everyone wondering if you're strong enough, remember you already are. You just need to change the way you see your story. Because life will not always give you control, but it will always give you the chance to choose your perspective. And sometimes perspective is more powerful than anything else in the world.
Are you planning to go for the Amarnath Yatra? Upasana Devangan breaks it all down for you, from registration steps to all the essential travel tips. Whether you're the first timer or a seasoned pilgrim, this guide ensures a safe and smooth journey for you. Watch this.
क्या आप जानते हैं, एक ऐसी गुफा है जहां शिव जी बर्फ के रूप में विराजमान होते हैं और हर साल लाखों श्रद्धालु उनके दर्शन के लिए वहां जाते हैं। जी हां, मैं बात कर रही हूं अमरनाथ गुफा की। जम्मू कश्मीर की खूबसूरत वादियों में समुद्र तट से 3800 मीटर से भी ज्यादा ऊंचाई पर स्थित है अमरनाथ गुफा। ये मान्यता है कि शिव जी ने पार्वती को यहां मृत्यु और अमरता का रहस्य बताया था। यहां पर प्राकृतिक रूप से बर्फ के शिवलिंग का निर्माण होता है, जो एक चमत्कार से कम नहीं है, और इन्हीं के दर्शन करने के लिए लाखों श्रद्धालु पूरी दुनिया भर से आते हैं। आज इस वीडियो में हम अमरनाथ यात्रा से जुड़ी हुई सारी जानकारी आपको देंगे, तो चलिए शुरू करते हैं। इस साल अमरनाथ यात्रा 3 जुलाई से शुरू होकर 9 अगस्त तक 37 दिनों के लिए होगी और 14 अप्रैल से यात्रा के लिए रजिस्ट्रेशन चालू हो चुका है। अमरनाथ गुफा तक पहुंचने के 2 रास्ते हैं। पहला रास्ता पहलगाम से जाता है जो 48 किलोमीटर लंबा है। ये रास्ता चंदनबाड़ी, शेषनाग और पंचतरणी से होता हुआ गुफा तक पहुंचता है। ये प्राकृतिक रूप से बहुत सुंदर और आरामदायक है। इसमें आपको 3 से 5 दिन लग सकते हैं। दूसरा रास्ता बालटाल से होकर जाता है जो सिर्फ 14 किलोमीटर का है, लेकिन इसमें सीधी चढ़ाई है, तो जो व्यक्ति फिजिकली बहुत फिट हैं वही इस रास्ते को चुने। इसमें करीब करीब 2 दिन लग जाते हैं। आइए समझते हैं रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस को। अमरनाथ यात्रा रजिस्ट्रेशन 3 स्टेप प्रोसेस है। सबसे पहले आपको हेल्थ सर्टिफिकेट लेना पड़ेगा, कंपल्सरी हेल्थ सर्टिफिकेट CHC, जो आप किसी भी अधिकृत डॉक्टर से ले सकते हैं। अपने स्टेट के ऑथराइज्ड हॉस्पिटल और क्लिनिक की लिस्ट जानने के लिए आप श्राइन बोर्ड की वेबसाइट में जा सकते हैं, वहां पर आपको लिस्ट मिल जाएगी। इस सर्टिफिकेट के बिना आप यात्रा नहीं कर सकते, ये बहुत जरूरी है। हेल्थ सर्टिफिकेट मिलने के बाद आप ऑनलाइन या ऑफलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन कर सकते हैं। ऑनलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए आपको अमरनाथ यात्रा श्राइन बोर्ड की वेबसाइट पर जाना होगा और यहाँ पर कुछ एंट्रीज हैं। देखिए 3rd नंबर की एंट्री है क्लिक हियर टू रजिस्टर, उस पर क्लिक कर लें और यहाँ पर सारे स्टेप्स आपको दिखाए गए हैं। आपको एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म फिलअप करना होगा, OTP वेरिफिकेशन होगा, एप्लीकेशन फीस देनी होगी और आप अपना यात्रा परमिट डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। साथ ही यहाँ पर कुछ डूज एंड डोंट्स लिखे हुए हैं, इसे आप अच्छी तरह पढ़ लें, ये आपको बहुत हेल्पफुल रहेगा। नीचे एक नोट लिखा हुआ है जिसमें ये बताया गया है कि कौन से फाइल फॉर्मेट्स अलाउड हैं अपलोड करने के लिए और उनका साइज कितना होना चाहिए, और साथ ही ये बताया गया है कि 13 साल से लेकर 70 साल के व्यक्ति ही इस यात्रा में अलाउड हैं। इसे आप अच्छी तरह पढ़ लें। यहाँ पर एक चेक बॉक्स है आई एग्री का, उस पर क्लिक कर दीजिए और इस रजिस्टर बटन पर क्लिक कीजिए। नेक्स्ट पेज में आपको दिखाया गया है कि एक मोबाइल नंबर पर 4 लोग रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं और अपने एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म में आप किसी तरह की मिस्टेक ना करें क्योंकि ये एडिट नहीं हो सकता। अब यहाँ पर यात्रा डिटेल है, आप कौन सा मार्ग चुनना चाहते हैं, पहलगाम से जाना चाहते हैं तो वो चुन लें। फिर आप डेट चुन सकते हैं, तो आप कुछ डेट्स देखेंगे जिसमें सीट्स अवेलेबल नहीं है, बुकिंग फुल हो चुकी है। 15 जुलाई की नहीं है, यहाँ पर कोई और डेट चुनते हैं। चलिए 25 जुलाई चेक करते हैं, तो यहाँ पर 707 सीट है अभी, तो इस डेट पर आप अपनी बुकिंग कर सकते हैं। फिर है यात्री डिटेल, अपना नाम, अपना पता, मोबाइल नंबर, ईमेल एड्रेस, ये सारी इंफॉर्मेशन आपको डालनी होगी यहाँ पर। फिर मेडिकल डिटेल जो आपके लिए हेल्पफुल होगी जब आप मेडिकल सर्टिफिकेट बनाना चाहते हैं। आप सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं अपना स्टेट, कौन सी लोकेशन में है आप, और लिस्ट ऑफ ऑथराइज्ड डॉक्टर एंड हॉस्पिटल्स, यहाँ पर आपको लिस्ट मिल जाएगी फोन नंबर के साथ। इन हॉस्पिटल्स में जाके आप अपना हेल्थ चेकअप करवा सकते हैं और हेल्थ चेकअप करवाने के बाद मेडिकल सर्टिफिकेट आपको यहाँ पर अपलोड करना होगा। साथ ही अपनी एक फोटो अपलोड करनी होगी और जो मेडिकल सर्टिफिकेट की जो डेट होगी वो यहाँ पर डालनी पड़ेगी। इसके बाद आप इस पे क्लिक कीजिए आई एग्री एंड देन आप सबमिट बटन पे क्लिक कीजिए, तो इसके बाद आपको यात्रा परमिट जो है वो मिल जाएगा जिसे आप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। अगर आप ऑफलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन करवाना चाहते हैं तो उसके लिए आप फॉर्म भी डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। तो फिर से उसी वेबसाइट पे जाइए, यहाँ पर देखिए एप्लीकेशन फॉर्म वाली एंट्री है, इस पे क्लिक कीजिए। PDF फॉर्म में एप्लीकेशन है यहाँ पर और इसको आप फिल करके अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन करवा सकते हैं। ऑफलाइन रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए फॉर्म को डाउनलोड करने के बाद इसे फिल कर लें और सिलेक्टेड PNB, यस बैंक और J&K बैंक की शाखाओं में जाकर रजिस्ट्रेशन कराएं। यहां पर आपको हेल्थ सर्टिफिकेट, ID प्रूफ और 2 पासपोर्ट साइज फोटोज लगेंगे। ये एलोकेशन फर्स्ट कम फर्स्ट सर्व बेसिस पे होता है क्योंकि हर दिन के लिमिटेड स्लॉट्स होते हैं। रजिस्ट्रेशन करने के बाद आपका यात्रा परमिट कार्ड रेडी हो जाता है जिसे आप डाउनलोड कर सकते हैं। इस यात्रा परमिट कार्ड में आपकी आइडेंटिटी, आपकी यात्रा की तारीख और आपके चुने हुए मार्ग पहलगाम या बालटाल की पूरी इंफॉर्मेशन होती है। इस कार्ड को आपको हमेशा अपने साथ रखना है क्योंकि हर चेक पोस्ट में इसकी जांच होती है। तो बस आप यात्रा के लिए तैयार हो गए, लेकिन ये यात्रा इतनी आसान भी नहीं है। लगातार बर्फबारी और बारिश और ऊंचाई इस यात्रा को कठिन बनाते हैं। तो मैं आपसे कहना चाहूंगी कि यात्रा के 20-25 दिन पहले आप थोड़ा सा अपनी फिजिकल फिटनेस पे ध्यान दें, 4 से 5 किलोमीटर वॉक करें और थोड़ी सी फिटनेस ट्रेनिंग लें। साथ ही मैं कहना चाहूंगी कि आपको घबराने की कोई बात नहीं है, क्योंकि सरकार ने बहुत अच्छे इंतजाम कर रखे हैं। वहां पर सीआरपीएफ, बीएसएफ, आर्मी और पुलिस की टुकड़ियां वहां पर होती है आपकी सुरक्षा के लिए, और जगह जगह मेडिकल कैंप, रेस्ट कैंप, आपकी सुविधा के लिए टॉयलेट्स और कम्युनिकेशन पॉइंट्स बनाए गए हैं। अगर आप चाहें तो हेलीकॉप्टर सेवा भी आप ले सकते हैं, जो आपको पहलगाम या बालटाल से मिल सकती है। अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगी कि अमरनाथ यात्रा की शुरुआत शरीर से होती है और इसका अंत आत्मा में होता है। ये यात्रा आपको खुद से मिलाती है और उस शिव से मिलाती है जो हम सबके अंदर है। ये वीडियो आपको कैसा लगा हमें कमेंट्स में जरूर बताएं, और ऐसे और वीडियोस के लिए इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया बाय उपासना को फॉलो करें। हर हर महादेव।
And that's all we could pack for you in this 10th episode of Positive Influencer Show. I hope you enjoyed this as much as we at Republic TV and the Positive Influencers did in terms of putting it all together for you. Now, before I sign off, if you'd like to be a Republic Positive Influencer, drop your videos on www.republicpositiveinfluencer.in and we will be screening your samples. We'll be back next week getting you more content from our ever-growing pool of phenomenal positive influencer. And up next is the long-form story or deep dive into some fascinating deep reportage by Team Republic TV. Thank you so much for watching.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिक्र।
आपकी फेवरेट हुंडई कार्स पर मिल रही है अमेजिंग डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की, तो जल्दी चले आओ हुंडई शोरूम।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां की ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते, जब साथ घुले तो जी ललचाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की इस जुबान में खुद को ऐसा डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं ना? विमल, बोलो जुबां केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
לא דקת. רגע, אני שומע. הגדולים, אנחנו ניתן לכם את הגיבוי. We are going inside the building.
Because of the we are scared about the missiles, because it's a very strong. Before it was not happen like this, but the situation is not good. It's very stronger the missiles. It is any problem, it will be very difficult. That's why we coming to sleep here.
אני לא אוהב לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית, אבל אני מהלילה הראשון, עוד לפני אפילו שראינו באמת מה הכלים האלה מסוגלים לעשות, מה ההשלכות של הפגיעות של הכלים האלה,
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching the long form story. Big news stories that often go unreported. A new style of storytelling. which shreds the superficiality. It shreds the monotony of everyday news that you watch. These are real stories, real ground reports. And the feedback that we've been getting, the response that we've been getting, will keep this show going for long. I'm Sucharita Kukreti, and I get you 4 stories tonight. 4 stories that will make you think, make you question, and will carry the resonance long after the show is over. Story number 1 that I bring to you tonight. The Avengers of Kohihuru, where 8 women hack their rapists to death. Story number 2, Israel versus Iran. Allies then, enemies now. Story number 3, a vehicle of controversy. Politics, police, and a young couple. And story number 4, this street is my street. My way or the highway? Tonight we bring you a chilling story of vigilant revenge. A tale that has shaken Orissa to its core and is bound to stir something in every one of you watching. It raises a haunting question. What happens when years of helplessness and unending oppression finally explode into a rage? This is not just a story of crime. It is a mirror to justice, conscience, and the cracks in our system.
These are the Mahendragiri Hills, the ancient sentinel of Odisha's eastern coastline. The Mula Nivasis of Mahendragiri, the Adivasis. Who live in the few and far out scattered villages here in the Mohana subdivision of Gajapati district. Believe that the Lord Vishnu's avatar Parashuram retired here. They say he will emerge from the Mahendragiris at the end of the Kali Yuga to aid the Kalki avatar. They say he still roams with his killer axe in these mysterious hills. That one day he will reappear with his axe to avenge all oppression and injustice. Here in Kohihuru, an incredibly small hamlet of Mohana, home to just 15 households, an axe had sprung out on a silent night this June to avenge a heinous offense that had continued to oppress for years. No electricity, no school, no hospital, not even a police station within a radius of 10 kilometers. The women of Kohihuru could only lean on each other through hell and high water. This June, 8 of them decided to pick up the axe and avenge a powerful oppressor who had made their life a long living hell. This Kambi Malik, this man, raped, assaulted, threatened and muzzled the women of Kohihuru for years. On a dark silent night, it took just one of them to swipe a sharp axe at him as he slept on the veranda of his hut. On June 2nd, around 10 p.m., Kambi Malik found his prey again. Lakshmi was sleeping. Her son and daughter-in-law had gone out. He forced himself in, overpowered her, and then raped her and left.
ମୁଁ ଘରେ ଜଣେ ଶୋଇଥିଲେ ଆଜ୍ଞା ମୋ ପୁଅ ବୋଉ ନଥିଲେ ଗାଁରେ ହେଲେ ପଡ଼ୋଶା ଘରେ ହେଲେ କିଏ ନଥିଲେ ମୋତେ ସିଏ ଆଇକି କବାଟ ଭାଣିକି ରେପ୍ କରିବାକୁ ହେଉଥିଲା ରେପ୍ କରିଛି ମୁଁ ନାକି ମଲା ଭଳିଆ ହେଇକି ରହିଲି ସେ ଯାଇକି ଶୋଇଥିଲା ମୋର ଆଗରେ ଯାଇକି ତାକୁ ଇଏ କରିଦେଲା ଆଉ ଏତେ ମା ମନ କେମିତି କରିছে
କେମିତି ମାରଲ ତା କୋଉଟାରେ ମାରଲ
ଗାତିରେ ଆଜ୍ଞା
More than 2 weeks later, when she spoke to the reporters this Thursday, she was still in a daze. The terror of the night of her rape and her revenge still raw in her mind.
କାତି କୋଉଠି ଅଛି
କାତି ଗୋଡେ ଡରିକି ପୁଡେଇଲେ ନା ଗୋଡେ ଫିଙ୍ଗିଲେ ନା ଡର ଲାଗିଲା ଆଉ ଝିଅ ଖାଲି ଝିଅ ପିଲା ମନେ
Lakshmi ran out in the dark night to share her ordeal with other women in the village. Many of them had been Kambi's victims. The women gathered around Lakshmi and followed her as they looked for Kambi. Enough was enough. They wanted revenge now.
କେତେବେଳେ ତାକୁ ମାରଲ କିଏ ସେ କେମିତି କଣ
କେତେବେଳେ ବୋଇଲେ 10ଟା ନା 10ଟା
ରାତିରେ ନା ଦିନରେ
ରାତ୍ର
Lakshmi found Kambi sleeping on the veranda of his hut. With the axe she was carrying in her hand, she struck him. And then again and again as the other 7 women joined with their sickles. Blow after blow rained until their oppressor, their rapist, was dead.
କୋଉଠି ଥିଲା ସେ
ଦାଣ୍ଡରେ ଶୋଇଥିଲା
ତମ ଘରକୁ ଆଇଥିଲା
ଆମ ଘରକୁ ଯାଇକି ତାଙ୍କ ଘରେ ଶୋଇଥିଲା
Lakshmi and her 7 allies were not done. Together, they dragged his lifeless body into the forest near the village river. Then, beneath a mango tree, in pitch darkness, they set him ablaze.
ଆପଣ କେମିତି ନେଲ କୁଆଡ଼େ ନେଲ ତାକୁ
ନେଲୁ ବେଶୀ ଦୂର ଆକା ନେଇଛୁ ସେମିତି ଟିକେ ଓହ୍ଲେଇବାକୁ ସେମିତି କଲ ଏଠି ପୁରା ଏଠି
Kambi's body was found by his daughter. Sundari had searched heaven and earth for 3 days till she found her father's charred body on the 5th of June.
ସେମିତି ଖୋଜେଇଲୁ ବୋଲେ ବ୍ଲଡ଼ ଦେଖିକି ଆମେ ତୁନିକି ରହିଲୁ ଆଜ୍ଞା ଆଉ କ'ଣ କରିବୁ ଇଆଡ଼େ ସିଆଡ଼େ ତୁନିକି ରହିବାକି କହିକି ଇଆଡ଼େ ସିଆଡ଼େ ଖୋଜାଖୋଜି କଲୁ ଆଜ୍ଞା କୁଆଡ଼େ ବି ମିଳିଲାନି ବାପା ତାପରେ ଛୋଟ ଛୋଟ କୁନି ପିଲାମାନେ ଏଡ଼ିକି ହେବେ ତାଙ୍କେ ମଝିଆରୀ ଯାକ ହେବେ ତାଙ୍କେ କହିଲେ ଆଉ ମାଉସୀ ମାଆଙ୍କେ କହିଲେ ନଦୀ ଆଡ଼େ ଯାଅନି ଆଉ ତୋ ମାଉସୀର ବାପାକୁ ହାଣିକି ଫିଙ୍ଗିଛନ୍ତି ନା ପୁଡ଼େଇଛନ୍ତି ସିଆଡ଼େ ଯାଅନି ନହେଲେ ଡରେଇବ ଏମିତି କହିଛନ୍ତି ପିଲାମାନଙ୍କୁ ହେଲେ ପିଲାମାନେ ଆମକୁ କହିଲେ ଆଜ୍ଞା ସେମିତି ହେଇକି ଆମେ ଖୋଜାଖୋଜି କଲୁ ଯେ ନଦୀ ଆଡ଼େ କହିବାକୁ ଆମେ ଏଠି ଦେଖିବାକୁ ଆଜ୍ଞା ଏଠି ସତରେ ଏଠି ନିଆଁ ମାନେ ଏଠି ପାଉଛ ଦେଖିଲୁ ଆମେ ଖାଲି ଏ ମୁଣ୍ଡ ପୋଡ଼ି ନଥିଲା ସେଠି ନିଆଁ ଥିଲା ସବୁଆଡ଼େ ନିଆଁ ମରିଥିଲା ଖାଲି ଏ ମୁଣ୍ଡରେ ଏକା ନିଆଁ ଲାଗୁଥିଲା ସେତିକି ଆଜ୍ଞା ତାପରେ ଖୋଜାଖୋଜି କଲୁ ତୁନିକି ଥିଲେ ଆଣିକି କିରାସିନ ପକେଇଥିବେ ନା ଆଜ୍ଞା କାଠ ବି ବଡ଼ ନାହିଁ ଆପଣ ତ ଦେଖିପାରୁଛନ୍ତି ଏବେ କାଠ ବି ଅଛି ଅଧା ହେଲେ କାଠ ବି ବଡ଼ ନାହିଁ କିଛି ନାହିଁ ସେଇଟା ପାଇଁ ଆମେ ଜାଣିପାରିଲୁ କଞ୍ଚା କାଠ ଆଣିଛନ୍ତି ମାନେ କିରାସିନ ପକେଇଥିବେ ଆକା ପକେଇଛନ୍ତି କିରାସିନ ଦାଣ୍ଡରେ ବି ପକେଇଥିଲେ ସେ ରକ୍ତ ଉପରେ ରକ୍ତ ଇଏ ହେଇଯାଉ କହିକି ଲିଭିଯାଉ କହିକି ରକ୍ତ ଉପରେ ବି କିରାସିନ ପକେଇଥିଲା ସେଟା ବି ଜଣେ ସାଇକେଲରେ ଆସିଲା ପୁଣି ତାପରେ ଆମ ଗାଁର ନେମ୍ବର ଆଣି ସିଏ ବି ସାଥିରେ ଆସିକି ପୁଣି ପକେଇଲା ସେଟା ବି ପିଲାମାନେ ଏକା କହିଲେ ଆମେ ଆମ ବାପାକୁ ଖୋଜିବାକୁ ଯାଇଥିଲୁ
Police say Sundari and some relatives of Kambi had travelled 15 to 20 kilometers to the Mohana police station on June 7th to lodge a complaint. Immediately, a team had set off to Kuhiuru. Nobody had made any attempt to clean up the murder evidence, even after 5 days of the incident.
तो कल आम मोहना थाना को गोटे खबर आसाला जे गोटे लोक को मारिक पोड़ी देसन बोलिकी से घटना आमर आईएससी और स्टाफ संगे संगे घटनास्थल को जाइए सेटा आमर कुईहुरु गाँ जोटा कि आमर पाखापाखि 15-20 किलोमीटर हम मोहना थाना से घटनास्थल को जाइए देखले जे गोटे लोक को मारिक सेठी पोड़ी दिखाई तार खपुरी और पाउंस थिला तापर सेठी से लोकर जे झील अच्छी कंप्लेनेंट सुंदरी मल्लिका जी की रिपोर्ट देते जे ताकर बापा को गत 2/6/2025 एक दिन से गाँव किसी स्त्री लोक मैंने संघबद्ध होकर मारिक पोड़ी देती तापर सेठू रिपोर्ट पाइला परे आमे सेठी अनुसंधान आमर स्टार्ट होता साइंटिफिक टीम सेठी यूटिलाइज होता घटनास्थल आम से जो लोक तार ना हूँ काम्बी मल्लिक बयस पाखापाखि 60 वर्ष तार खपुरी तार हाड़ आ पाउंस जबत करूँ स्पॉट ब्लड स्टेन भी सीज करूँ आउ घटनार अनुसंधान जना पड़ा जे से गाँव पाखापाखि 8 जन महिला ये केस संश्लिष्ट अच्छा जो मैंने कि गत 2-6-25 दिन राति से काम्बी मल्लिक को काती और टांगिया हाणिकी मारी और पोड़ी घटनार अनुसंधान जना पड़ी जे ये जो काम्बी मल्लिक से गाँवर केतेक स्त्री लोक असदाचरण करथिला से अतिष्ठ होकर से गत 2-6-25 राति से मारिक पेट्रोल ढालिक पोड़ी देइछन।
Kambi's daughter says that she had heard through the village grapevine that her father was a sexual predator, but blames it on her mother's death 4 years back. She has no sympathies for the women who killed her father.
एतिकी आम बापार भूल थिला क्या क्या जोटा एबे आमे कहथिला आम माया को संगे टिके संपर्क रखिबार आम मम्मी जिंती मरिला सेटिरु टिके हाफ माइंड हे गला सेटु टिके तांकर माइंड रे भलो चललानी आ तांको को किंती माइंड किंती चलला सिंती हैला सेटिरु दी थरा सिंती हैला काली पिला मन को हमको कहले आगे आमे कोन जानिबो कि ना बापा को देखिछु सिंती धरा धरी कला बेले सेटा बे हमको काली मामा के कहले हमको काली कहले बापा को केबे इंती मीटिंग बसै कि बुझै नाते कि किछि करनाते एटी एबे ये हट्टा हाथ रे जीवन नै देले हम एबे कोन चाहमु आगे जे जे हम बापा को मारी छंती ताको दंड दिया जावा।
For the 8 women of Kihuru, Kambi was a self-styled sorcerer and witch doctor, and their only healer in miles. The nearest hospital is 20 kilometers away. He preyed on their fear and raped them constantly for years, threatening to visit his sorcery and evil on their family. But what was their greatest handicap that forced them into silence for years? The fact that the hand of law did not reach the village. The fact that they had no hospital to go to and were near sex slaves for their only so-called evil healer, Kambi.
The women sit silently outside the Mohana police station now, their faces grim, but they say they had enough.
हमको अन्याय हैला तो मार देला अच्छा कौन करथिला से सब
हम गांव रे समस्त के जार तार देखो समस्त रांडे जे डिंडा जे मन हेले समस्त के जार तार गई तक मार दबो से लोक मन माइक ना कर जीवो गुणिया रे गुणिया को थिला काहिंते अभद्र काम करिया को थिला का
केते लोग सहित सब संपर्क रखिथिला से गांव रे
देखिले
Along with the women of Quihuru, 2 men who helped them procure kerosene also wait for the law to decide which way the scale of justice will tilt.
Meanwhile, another young woman was gang-raped at Odisha's famous Gopalpur beach this week. Fear and helplessness often vents itself through violence and vigilantism when delivery of justice is tardy. Tonight, we take you to a war zone born not just out of hate, but of history. Because before the missiles and before the assassinations, Iran and Israel were allies, quiet partners bound by fear, strategy, and survival. And now, missiles are in the air, nuclear sites are in ruins, and 2 sworn enemies are now locked in direct confrontation. This is not just about Israel or Iran. This is about the future of the Middle East and the balance of power in the world. Take a look at this report.
The skies above the Middle East are burning. Cities in lockdown. missiles in flight. Hypersonic weapons tear through airspace, and beneath the surface, nuclear facilities smolder. This is not a proxy war. This is not a Cold War. This is direct. This is personal. Israel, Iran, one-on-one, and no one is backing down. In the heart of the Middle East, two nations bound by ancient histories but divided by modern ambitions have clashed for decades. Iran and Israel, once unlikely allies, now sworn enemies.
Before 1979 revolution, before the establishment of the Islamic regime in Tehran, Iran and Israel had excellent bilateral relationship. And Iran happened to be one of the first few Muslim majority country which gave recognition to the newly created state of Jews after modern Turkish Republic. Israel and Iran came very close being the Western ally. Even though Israel was not formally part of the CENTO, but Israel always had an excellent military and strategic relationship with Iran.
Under the Pahlavi dynasty, Iran recognized Israel in 1948, becoming the second Muslim majority nation to do so. In those early years, shared fears of Arab nationalism and Soviet influence forged a quiet alliance. In 1956, Suez War cemented that bond. Mossad, the intelligence agency of Israel, and Savak, the intelligence agency of Iran, worked covertly to bolster Kurdish rebels against Iran's Sunni regime. In 1973, as the Arab world launched an oil embargo against the West for backing Israel, Iran stepped in, fueling Europe and America. In 1977, the alliance peaked with Project Flower, a joint missile program. But in 1979, the Islamic Revolution changed everything. Ayatollah Khomeini's rise turned Iran into an Islamic republic. Israel became the enemy, and Palestine became Iran's cause.
Post-revolution Iran, the entire policy changed primarily because of the ideological dimension of the revolution. Because the Iranian Islamic Revolution was essentially, fundamentally aimed at the Western imperialism, Western cultural influence. Creation of Israel was considered by the Ayatollahs or the Islamic leadership in Iran as something un-Islamic, and because it was against the interests of the Muslim, because this particular state was created in what they call the Islamic space.
Decades later, the enmity now defines the Middle East. One narrow and coastal, the other sprawling and mountainous. One guarded by the Iron Dome, the other bristling with proxies and missiles. The conflict simmered for decades, that exploded in a chain of events that brought the region to the brink. In 2020 came the big breakout in the chain of events. A US drone backed by Israeli intelligence killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, head of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the feared paramilitary force of Iran, and the key aide of Ayatollah Khamenei. The gloves were off. On October 7th, thousands of Iran-backed Hamas terrorists stormed through the Israel's border with the Gaza Strip, killing 1,200 people. At least 240 people were abducted as hostages into Gaza. This attack was conceived as revenge against the killing of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani. The horrific terror attack was immediately justified as revenge of Soleimani assassination by Iran. This was not just provocation extraordinary, it was a challenge to Israel's existence. If Hamas succeeded, Israel failed.
Israel is at war. We didn't want this war. It was forced upon us in the most brutal and savage way. But though Israel didn't start this war, Israel will finish it. We will exact a price that will be remembered by them and Israel's other enemies for decades to come.
Israel responded with a devastating military campaign in the Gaza Strip called Operation Iron Swords. The counteroffensive aimed at rooting out Hamas in its entirety, whatever the cost, whatever the time it took. Since then, the Gaza war has claimed over 40,000 lives, including 18,000 children as per Hamas, even as over 100 Israeli hostages continue to remain in captivity of Hamas. And almost the entire leadership of Hamas eliminated. This is how the political chief Yahya Sinwar was taken down. And Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh inside Iran. From Soleimani to Haniyeh, and the second proxy of Iran in Lebanon, Hezbollah, whose chief Hassan Nasrallah was also killed by Israel in September last year. Israel left Iran looking defanged and disarmed. Only till June 12th, that is, on 12th June, the UN nuclear watchdog IAEA formally found that Iran wasn't complying with its nuclear obligation for the first time in 20 years, that Iran was enriching weapons-grade uranium, and that it was doing so at a breakneck pace. On the very next day, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion against Iran, a full-scale air campaign targeting Iran's nuclear site Natanz, Isfahan, Mashhad. Iran's nuclear sites, radar installations and missile silos were all bombed in quick succession.
پشت سر من تصویر محل اصابت موشک‌های دشمنان هستند به سایت هسته شهید احمدی روشن مجتمع غنیسازی سایت نتنز. با توجه به اینکه ما ساعت حدوداً 4:15 بود که صدای انفجار رو شنیدیم حرکت کردیم به سمت مسیر در واقع سایت هست.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons.
Iran has claimed that in the last 1 week, over Iran's 120 surface-to-surface missile launchers were destroyed. From western Iran to the skies about Tehran, the IDF has declared air supremacy over Iran.
Over the past few months, intelligence has shown that Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. This morning, the IDF began preemptive and precise strikes targeting the Iranian nuclear program in order to prevent the Iranian regime's ability to build a nuclear bomb in the immediate time frame.
The damage is undeniable.
This is the hole that made just one ballistic missile that was fired from Iran towards a residential area in the center of Israel. Meters from here, there are kindergarten, schools, a lot of buildings with innocent people living there. And you can see the impact. One blast of a ballistic missile destroys anything with the shock wave in a radius of around 500 meters. And Iran continued to bombard Israel with hundreds of those kind of missiles.
The US Embassy in Tel Aviv is hit. Global diplomats scramble.
You can see behind me the American Embassy in Tel Aviv, and this is not damaged from the outside, at least from the shock wave of the ballistic missile that was fired from Iran, but still all the places next to the embassy suffering from a damage. Here usually people are doing the passport photos for the passport, leaving their stuff in those safes.
This isn't just Iran versus Israel. It's a battlefield of alliances as global powers weigh in.
Sometimes they have to fight it out, but we're going to see what happens. I think there's a good chance there'll be a deal.
American president has been quiet and secretive and vague about what is called end game in this war.
We're not looking for a ceasefire. I didn't say I was looking for a ceasefire. That was Emmanuel, nice guy, but he doesn't get it right too often. But we're not looking. We're looking for better than a ceasefire.
There are series of threats and counter threats being made by the world leaders as well as the actors directly involved.
Great people, they know how to protect themselves. And when you say better, what? Oh, we'll come down so hard if they do anything to our people. We'll come down so hard, then the gloves are off so beautifully. Now, I think they know not to touch our troops.
Khamenei in return is also openly threatening US against any military intervention. In a dramatic turn of events, President Trump said that his patience has run out. Meanwhile, Ayatollah Khamenei has declared that the country will never surrender. However, Iranian ambassadors are hoping for the West to intervene and de-escalate.
Please accept our assurances that the Iranian side, in Iranian system, there is no desire, there is no any intention to produce the nuclear bomb.
Iranians have upped the ante with the use of hypersonic missiles on Israel. On 18 June, Iran escalated by launching Fatah missiles on Israel in what they called to be the beginning of the end of Israel's air defenses.
موشک‌های قدرتمند و مانورپذیر فتاح امشب با عبور از سپر دفاع موشکی پناهگاه بزدلان صهیونیست را بارها لرزاند و پیام اقتدار ایران را به همپیمان جنگ افروز تل‌آویو که در خیالات و توهمات پوچ است ارسال کرد.
Today, Iran launched another missile attack on Israel. Number of Iranian missiles were intercepted in several Israeli cities, including Jerusalem and Tel Aviv today. Reports claim that this ongoing week-long conflict has killed around 639 people in Iran and 24 in Israel. Tehran's streets are choked with fleeing families. Israelis are taking shelter in bunkers and the world holds its breath. Iran and Israel, once strong allies, now bitter foes, mirror each other's fear and resolve. Can restraint prevail, or will this war redraw the map of the Middle East?
Now, this is the most underreported story of the week, and an unusual one as well. The arrest of the second most powerful police officer, the Additional Director General of Police in Tamil Nadu. But even more sensational, the charge under which he was arrested. That of being allegedly involved in the abduction of a 16-year-old boy in the district of Tiruvallur. Now, the ADGP was arrested, called for questioning, and even suspended pending inquiry by the state police, only to have the suspension overruled by a Supreme Court bench late last week. In election-bound and politically volatile Tamil Nadu, this case is huge political overtones amidst allegations of police overreach. For the long-form story, Sarda Natarajan and Anukriti Singh report.
His name is H.M. Jairam. He's about 57 years old, and with 1 year left to retire, the arrest of this Additional Director General of Police, seen here in uniform after being held by his own policemen, is the hottest controversy in Tamil Nadu this week. Charge against him, human trafficking, and being involved in the abduction of a 16-year-old boy whose 23-year-old elder brother Dhanush had eloped with and married this 21-year-old girl from another caste from a nearby village.
என்னோட பேர் வந்துட்டு விஜயாஸ்ரீ. நான் வந்துட்டு தேனியில் வந்துட்டு பிஎஸ்சி அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் படிச்சுட்டு இருந்தேன்.
எந்த காலேஜ்மா?
கேட் காலேஜில் 4 இயர்ஸாக இவங்களை எனக்கு தெரியும். நான் 4-5 இயர்ஸ் லவ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தோம். 1 இயராக ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸாகவும் இருந்தோம். ஸோ வந்துட்டு வீட்டில் தெரிஞ்சிச்சு அப்படிங்கிறதுனால நான் கல்யாணம் பண்ணிக்கிட்டேன். இப்போ வந்துட்டு 3 தடவை ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் கேட்டாங்க. வீட்டிலேருந்து வந்து ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் கேட்டாங்க போலீஸ் ஸ்டேஷனில். 3 தடவை ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட்டும் எழுதி கொடுத்துட்டோம். அப்புறம் திரும்பி உங்கள் தம்பியை தூக்கிட்டு போயிட்டு கொஞ்சம் காம்ப்ரமைஸ் பேசணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு பிரச்சனை பண்ணாங்க. அது என்னன்னு தெரியல. அம்மா பதட்டத்தில் அந்த மாதிரி கால் பண்ணி இந்த மாதிரி போலீஸ்க்கு இன்ஃபார்ம் பண்ணோடனே அது கொஞ்சம் கேஸ் ஆயிடுச்சு. இப்போ வந்துட்டு சரி ஓகே அவங்க தான் தெரிஞ்சிருச்சு காம்ப்ரமைஸாக போகணும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு.
On June 7th, 7 weeks later, Lakshmi, the mother of the 2 boys, complained to the police that her younger son had gone missing. That's where the story takes a different spin. Because Lakshmi mentioned the number of the government vehicle used to abduct her son, TN06G0606. And that turned out to be the official vehicle of the additional DGP, H.M. Jairam. So how was a teenager abducted in the ADGP's car? A quick investigation led quickly to this man, an influential local politician called Jagan Murthy, who runs his own Dalit party called the Purachi Bharatam Party, and who allegedly used a local advocate and an ex-cop as well as the ADGP's car to kidnap the teenager to teach his elder brother a lesson.
சட்டமன்றத்திலேயும் மக்கள் மன்றத்திலேயும் தொடர்ந்து அரசுக்கு எதிர்ப்பாக நான் பேசிட்டு வரேன். மக்களுடைய கோரிக்கைகளுக்காக தான் நான் பேசிட்டு வரேன். அதனால் அரசு காழ்ப்புணர்ச்சியோடு ஏதாவது ஒரு சான்ஸ் கிடைக்குமான்னு எதிர்பார்க்குறாங்க. சம்மந்தமே இல்லாமல் என்னை இதில் சிக்க வைக்க வேண்டும் என்று நினைத்தார்கள். ஆனால் அதற்கு உயர்நீதிமன்றம் ஒரு சில கருத்துக்களை சொல்லியிருக்கின்றது. ஆனால் என் மீது தவறாக சொன்ன கருத்துக்களை அந்த நீதிபதி இன்றைக்கு மாற்றப்பட்டு இருக்கிறார் என்பது உண்மை. மற்ற விஷயங்கள் நீதிமன்றத்தில் நான் சொல்லியிருக்கின்றேன். நீதிமன்றம் என்ன முடிவெடுக்கின்றதோ அதுதான். நாங்கள் சட்டத்துக்கு கட்டுப்பட்டவர்கள்.
தமிழக அரசு உங்கள் மீது இருந்த அந்த இது காரணமாக தான் இப்போ உங்கள் மீது அந்த வழக்கு பதிவு போடுறாங்க. நீங்கள் மக்களுக்காக தொடர்ந்து பேசுறது
வேற என்ன பிரச்சனை?
Things got hot and almost out of control. However, when on June 14th the police arrived to arrest Jaganmurthy, thousands of supporters were trying to block the cops. And by now, this intercaste family dispute had turned into a political feud. By now, pressure was beginning to show on the boys' family. They released a video on June 15th that they wanted to draw the case.
எங்கள் அப்பான்னு தெரிஞ்ச முன்னாடி காம்ப்ரமைஸாக போகணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு நாங்கள் கேஸ் வாபஸ் வாங்கிட்டோம். அதுக்கப்புறம் யாரோ இந்த மாதிரி ஏடிஜிபியோட கார் வந்து சொன்னாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஜெகன்மூர்த்தி ஐயா பேர் சொன்னாங்க. அது வந்து எங்களுக்கு என்னன்னே புரியல. ஏன் அவங்களாம் இதுக்குள்ளே இன்வால்வ் ஆனாங்க, எதனால் அவங்க பேர்லாம் வருது, எங்களோட கேஸ்னால ஏன் அவங்க பேர்லாம் வருதுன்னு சொல்லிட்டு எங்களுக்கு சுத்தமாக இது வரைக்கும் புரியவே இல்லை.
But it was too late. The powerful policeman seen here during his questioning was arrested the next day, June 16th, with the High Court demanding his custodial interrogation. The AIA-DMK, fighting to defeat the DMK, says it is a case of political overreach.
Law and order is in clear shambles with respect to this DMK. Once they come to power, police force are being made in puppets. Any veracity of crime, there has to be a clear scope of investigation definition. But whereas the DMK is concerned, they fix the culprit in advance and the entire mechanism works towards to punishing him, leaving alone the person who are the masters behind the crime. The classic example, as you stated, is that Arakonam, this Anna University, they determine who the culprit is. Then they go about collecting evidences on the same. Classic example, another example why police force puppets in the hands is today. We came at 10 o'clock to give the complaint to the commissioner. He refused to meet us. It went to JS, then went to DC, then finally we met the ADC and we are out after 2.5 hours. So this is the plight of the law and order and the police force in Tamil Nadu. They only work on the direction of their masters who are DMK.
The DMK is determined to go after the ADGP, who managed to get reinstated after a Supreme Court intervention.
See, so far as this case is concerned, and so far as my role as a lawyer of Mr. H.M. Jairam, the current ADGP of Tamil Nadu, he was called to the court on the oral directions of the court. There was no notice to him. And prior to this, he was not even an accused in any of the cases. It's very bizarre that in a case where a police officer comes to the court on the oral directions of the court to assist the court in any kind of queries, he is made an accused and he is directed to be arrested. That to a sitting senior police officer, even when he is not a party to the proceedings, to the list. So this is something which is very, very rare, and as was rightly observed in the course of hearing by one of the honorable judges, that in his tenure as judge of 18 years, he never knew that he had these police powers or to convert the court into a police station.
And this family, living 2 hours from Chennai, find themselves encircled by policemen and desperate to get out of the case altogether.
ஆனால் எங்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பு வராங்கன்னு போலீஸ் வந்துட்டு இருக்கிறாங்க. எங்களுக்கு எந்த இதுவும் ஃப்ரீயாக நாங்கள் எந்த வேலை செய்ய முடியல. இதுதான் உண்மை. எங்களுக்கு கடை 1000 கடை இருக்கு. அந்த கடத்தை நந்தைக்குன்னா நாங்கள் வேலைக்கு போனால் தான் எங்களால் முடியும். இப்போ இது மாதிரி பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தா என் பையனும் வேலைக்கு போக முடியாத ஆகிடுச்சு. அவனும் வீட்டிலே தான் இருக்கான். ஆனால் எங்களுக்கு பாதுகாப்பும் எதுவுமே தெரியல. என்னதான் நடக்குது, என்னதான் பண்ணதுன்னு தெரியல. ஜெகன்மூர்த்தி இது எங்கள் கேஸுக்கு அவர் எப்படி வந்தாருன்னு எங்களுக்கு புரியல. ஐயா நாங்கள் எதுவுமே ஒரு பேர் நாங்கள் சொல்லலையா? ஐயா எங்களுக்கும் அவருக்கும் எந்த சம்மந்தமும் இல்லை தானே ஐயா? எங்களுக்கு எதுவுமே இல்லைங்களே. எந்த சம்மந்தமும் கிடையாது. அவருக்கும் எங்களுக்கும் எந்த சம்மந்தங்களும் அவங்க எங்களுக்கு மிரட்டலும் எதுவும் விடல. யாரும் எங்களுக்காண்டு வரவும் இல்லை. போலீஸ் தான் வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க, டெய்லி வந்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. எங்க சார் இன்னைக்கு காலையில் நான் வேலைக்கு போலான்னு பார்த்தா எதிர்க்கு வந்து உட்காந்துருக்காங்க. நான் வேலைக்கு போகணும்னு சொல்றேன், அப்ப கூட இன்னும் வேலை இருக்கு, இன்னும் எழுதணும், ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் எழுதணும். என்ன ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் எழுதுனா ஃபர்ஸ்ட்ல இருந்து நடந்ததெல்லாம் சொல்லுங்கன்னு சொல்லிடுறாங்க. ஒரு நாளைக்கு ஒரு மைண்ட் இது மாதிரி இருந்தா மைண்ட் எங்களுக்கு வந்து இதாக ஒரு மன உளைச்சலாவே இருக்கு. நாங்க என்ன பண்ண முடியும்?
Whether this top policeman was involved in a teenager's abduction has not been legally proven. But stuck in this high-profile fight is a father paying the price for his son's decision to marry the girl he loved.
ஜெகன்மூர்த்தியை நமக்கு தெரியாது. ஜெகன்மூர்த்திக்கு கனெக்ஷன் இருக்கா, உதயநிதி கனெக்ஷன் இருக்கா, எடப்பாடி கனெக்ஷன் இருக்கா, இதெல்லாம் எனக்கு தெரியாது. புரியுதா? இதெல்லாம் அவங்களா தான் சொல்கிறாங்க. யாருக்கு கனெக்ஷன் இருக்குன்னா அவங்க தான் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். நாம் இதை பற்றி எதுவுமே கம்ப்ளைண்ட் பண்ணலை. அவங்களா ஒன்றுன்னா சொன்னால் அதுக்கு நாம் என்ன பண்ணுறது?
For the BJP, in alliance with the AIADMK, fighting the equally powerful DMK, the story of an ADGP arrested for allegedly threatening a young couple may mean very little. But for the couple and their families, it is proof that politics spares nobody, not even newlyweds in their early 20s.
And it is my way or highway in Kolkata, the show of political might, on the other side of this break.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
QSMTHE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
जितना भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करें कम है उनके लिए, और हम लोग जिंदगी भर इसको भूलेंगे नहीं जो काम हमारे किया है। और ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का, मोदी जी का, जितने भी स्टाफ हैं तेहरान में, तुर्कमेनिस्तान में। हम मोदी जी का ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का और यहाँ की जो तेहरान में एम्बेसी है पूरी टीम का, एम्बेसडर का, और उसके अलावा इश्काबाद में जो एम्बेसी है उनकी पूरी टीम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि इतनी फैसिलिटीज दिए कि होटल, खाना पीना और किसी चीज़ की तकलीफ नहीं हुई हम लोगों को।
तो तेहरान में ज़्यादा स्ट्राइक्स थे एंड रूफ टॉप से सब विजिबल था, तो हमें तेहरान से दूसरे स्टेट में कुंभ में ले गए एंड कुंभ से मशहद एंड मशहद से फाइनली आज इंडिया हमारी फ्लाइट थी।
No de casa.
מגדולים, אנחנו ניתן לכם את הגיבוי. We are going inside the building.
For some, the restraint of power is the greatest display of strength. And for the pretenders, the display is the emblem of strength. Now, Mamata Banerjee's nephew pitted himself against his neighbor in Kolkata yesterday to prove who ruled the roost on his street. Here is the story.
This road connects the very posh central part of Kolkata to the sudden middle-class heartland of the city. Horish Mukherjee Road, a busy 2-kilometer stretch, is a potpourri of old and new buildings. Local and immigrant residents, BJP and Trinamool Congress supporters. Till 2011, when Mamata Banerjee and her Trinamool Congress came to power in West Bengal, Mamata Banerjee chose not to move to the official Chief Minister residence on this road. Not so for her brash nephew. Abhishek Banerjee had moved into a very luxurious 4-storied villa on the road soon after his aunt became Chief Minister. He had a grand entourage of the city police who reported to his aunt Mamata. Now Abhishek loves showing off his muscle, politically or otherwise. Reporters often bear the brunt of his arrogance.
আপনার এতটুকু বুদ্ধি নেই চাকরি দেওয়ার অথরিটি আমি
আপনি তো মিটিং করেছিলেন
মিটিং করেছি মানে প্রতিশ্রুতি দিয়েছি
আপনি তো দিয়েছিলেন চাকরি প্রার্থীদের বক্তব্য
আমি প্রতিশ্রুতি দিয়ে সামনাসামনি কি সংবাদ মাধ্যমের সামনে পুরীতে প্রতিশ্রুতি দিয়েছিলাম পালন হয়েছে
Last month, he booted out ex-India cricketer and party colleague Yusuf Pathan to grab a seat on an all-party delegation cohort which was sent to East Asia post-Operation Sindoor. His aunt and the entire TMC had come out in his support.
They cannot decide the member's name from their own. It is not their choice. It is the choice of the party.
This Friday, the policemen who guard Abhishek Banerjee's lane on Horish Mukherjee Road jousted with one of his neighbors, an unsuspecting physician.
In a bizarre incident, Dr. Shukanto Majumdar, Union Minister, was arrested by the Kolkata police while he was going to meet his friend, Dr. Rajat Shubhro Banerjee.
Dr. Rajat Shubhro Banerjee is a British citizen now. But he grew up in this lane and his house, 186C Horish Mukherjee Road, in this lane. But he grew up in this lane and his house, 186C Horish Mukherjee Road, in this lane, is where his old mother now lives. The house shares a wall with Abhishek's grand residence. Dr. Banerjee went to a local school in the city, studied and practiced medicine here, and moved to the United Kingdom to work for the NHS in 1999. He comes back often to socialize and keep in touch with his roots. On Friday, he had a special visitor.
আমি সমস্ত বুঝতে পারছি আমার মনে অপেক্ষা করছেন সেই 12টা থেকে
यूनिक फीचर ऑफ द डेमोक्रेसी इन द स्टेट ऑफ विश्वेर कोथाओ হয় কিনা সন্দেহ
A local BJP leader says the police went all out to stop Shukanto Majumdar's visit by lying to him, saying that Rajat was not at home in the first place, when he was very much there. All hell had broken loose after that. The 40 policemen on the shift at Abhishek's house at the time went all out to stop him, says the good doctor. His visitor, Union Minister Dr. Shukanto Majumdar, is used to police high-handedness. He was angry that Dr. Rajat was subjected to physical by the police.
অদ্ভুত ব্যাপার
রং বাড়িতে যাওয়ার পথে পুলিশ আমাদেরকে আটকে রেখে ঘন্টার পর ঘন্টা রাস্তা অবরুদ্ধ থাকে। তারপর রজতবাবু সিদ্ধান্ত নেন, ঠিক আছে আমাকে যেতে দেওয়া হবে না, উনি নিজেই আমার কাছে আসেন। ওনার বাড়িতে বৃদ্ধা মা আছেন যিনি অসুস্থ, তাকে
একদম বেডেড
তাকে রেখে উনি হাঁটতে হাঁটতে আমার সাথে দেখা করতে আসেন পূর্ণ সিনেমা হলের মোড়ে। সেইখানে যখন উনি আমাকে বলেন চলুন আমরা হাঁটতে হাঁটতে আমার বাড়িতে যাই, তখন আমাকে অ্যারেস্ট করা হয়। একজন বিদেশ ফেরত ডাক্তারবাবু যিনি 30 বছর স্বনামের সাথে বিদেশের মাটিতে চিকিৎসা করেছে, যাকে কোথায় মুখ্যমন্ত্রী বা অভিষেক ব্যানার্জির উচিত আমন্ত্রণ করে তার কাছ থেকে একটু সাজেশন নেওয়া যে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের শিক্ষা ব্যবস্থা স্বাস্থ্য ব্যবস্থাকে ভালো করার জন্য কী করা উচিত, তা না করে তার পুলিশ আজকে আমাকে এবং রজতবাবুকে দুজনকেই আজকে লালবাজারে তুলে নিয়ে যাচ্ছে। আমি পুলিশকে জিজ্ঞেস করেছিলাম যে আমি কি কোনো অন্যায় করেছি, আইন ব্রেক করেছি, ল ব্রেক করেছি? পুলিশ এখনো পর্যন্ত তার উত্তর দিতে পারে। এটা মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের প্রশাসন এই হিটলারের আমলে সম্ভবত এর থেকে এই রকমের আচরণ করা হতো না। আজকে মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় হিটলারকেও ছাপিয়ে দেয়।
But why was Rajat a target? The story goes back to March this year, when Dr. Rajat Shubro Banerjee had waved a few dissented placards at Abhishek's aunt Mamata during her much-publicized talk in a tiny seminar room at Oxford University's Kellogg College. Mamata Banerjee chose not to move to the official Chief Minister residence on this road. Dr. Rajat Shubro is shocked. He still can't believe the way he was illegally detained by the police for merely inviting over a guest, with who he is clearly politically aligned. But it is his house, and the guest is no history sheeter.
He said, well, I'll walk to your house because I have waited so long. I said, well, why not? Let's walk. Okay, you don't need any armed guards or whatever. You don't need a gang to follow you. Let's go together. And then suddenly I turned around. I landed up finding that I am locked in the arms. They bit me actually quite severely, unlawfully. Coward police, I would say. They hit me from behind and shoved me in the front seat of a car where there was no seat even, and a sergeant even jumped up on my lap, and the gear hitting me from there. So that was very shocking experience for me. I never thought that I'll be picked up like that, like a terrorist. I've seen movies and serials where a terrorist and somebody who is a potential threat to the public, for the security of the public, doing some burglary to the banks, they are picked up like that. Only thing was good, I was not handcuffed, so my hands escaped. But my shirt was all open, the buttons they are still intact. I didn't get a chance to change myself, but I landed up in Lal Bazar lockup, central lockup.
The BJP went all out this Saturday afternoon to protest against Abhishek Mamata police high-handedness. And it all happened at Howrah Bridge, under which the Hooghly flows. Is it all under the bridge now? Doesn't seem so, as Shukanto has shot off a mail to Home Minister Amit Shah about the misdemeanor.
So these were the long-form stories. Now, a show that tries to get you deep into a story and attempts to get you stories that would otherwise go unreported. We at Republic are very happy at the feedback that this show is getting. You want us to continue this new style of storytelling. You want us to keep getting these ground reports. And we want you to keep sending us your feedback. So keep that coming. That's all for now from the long-form story. Good night.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
विमल में गुलिस्तां के ये कुछ लजीज फरिश्ते जब साथ गुलें तो जी लग जाए और दिल कहे कि स्वाद की जुबान में खुद को ऐसे डुबाऊं कि निकल ना पाऊं। विमल की जुबान कुछ है ही ऐसी, मानते हैं? विमल, बोलो जुबान कैसी?
עוד אחד.
אני שומע.
הגדולים, אנחנו ניתן לכם את הגיבוי.
Because of the we are scared about the missiles because it's a very strong. Before it was not happen like this, but the situation is not good. It's very stronger the missiles. It is any problem, it will be very difficult. That's why we're coming to sleep here.
אני לא אוהב לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית. יש לנו ממ"ד בבית, אבל אני מהלילה הראשון, עוד לפני אפילו שראינו באמת מה הכלים האלה מסוגלים לעשות, מה ההשלכות של הפגיעות של הכלים האלה. אני בפן האישי אמרתי, אני לא רוצה לקחת סיכונים מיותרים. לצערי הרב, אחרי הפגיעה שהייתה בפתח תקווה, שגם שם אנשים שהיו בתוך ממ"ד נהרגו, אז אמרתי, יאללה, בואו נשען פה.
Reality in Israel, so you're having dinner and you go to Siren, you're getting a facial, you're living your life, you're trying to live your life and can't live your life. There were 500 sirens today. 500. כמה טילים? This is reality. This is reality in Israel.
استنوا شوي استنوا نصورهم.
QS and THE, the world's foremost university rankings organizations, have ranked Amity amongst the top 3% universities globally, making it among the very few Indian universities to be included in both rankings. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
जितना भी हम शुक्रिया अदा करें कम है उनके लिए, और हम लोग जिंदगी भर इसको भूलेंगे नहीं, जो काम हमारे किया है। और ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का, मोदी जी का, जितने भी स्टाफ हैं तेहरान में, तुर्कमेनिस्तान में। हम मोदी जी का ख़ास तौर से इंडिया गवर्नमेंट का और यहाँ की जो तेहरान में एम्बेसी है, पूरी टीम का, एम्बेसडर का, और उसके अलावा इश्काबाद में जो एम्बेसी है उनकी पूरी टीम का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
मोदी जी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया कि इतनी फैसिलिटीज़ दिए कि होटल, खाना पीना और किसी चीज़ की तकलीफ़ नहीं हुई हम लोगों को।
तो तेहरान में ज़्यादा स्ट्राइक्स थे एंड रूफ टॉप से